Chapter 339. Li Qingshan was taken aback. Although he was a disciple of the school of novels, his primary cultivation was still the path of the school of the military that combined body and qi. He probably could not find a better master than Han Ongwa in the entire Rui commandery. The effects of a good master were obvious. For example, the second volume of The Arts of the Boundless Ocean could be found with a single order from him. Cultivation could only be converted into power and influence through the accumulation of time. From this perspective, Gu Yenying might be even better. As the daughter of the Hawk God, her future prospects were limitless. However, Li Qingshan was not stupid enough to mention other women in front of Han Qiongji. And no matter what, he refused to lower his head before that woman. When other people liked a woman, they would have to bend their knees and compromise, but he just had to straighten his back for that woman to see. Han Qiongji's words seemed unintentional, but there was actually a great deal of meaning behind them. Was she implying that if he became the son-in-law of the Han family, he would be able to establish ties with the Han family and borrow their power? He had to admit that the temptation was rather great, and it also touched Li Qingshan slightly. No matter what, having a woman think so much for you was always something worth rejoicing over. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? I'm only saying it casually. I'm not going to introduce you to him. If you want to take this path, go beg my father yourself. Han Qiongji's face became even redder under the light of the lantern. I, Han Qiongji, haven't fallen to the point where I have to use my family to move a man. Pa, why should I move him? What's so special about him? He's just a little more free-spirited and valiant than the disciples of the Han family, and he's a little more determined and self-disciplined than the disciples of legalism. Normally, he does not take her willfulness to heart, but he can stand up for her in times of need. Fearless of death, for a moment, her heart was in knots. He was no longer as carefree as he was in the past. Yet, he said nothing about it. It made her tempted to grab him by the neck and get to the bottom of this. Even though Li Qingshan was not an infatuated saint of love like Hua Sengzan, he still understood. A man and woman alone in a room, talking about the future in the middle of the night. It wasn't that simple. The beauty under the lamp had a different kind of charm. He was not a person who was overcautious and indecisive. If he wanted to do something, he would do it. He grabbed Han Qiongji's hand and said softly, "Senior Sister Han." Han Qiongji's body trembled, but she didn't withdraw her hand. She pretended that nothing had happened and asked, "What is it?" Li Qingshan snickered inwardly. "It's just that I haven't reached the 9th layer of aura refining yet. I'm a little impatient." Back then, the two of them had only treated it as a joke. They had never expected that it would come true. Han Qiongji bit her lip. She glared at him. She was very happy in her heart, but she was not someone who was good at hiding her feelings. This joy naturally appeared in the corner of his eyes. Li Qingshan was getting more and more insatiable. He took the opportunity to hold her waist. The light reflected their shadows on the wall, merging into one. Their posture was the same as the time when Li Qingshan held her in his arms and said those bold words. However, the mood was very different. Han Qiongji also jumped to the side like last time and shouted, "If you have something to say, say it. Why are you touching me?" Her face didn't show much anger, but it was very red. I'll go first." Han Qiongji left in a hurry. Li Qingshan lay on the bamboo floor with his arm as a pillow. He smiled and shook his head. Interesting. Maybe in the near future, there would be one more warm bed in this poor house of his. Outside the window, the winter snow fell. Looking at the dark sky, he thought of the green ox again. It did not forget the person who dug the well when drinking water. If it were not for the green ox's help, how could he have walked so far into the world and made such a beauty fall in love with him? Before he knew it, another year had passed. In a few days, he would be 18 years old. From a young boy, he would become a real man. He had to think about the future. If he chose a master, did it mean that he and Little Anne would have to separate? After all, he couldn't become a monk, and he didn't want to delay Little Anne's development. Most of the time, what separated them wasn't irresistible oppression or obstruction, but their own pursuits. There was also the secret he hid, the conflict between his half-dream and the person in front of him, and the tragic situation of being chased by his brother-in-law, father-in-law, and even his future master if his marriage fell apart. Every one of them was enough to make people break their heads thinking about it. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, he decided not to think about it anymore. The boat would cross the bridge when it came to it. He just had to follow his heart and stride forward. He couldn't possibly say to Han Qiongji, "I think we should focus on our studies, oh no, cultivation. We shouldn't have any distracting thoughts." Unless he was crazy or impotent, he wouldn't say such words. Late at night, the Dharma meeting continued. The eminent monks were tireless. They sat upright and still, speaking as their gazes wandered about. They treated everyone else as competitors. Right now, they were no longer competing over the Buddhist Dharma. There was also a once-in-a-century genius disciple. They no longer had any doubts. Little Anne's existence was enough to determine the rise and fall of a temple or even a sect. The discussion of the Dharma continued, but they seemed rather absent-minded already. At this moment, an old man appeared in front of the hall. His hair and beard were all white, and his hair draped over his face. His hands hung to his sides, and his eyes were dull. His expression was dull. If it were not for his kasaya, it would have been impossible to imagine he was a monk. The one-thought master beamed with joy and bowed deeply. Master! He had not sent an urgent message for nothing. His master had actually rushed over so quickly despite being thousands of kilometers away. The monks cried out and bowed in a hurry. One thought's master? Was he the Annihilum Light Chan master of the Chan monastery of Devanaga? It was rumored that he practiced the great scripture of annihilation arduously in the monastery and had not left the monastery for several decades already. Why had he come here? The old monk that the one-thought master referred to as master turned a blind eye and a deaf ear. He directly arrived before Little Anne like an idiot. Little Anne raised her head, and their eyes met, only to see the old monk's eyes suddenly erupt with resplendent light, eclipsing all the lanterns and flickering light in the hall. They seemed like two miniature suns. The old monk said with great difficulty, "Are you willing to go to the Chan monastery of Devanaga with me to cultivate?" The monks immediately gave up on that thought. The Chan monastery of Devanaga was the greatest Buddhist sect renowned throughout the Green Province. As the head monk of the Bodhi courtyard, who could contend against the Annihilum Light Chan master, and who could turn down his invitation? They never thought the one-thought monk would be so resolute as soon as he struck. As a matter of fact, even the one-thought master himself had never expected to be able to invite his master from the Chan monastery of Devanaga. He had no other choice either. Originally, he planned on taking Little Anne to the Chan monastery of Devanaga to see his master after she reached foundation establishment. Even more unexpectedly, his master directly granted Little Anne the highest recognition as soon as he saw her without any questions or tests, allowing her to enter the Chan monastery of Devanaga to cultivate. The hall, or even the entire Ansrava temple, fell completely silent. They were all waiting for that reply. The result was without any suspense. The Chan sect had obtained another supreme prodigy. Before long, the Chan monastery of Devanaga's authority would become even more firm and unshakable. Chapter 340. I don't want to. Xiao An's expression remained the same as he replied with a clear and tender voice. The Buddha hall seemed to become even quieter. In the Buddhist niche, the plump cheeks of the Buddha statue glittered with golden light under the illumination of the eternal flame lantern. There was a profound smile on it. His thin eyebrows and eyes seemed to take in all the believers, but at the same time, he seemed to see nothing at all. Everyone doubted whether they had heard wrongly or not. It was an invitation that no one could refuse, but someone did. The one thought master's mouth hung agape. Even his thoughts halted for a moment. Back then, after successfully reaching foundation establishment, he emerged from the 100 schools of thought and turned down the invitations of a few temples, heading to the Chan monastery of Devanaga thousands of kilometers away to become a disciple. He knelt outside the Bodhi hall for 3 days and 3 nights before the Annihilum Light Chan master accepted him into the Bodhi hall. He was tested for another 3 years before he was accepted as a formal disciple. He had never regretted this choice. Otherwise, with his luck and aptitude, it would have been impossible for him to advance to a higher realm. Little Anne, the Annihilum Light Chan master raised his hand and stopped the One Thought master from continuing. He looked at Little Anne. Little Anne's expression was calm and unmoved. The Annihilum Light Chan master sighed. The path of cultivation is boundless, and the Buddhist Dharma is boundless. Why must you stubbornly persist? Little Anne bowed and said, "Thank you, Shurzuan, for bestowing me with this Dharma name." If not wanting to separate from him meant stubbornness, then she would rather use this as her Dharma name and never change it. The Annihilum Light Chan master smiled at first, rejoicing over the cleverness of his thoughts. Then he sighed, lamenting over how stubborn he was. Then, without confirming or denying it, he floated away. The One Thought master went up with a mixed expression and bowed. Junior sister One Will. Little and returned the gesture. Senior brother Inyen. Although there was no ceremony. But for the Zen sect, which paid particular attention to direct one's heart and see one's nature to become a Buddha, these superficial courtesies were insignificant. Buddha pinched a flower, Mahakasyapa smiled. Master and disciple got along well. In just a few words, their status had already been decided. All the monks got up and bade farewell. The Dharma assembly came to an end. The number 1 genius in the 100 schools of thought in 100 years. He was also the first to find his future destination, which was the holy land of Buddhist cultivators that spanned 15,000 kilometers across the Green Province, the Chan monastery of Devanaga. After Little and sent all the monks away, he also took his leave from senior brother One Thought. The One Thought master obviously knew where she wanted to go. He waved his hand helplessly. Go. Even his master could not do anything about it. He silently allowed her to use One Will as her Dharma name. How could he care about it? On Cloud Wisp Island, after hearing about what had happened, Li Qingshan fell silent for a while. He rubbed Little Anne's head and smiled. If you want to go cultivate in the Chan monastery of Devanaga in the future, I'll become a monk with you. However, I'll only be a monk who drinks and eats meat, plus a perverted monk. Little and shook his head. No, I'll stay with you. I don't want you to be a monk who eats meat and drinks wine. Li Qingshan said, I see. When the time comes, I'll pay a visit to the Chan monastery of Devanaga with you and get some benefits from the Annihilum Light Chan master. You can just come out and work alone. I'll also go find a master to learn a thing or two. By then, I'll build a dwelling and you can build a temple on the side. How's that? It'll be the best of both worlds. Little N said softly, all right. This was their future. There was nothing worth worrying about. It was already late at night. The two of them laid on their backs, staring at the ceiling. They listened to the rustling snow outside together. They both felt extremely peaceful inside. All right, what do you think of that, Big Sister Han? Li Qingshan turned around and laid on his side. Big Sister Han? Little and turned around in doubt. Her 2 large eyes shone in the darkness. She's Han Qiongji. She's worth 100 regular people, Little and said indifferently. I'm not telling you to eat her. Forget it, child. You won't understand even if I tell you. Li Qingshan was speechless. He lay back down. Little and climbed onto him and stared at him. All right, I'll tell you. Li Qingshan raised his hands in surrender and told her what happened tonight. You like her? Little and blinked. A little. Li Qingshan shrugged. Han Qiongji was naturally a good girl. Although they didn't have deep feelings for each other, as long as they spent some time together, they would naturally have feelings for each other. His parents in his previous life and this life had all gone through the same thing. It wasn't some third-rate romance drama where they had to love each other to the death. You want to marry her? With the awakening of many memories, especially after reading many novels for Li Qingshan, little Anne was no longer unfamiliar with these things. It was just that she didn't expect this kind of thing to happen to him. She felt very shocked. Not necessarily. It's possible. Li Qingshan touched his nose embarrassedly. He felt like a divorced father who wanted to remarry and was asking for his daughter's consent. His usual heroic and casual attitude couldn't be shown at all. He admitted that he wasn't a romantic person like Hua Sengzan. He probably wouldn't be able to feel that kind of infatuation without regret in this life. When he was young in his previous life, he might have had this kind of thought. But in this life, it had been sharpened by more than 10 years of hard life. Only the simplest and most direct things were left. Little Anne suddenly became unhappy. She got down from Li Qingshan and turned her back. Hey, what's wrong? As long as you're happy. Little Anne thought that Li Qingshan would be stuck with that woman day and night like in the books. He probably wouldn't have time to accompany her anymore. She felt even more sad. Li Qingshan pulled her body over. He saw that her eyes were red and tears were streaming down. It was as if he had done something that angered the heavens and people. He also panicked. I didn't say that I would definitely marry her. It's fine if you don't like her. The future wasn't that simple. More than 10 days later, on Contention Island, in the underground cave abode of seclusion. A drop of sweat flowed down his cheek, dripped from his chin, and landed on the wet ground. Li Qingshan's body knelt on the ground. His long hair hung down and covered his face. The muscles all over his body twisted like dragons and snakes. It was as if he was bearing a heavy burden. Scarlet blood flowed into his skin, revealing the color of black iron. He opened his mouth wide, revealing his long and sharp fangs. 2 bulges appeared on his forehead, as if there were 2 horns that were ready to rush out at any time. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his body and let out a furious roar. His arms spread out to the extreme, as if he was breaking free from invisible shackles. Who? It was the sound of his heavy breathing. It was filled with incomparable comfort. Who? It was his movement that kicked up a fierce gust of wind, surging through the dwelling and ruffling little Anne's clothes and long hair. Li Qingshan stood up. The color of his skin gradually returned to normal, and his knotted muscles settled down too. However, his figure seemed slightly bulkier, like a statue carved out of marble. After this period of arduous cultivation, in particular the pills he had exchanged for with spiritual stones, he had basically eaten them all. He had finally reached the 3rd layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength. Although the resources he required with each step forward were even greater, back then, reaching the 1st layer only required drinking and nourishing his body. The benefits to his body became greater and greater. In particular, his strength had basically increased by several times. Although it was suppressed by the spirit turtle's demon core, he could still feel the surging strength surge through his body, almost ready to burst out. He changed his clothes and said to little Anne, "It's time for me to pay the school of the military a visit and test out the results of my cultivation. I'll help you." Little Anne took out the Guardian King's Pearl. It shone with golden light, conjuring a golden avatar. It was even more realistic than ever before, as if it was a golden person standing there instead of a golden statue. During this period of time, she had comprehended and summarized what she had learned from the assembly of Dharma. Because she had been by the One Thought Master's side, she had only ingested 2 or 3 of the Black Lotus pods. Now that she had this opportunity, she could finally use it to cultivate. She ingested another 7 or 8, and her cultivation advanced drastically. The golden sash drifted about, and the guardian king's avatar arrived before Li Qingshan in the blink of an eye. It swung down with the huge Vajra sword. Fair enough. Li Qingshan caught the huge sword between his palms. Apart from the short period of time just now, where he was afraid of the demon qi leaking out, there was actually no need for him to enter secluded cultivation. He had only done it to make her happy, basically making up for the hardships she had gone through when she was trapped in the assembly of Dharma. He could tell that she was still rather reluctant to leave, so he would stay a little longer. He could also use this opportunity to practice the ocean wielding that he had never had the time to study. The two of them cultivated separately, stopping from time to spar and joke around. Time passed by bit. Originally, Li Qingshan planned on spending another half a month in secluded cultivation, but as soon as he began practicing this battle skill, he could not help but delve into it. He was shocked by the exquisite combination of qi and the body, submerging himself into it involuntarily. Speaking of which, it was quite strange. His ability to comprehend various cultivation methods had always been very average, but he felt like a genius when it came to his comprehension of battle skills. Little and benefited quite a lot too. He ingested the black lotus seeds in the lotus pods one by one, turning them into flames and merging with his bones, condensing another skull prayer bead. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. The door to the dwelling opened slowly. Li Qingshan walked out and yawned, gazing down. This time, their secluded cultivation was not at the lowest level of the dwelling, which had been occupied by Hua Sengzan. After such a long time, he wondered how his cultivation was progressing. Let's go. Li Qingshan hugged little An and stepped into the hollow in front of him. This time, there were no clouds condensing. Instead, a wave-like blue light appeared under his feet. As if he was stepping on a spring, he soared into the sky. Ocean wielding? The wave-treading stance condensed water into shape. Using the force of the water, one's speed was several times faster than cloud treading. Furthermore, one's agility was greatly increased, as if one could walk in the sky. After emerging from the underground, the sky was blue, and the sun was dazzling. The snow had melted, and the spring scenery was brilliant. Li Qingshan took another step back and shot toward Cloud-Wisp Island in the distance. During this period of time, the willpower accumulated in the divine talisman of great creation had reached a peak. Although he could not see it with his own eyes, the effect of the book and the painting was obviously very good. Moreover, as expected, his thin painting album was a level better, and he could easily conjure the characters in it. However, it was still not enough. He needed to become stronger to have a chance. It was time to go out and use the paintings in his hands to do some publicity, so that the illusory could become real. P.S. Failed to wake up. I almost had insomnia last night. I'd better write in the morning. Chapter 341. Remember? Li Qingshan's figure whistled through the air, attracting the attention of quite a few people. A group of disciples of the School of Agriculture were currently working in the field. They raised their heads and pointed at the sky. Look, what's that? That looks like Li Qingshan. The disciples of the School of Agriculture all sighed in amazement. Their eyes were filled with indescribable envy. Before they knew it, Li Qingshan had already become an influential figure in the academy. The people he was usually on good terms with and his enemies were all renowned figures too. Recently, there had even been rumors that the leader of the School of Military, Han Anjuan, intended to take Li Qingshan in as a son-in-law, marrying the second senior sister of the School of Legalism to him. In just a year, he had gone from being the most embarrassing disciple of the School of Novels to where he was. He was basically a legend to cultivators who were also commoners. Oi, Li Long, isn't that your fellow villager? Li Long stood barefooted in a paddy field. The green seedlings were arranged neatly. This was not Longevity Island, but the island where the School of Agriculture grew crops. He had received a piece of land for himself when he distributed it to the new disciples. He raised his head and watched as the faint blue streak vanished into the sky. He remembered his master saying that he would definitely become an impressive figure, but even his master probably did not expect him to make it to where he was right now. He lowered his head and smiled. Yeah, he's a great hero of our Crouching Ox village. During the spring test last year, his wood affinity had reached B-, so he passed the School of Agriculture's test and became a disciple. Back then, the village head had sent him to the Iron Fist School to learn martial arts so that his son would no longer need to work in the field. He never thought that he would still have to return to the land in the end. The School of Agriculture was indeed very suitable for a disciple with average talent and no background like him. The crops with intelligence they grew could replace pills and improve a person's constitution bit by bit. They could eat what they grew, and they could also trade with other seniors and juniors. They could also be sold for spiritual stones. Compared to other families, the life of the School of Agriculture was monotonous and boring. They would clear away the weeds repeatedly and use their true chi to nurture each seedling. Many people felt bored and often called for companions. He went to Clear River City to have some fun. The young sect master of the Iron Fist had also come to invite Li Long a few times. Even Li Long had refused. He still had to return the 100 spirit stones to Li Qingshan, as well as the next year's worth of spirit stones. He also had to work hard on his cultivation, so as to avoid doubling the tuition fee. He could not afford to slack off in the slightest. Gradually, the young sect master stopped coming. He worked from morning to night. Other than listening to the lecture, all he could do was lie on the ground with his face covered in dust. He would fall asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, and he would be suffocated by the heavy pressure. When he was young, there was a drought in the year when he followed his father to fetch water. The water they brought back was poured into the ground, and it dried up in the blink of an eye. That situation was truly despairing. After a day, their hands and feet were full of bloody blisters. Grandpa sighed. Farming was a struggle against the heavens. Yes, fighting for one's life with the heavens wasn't just a privilege of cultivators. Perhaps it was because his ancestors had been farmers for generations, so the blood of farmers flowed through his body. He gradually experienced unprecedented joy from this primitive labor. He watched as the seedlings grew healthily day by day. When he nurtured them with his true chi, they seemed to nurture him as well. Before he knew it, his cultivation as a chi practitioner had broken through the natural barrier of regular people of the Jianghu, surpassing Protector Yen and reaching the third layer. That day, he lay on the ground and cried in joy. As his tears fell on the ground, he thought of the time when the drought ended. It rained heavily, and he rolled around in the rain happily. That kind of joy was definitely not something that sleeping with a red lady downstairs could compare to. From that day onwards, his heart settled down. He did not go and watch the free public performances of the School of Music. He did not go and watch the spectacle of Li Qingshan challenging the military disciples either. Only today did he suddenly discover that he was no longer jealous of Li Qingshan. A disciple of the School of Agriculture said, "The test is about to begin. I heard he's skilled in the spiritual rain technique, so why don't you get him to water the ground for you?" The School of Agriculture had its own competition as well, which was to see whose crops were taken care of better. The winner would be rewarded. Li Long patted the dirt off his hands and smiled. "I'll go ask him and see if he's free or not." Over the past year, he had never gone looking for Li Qingshan even once. He felt slightly inferior, so he did not want others to think that he was trying to curry favor with him. Now, he no longer felt jealous, so he naturally did not feel inferior. Moreover, he could finally repay some of the kindness he had shown him in the past. When he saw this fellow villager again, Li Qingshan was almost unable to recognize him. His face was tanned, his hands were rough, and he gave off a rustic aura. He no longer resembled the high-spirited prodigy of Crouching Ox Village. His gentle eyes gave off a completely different aura from before. When Li Long looked at Li Qingshan again, he felt the same way. He was composed and confident, and he looked around proudly. The name Qingshan had been mocked by the village for many years. Only now did he understand what the name meant. Li Long took out a bag of spiritual rice. I planted this myself. Try it. I still don't have enough spiritual stones on hand. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait for another year or so. There's no hurry. It's fine to wait another 3 or 5 years. It's not like you can run away anyway. Li Qingshan opened the bag of rice. Every grain was the size of a peanut, and they gave off a fragrant spiritual qi. He praised good rice. I think this rice is worth 50 spiritual stones. If you can take out 3 more bags, we'll be even. Next year. I'll either eat or sell the rest. Li Long nodded gratefully. It was not because of the spiritual stones, but out of respect. He glanced past the bamboo forest on Cloudwisp Island. It's quite a pity about this land and these bamboo shoots. The land allocated to each disciple of the School of Agriculture was limited. Among the 100 schools, the School of Novels had the highest land per capita. As one of the main islands, Cloudwisp Island was an excellent spiritual land. Naturally, it was much better than the island where Li Long grew rice. If it was used to grow crops, it did not need to be so meticulous. With a little care, there would be a good harvest every year. The bamboo shoots that broke out of the ground were also rich in spiritual qi. Li Qingshan became more and more aware that Cloudwisp Island was a truly treasured land. He definitely could not give it to others. If you like it, you can cultivate it. You can pick as many bamboo shoots as you want. I don't have time to take care of them anyway. Although the spiritual bamboo shoots could be used as a substitute for pills, their effects were limited. It was not worth it for him. He might as well learn alchemy from Ru Xin. Li Long felt rather regretful that he had not visited Cloudwisp Island earlier, but he was unwilling to take advantage of the situation for nothing. In the end, he made an agreement with Li Qingshan. He would provide the labor, and Li Qingshan would share half of the crops and bamboo shoots he harvested. Li Qingshan was happy to be able to help his fellow countrymen and obtain many things for free. Even if he did not eat these things, it would be good for Millipede to recover his vitality. Speaking of which, that guy's hibernation should be over by now. Just as he was thinking this, he felt the bug's sac at his waist tremble. He agreed to Li Long's request to water the plant. I still have some matters to attend to. You go back first. I'll be there in a bit. After Li Long left, Li Qingshan let out Millipede and fed him a pouch of spiritual rice. Don't be in such a hurry. There'll be bamboo shoots soon. Just bear with it a little longer. I'll take you underground very soon. After pacifying Millipede back into the bug sack, he went to help Li Long cast the spiritual rain technique a few times. Once little and returned from dealing with the matters at the School of Buddhism, the two of them passed through the formation of dragons and snakes together and left the 100 schools of thought. They arrived in the prefectural city of Clear River first. Li Qingshan wanted to take the paintings Chu Danqing had given him on a tour around the city. If he could complete some missions along the way and earn some merit, that would obviously be for the best. The envoy in charge of issuing missions dared not slack off. He took out a list of missions and gave them to Li Qingshan to choose from. Li Qingshan picked through them carefully. He happened to see a mission that was in progress, and the person in charge was Qian Rongji. He asked, "Has Qian Rongji returned?" "Madame Qian has returned twice." She immediately accepted another mission and left. All 3 missions were to a remote region far away from the prefectural city. Li Qingshan thought, not only is this woman vicious to others, but she's vicious to herself as well. It's like she's basically looking for death. After choosing his mission, just when Li Qingshan was about to leave, The envoy in black suddenly said, "Madam Li, Madam Han is upstairs right now." Nothing in the world spread faster than gossip and gossip. Although the two people involved were completely clueless about it, it had already caused quite an uproar in the Hawkwolf Guard. The Han family's son-in-law selection was no small matter. Li Qingshan said, "Senior Sister Han is here too? I'd like to pay her a visit." "Madam Li, be careful. Madam Han has been in a very bad mood recently." Li Qingshan knew this was probably related to him, so he felt rather guilty. He had to give her an explanation. The warm spring sun shone into the room diagonally. Han Qiongji currently frowned as she sat in Hua Sengzan's seat, handling official business. Her shoulder-length hair had been dyed a golden brown, but her face was as bleak as the winter sun. Suddenly, there were a few knocks on the door. She said coldly without even raising her head, "Come in." Li Qingshan made little and wait outside while he pushed open the door and entered. "Senior Sister Han." Han Qiongji immediately became furious when she saw Li Qingshan. After that night, she originally thought their relationship had progressed, so she was just waiting for him to come find her. However, after waiting and waiting, she did not see him. Only after asking around did she learn that he had gone into secluded cultivation again, but he did not even tell her. A layer of frost immediately formed on her face. She barked, "Get out!" Li Qingshan sighed softly and retreated. "Come back!" Han Qiongji suddenly stood up. She did not expect that he would not even be willing to explain. Li Qingshan said, "Is there anything else? You're pissing me off." Han Qiongji bit her lip. Her heart was filled with bitterness. That night's situation was still vivid in her mind. She had never lowered herself to please a man, but she was treated with such disdain and perfunctory disdain. Li Qingshan could not bear it. This was the first woman in his life who liked him. Moreover, compared to Gu Yenying, who was so far away, she seemed more genuine and lovely. If possible, he did not want to betray her feelings. However, since they were not fated, there was no need to be entangled. He could only apologize. "Let's go, little Anne." In the long corridor, Li Qingshan frowned as he walked in front. Little Anne followed closely behind. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pulled on Li Qingshan's sleeve. "P.S. Begging for votes, begging for vote. Your support on this site is my greatest motivation. Remember." Chapter 342. Li Qingshan turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Little Anne turned to look at the door that was still open and said, "If you marry her, can we still be together like this?" Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "It's fine if you don't like it." Although he was very reluctant to part with her, it would be easier to end things while there were no feelings between them. If there were feelings in the future, it would be troublesome. This was also for her own good. Go and marry her. Little Anne let go of his sleeve and suppressed the strange emotions in his heart. This was what he had always wanted. This was probably the best choice for him. He could even become the disciple of that great General Han. Sigh, how could she be an obstacle to him? Are you serious? Really? It'll be too late for regrets in the future. Not to mention what would happen if he abandoned her after taking advantage of her. It wasn't in his character to go back and forth. "I don't regret it." Watching Li Qingshan disappear in front of the door, Han Qiongji finally couldn't bear it anymore. She leaned on the table and cried, "Li Qingshan, you bastard! Han Qiongji, you are so useless. He's just a man." Suddenly, she felt a warmth on her head. She looked up and met Li Qingshan's eyes. Even though Li Qingshan had a heart of stone, he couldn't help but feel touched. This arrogant and domineering woman also had such a weak side, but it was for him. If he missed this chance, wouldn't it be a regret for the rest of his life? He reached out, wanting to wipe away her tears. "Why did you come back?" Han Qiongji pushed Li Qingshan's hand away and wiped away the tears on her face. "Sorry. As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, Han Qiongji grabbed his wrist. You! It was as if she was afraid that he would disappear again. She let go of his hand and felt that she was pitifully weak when the two of them were together. But it was also very pitiful. Li Qingshan held her hand. Don't worry, I won't leave. Who cares? Han Qiongji tried to shake him off, but failed. You should leave. Don't bother me here. Can you wait for me to come back? Wait for you for what? It's a beautiful spring day. It's a good day to go sightseeing, Li Qingshan said with a smile. Tossing aside the last layer of worry in his heart, he was in an extremely good mood and immediately took the initiative. Since she wanted to be his partner, then let's get along well. Han Qiongji's mood was completely disturbed by him. Her mood fluctuated, and she couldn't speak for a moment. All right, I'll take that as a yes. Li Qingshan decided on his own. Looking at her rosy lips, he wanted to kiss her goodbye, but he was afraid that he would scare her. Instead, he touched her cheek and turned to leave. You come back soon. Han Qiongji couldn't help but stand up. Li Qingshan looked back and saw that there were still traces of tears on her face, and her shoulder-length hair was a little messy. The joy on her pretty face couldn't be concealed. Although she was shy, she still looked straight at him with undisguised sincerity. For a moment, she was extremely adorable. Li Qingshan almost changed his words and said, Let's go sightseeing now. All right, Qiongji. Li Qingshan smiled slightly and closed the door. Han Qiongji sat there and was stunned for a moment. She bit her lips, but she couldn't suppress the smile on her face. She couldn't help but stand up, spin around, and stretch while facing the window. It was indeed a beautiful spring day, and she couldn't help but look forward to it. Knock, knock, knock. There were a few knocks on the door. Han Qiongji hurriedly wiped away the tears on her face, and resumed her cold appearance. A green-clothed attendant trembled as he walked in. Lord Han, I want to ask for leave. My mother, all right, approved. After a quarter of an hour, the entire building was filled with rumors that Lord Han's irritable period had finally passed. That Lord Li really had a miraculous effect. Indeed, everything had its vanquisher. The attendant who managed the mission book was even awarded as a meritorious service. In the sky, above the clouds, Little and looked at the smiling Li Qingshan and pouted. Do you really have to be so happy? As if he could hear her thoughts, Li Qingshan pinched her cheek. You'll understand when you grow up. Little and asked rather curiously and eagerly, When I grow up, will you marry me too? Li Qingshan said, Forget it. I don't want to be hunted down by the monks of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. That's a place as renowned as the Sword Collection Palace. Just the thought of the fate of marrying their genius female disciple terrified him. I won't. Even if you won't, there's nothing you can do about it. Just obediently be a nun, a job with a very promising future. Li Qingshan sniggered. Under Little Anne's attack of, I'll cry if you don't agree, Li Qingshan could only raise his hands in surrender. All right, I'll marry you. Little Anne immediately cheered up, but she became troubled again. But if they really come looking for trouble, what are we supposed to do? Li Qingshan saw how she was seriously considering it, so he showed off his sturdy arm and smiled. Then I'll blow up all their bald heads. Then I'll help you. Little Anne found this to be a good idea. Before she had even formally joined the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, she had already begun thinking about how to betray the monastery and betray her master and ancestors. A tiny city appeared in the fertile land beneath her feet. Li Qingshan took out a map and compared it. They had already arrived at their first stop. It was noon and the weather was still rather chilly. There were only a few people scattered on the streets, only a group of children. They ran around and laughed tirelessly, but because they disturbed someone else's afternoon nap, they were scolded and chased to one side. Where are the dogs of the Green Wolf gang? Suddenly, a bellow rang out, rousing everyone from their dreams. They all emerged from their homes to see just who it was that had come looking for trouble with the Green Wolf gang. The leader of the Green Wolf Gang was currently treating a few of his friends from the Forest Gang to a meal. He was already rather drunk, but when he suddenly heard that, he shuddered and flew into a rage. "Someone's come to make trouble for us. Brothers, get ready. Let's deal with him." Around 40 good men from the Green Wolf Gang filed out, standing in a formation at the entrance. The leader of the Green Wolf Gang sat on an armchair at the very center. Many people stuck their heads out to look around on the two sides of the street. The children even widened their eyes. All they saw was a figure that was not tall striding through the dust on the perfectly straight street, making his way over slowly. The leader of the Green Wolf Gang squinted his eyes and made out the figure. It was a child around 11 or 12. He wore a wide-brimmed straw hat and a tattered, cotton-padded jacket that was covered in patches. He held a brush in his hand. So it's a child. Has he gone mad from eating his heart? But the children's eyes instantly froze. Some of them hurriedly took out a picture book from their pockets, lowered their heads to look at the painting, then raised their heads to look at the person. They repeated this a few times, their mouths slowly falling open. The furrowed brows of the leader of the Green Wolf Gang relaxed. He had thought that it was some impressive figure, but it turned out to be a crazy child. But just now, that loud bellow still caught his attention. "Who do you think you are? How dare you cause trouble in my Green Wolf Gang?" The child said in a crisp voice, "Green Wolf Gang, you scourge the common people and deserve to die a horrible death. Today, I will uphold justice and rid the people of evil." The Green Wolf Gang members roared with laughter. The leader of the Forest Gang said, "Leader, why are you wasting your breath on him? I've been so bored lately. Dig out his heart and bring it to the bar for me." As he spoke, he even licked his scarlet lip. Because he liked to eat human hearts, especially children's hearts, he was known as the Heart-Eater Ghost. He was also an infamous first-rate expert. The leader of the Green Wolf Gang waved his hand. "Take him down." 2 gang members stepped forward. The child took out a scroll painting from behind his back. With a shake of his hand, he revealed that it was the Tiger Descending the Mountains painting. With a howl, a huge tiger pounced forward, its front paws pressing down on 2 gang members. With a hook of its blade-like claws, it ripped open their stomachs and pounced towards the leader of the Green Wolf Gang. This huge tiger was 10 times more ferocious than a normal tiger. It pounced into the Green Wolf Gang members like a tiger pouncing into a flock of sheep, slaughtering them. Fear froze on the faces of everyone who saw this scene. Only the children's eyes lit up with joy. "It's him, it's him, it's him." The moment the Heart-Eater Ghost saw the huge tiger pounce out of the painting, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This was clearly not the method of a mortal, but a legendary cultivator. No matter how strong the people of the Forest Gang were, they could not possibly be a match for a cultivator. Using his lightness skill, he scaled the walls and leaped over the houses to escape. But just as he leaped over 2 eaves, he felt his heart go empty, as if something was missing. Looking down, he didn't know when, but there was a bloody hole in his chest, but his heart had already disappeared. Turning his head, he saw that his heart was in the hands of a man, blood dripping down. He had eaten many hearts in his life, but this was the first time he had seen his own heart. An indescribable pain and despair welled up in his heart. "I haven't done this kind of work in a long time. Looks like I'm not out of practice." Li Qingshan casually tossed the heart to Little and released the blood flame of corpse incineration, incinerating the man's skin and bones. At this time, the battle between the huge tiger and the Green Wolf Gang had also ended. The huge tiger in the painting was not very strong, only at the 3rd or 4th layer of qi refinement. But against a group of people of the Forest Gang, it was too easy. This painting was naturally one of the paintings given to him by Chu Danqing. Although the people it created were enough to use similar methods, in order to save the power of wishes and prepare for the battle in the future, it was still better to use the power of wishes to activate the paintings. Li Qingshan took out another painting from his 100 treasures pouch and tossed it into the air. When it unfolded, it was completely blank. The blank painting spun and sucked all the corpses into it, returning to Li Qingshan's hands. Dozens of corpses appeared in the originally blank painting. This painting was equivalent to an artist's 100 treasures pouch. Not only could it store inanimate objects, but it could also seal living things. It was very interesting. Moreover, he saved them up and gave them to little Anne as backup food. It was really a one-stop service that took care of killing and burying. The child in the straw hat rode the huge tiger and leaped away. Everyone walked out of their houses and saw that the Green Wolf gang, which had been running amok for a while, had already disappeared without a trace. If it were not for the traces of blood on the ground, it would seem like a dream. The children's faces were all red with excitement as they ran around the streets, cheering. At first, the adults did not know why they were so happy until someone suddenly remembered, "Hey, isn't that child the person in the painting book that second little girl made me read to her? Could it be that the painting in that painting book is real? P.S. The latest record for rope skipping is 70. Chapter 343. In the sky, Li Qingshan sat cross-legged on a cloud. He could feel that the divine talisman of great creation was gathering the power of belief much faster now. If belief was a form of power, then the people in the city below were gradually beginning to believe in an illusory existence. Let's go to the next stop. Li Qingshan patrolled the land. All the missions were carefully selected by him. There were many missions, and they covered a wide range. However, they were also extremely simple. Basically, their main goal was to defeat the people of the Jianghu. It was not that he could not complete the more difficult missions. He believed that there were few people at the level of Qi practitioners that he and little and could not defeat. However, the key was to make the characters he wrote stand out. Moreover, once Qi practitioners were involved, there would be all sorts of trouble, and it would be beyond the understanding of mortals. Even if he went to kill the palace master of the Sword Collection Palace right now, the commoners would not know who he was. Cracking down on those local tyrants who bullied men and women and ran amok in the village was what the common people loved to see. Gradually, the image of a young hero was established in the hearts of the commoners. Yes, a young man. Li Qingshan had originally designed him to be a half-grown child. However, the child grew up in the legends. Every time he appeared, he would be different. He would appear in the world in an image that was more in line with the expectations of the people. Discussions broke out under every roof. The patches on the young man's clothes increased and decreased accordingly. The color of his belt would change from red to green. The brush in his right hand remained the same, but his left hand would sometimes hold a flute, and sometimes a gourd. His final appearance was the integration of thousands of beliefs and wishes. At the same time, the power of belief gathered by the divine talisman of great creation increased exponentially. The young hero also became more and more realistic and powerful. His eyes even shone with a light no different from a living person's. This made Li Qingshan secretly amazed. The mysteriousness of the school of novels. Of course, he still did not possess the ability to think, so he could not be considered a living person. He could only say some stylized lines like a machine. At crucial times, Li Qingshan had to control him like a puppet. However, Li Qingshan could feel it. What restricted him was no longer the amount of power of belief, but the level of the divine talisman of great creation. The level of the divine talisman of great creation was restricted by the level of Qi refinement. Only by transcending the heavenly tribulation and converting his true Qi into spiritual Qi could he reconstruct the divine talisman of great creation and bestow it with greater power. At that time, he might really be able to communicate with people like a living child. At the top of the tallest tower in the city, Zhao Lingshu stood with his arms crossed. Looking coldly at the back of the tiger riding away, He leaped up and a pair of metal wings spread out from his back. Gliding across the sky, he chased after them. With a whooshing sound, a strong gust of wind blew. It descended from the sky and landed in front of the youth. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The youth said with an exaggerated expression as if he was acting in a play. Zhao Lingshu said coldly, "Which painter's disciple are you? You dare to imitate others to act chivalrously and help the weak? Those tricks of yours can deceive mortals, but they can't deceive me. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The youth continued to speak with an exaggerated expression as if he was acting in a play. "Do you know who you killed on the Jade Mountain?" Zhao Lingshu raised an eyebrow. "He was born in a den of mountain bandits. His father and brothers were all mountain bandit. Due to his talent as a Qi practitioner, the sect master of a large sect renowned throughout the Clear River Prefecture had taken a fancy to him and accepted him as a disciple. After many years of arduous cultivation, he had already reached the 7th layer. He never thought he would return to his hometown in glory only to discover that all of his family had already died to the point where not even ashes remained. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" the youth said with an exaggerated expression as if he was acting in a play again. If Zhao Lingshu had played games before, he would definitely find this scene extremely familiar. There was nothing he could do. Although the youth seemed no different from a real person, even able to use many powerful techniques, he was not human at the end of the day. It was exactly because he had never played games before that Zhao Lingshu flew into a rage. "All of the people you killed were my family. I want you dead." Swish! The sword on his back flew out of its sheath, wrapping around the youth's neck like a bolt of lightning and a swimming dragon. Zhao Lingshu had already seen the youth's decapitated appearance. He had not come for revenge on a whim. Instead, he had secretly investigated for a very long time. Although the youth possessed the abilities of a painter, his paintings were only at the level of a 3rd or 4th layer Qi practitioner. There was nothing to fear. Sure enough, the youth only blanked out. He watched the flying sword stab over without reacting at all. Just as he was about to get his revenge, Zhao Lingshu felt a sense of loneliness, as if he had left the world behind. As a cultivator, he was destined to walk a lonely path. "Farewell, father. Farewell, brothers. Please protect me in the afterlife." However, the flying sword missed. The youth vanished into thin air, while the huge tiger was compressed into a thin piece of painting, flying into the air. Zhao Lingshu was taken aback. "Oi, what's wrong with you?" A man in green descended from the sky on a white cloud with a child, calling out to Zhao Lingshu. Li Qingshan had just diverted his attention to chat with little Anne in the sky. When he turned his head, he saw the flying sword flying towards him. He immediately dispersed his power of will and summoned the huge tiger back. Zhao Lingshu said coldly, "So all of this was controlled by you behind the scenes?" Little Anne had been observing and listening in all directions, talking to Li Qingshan for a while. "I was wondering why those dog-shit mountain bandits on Mount Yute were so arrogant. So it was you who supported them from behind," Li Qingshan said angrily after understanding the whole story just now. He had some impression of that place, because he had saved more than a dozen women from the bandits' lair. All of them had been toyed with beyond recognition, and some of them had even gone crazy. He had never seen the legendary heroes of the underworld who served justice and enforced justice on behalf of the heavens even once. Mortals are like ants. They can't escape the fate of being toyed with and killed. Since you've admitted it, then die. Zhao Lingshu made a sword sign, and the flying sword flashed towards him. Li Qingshan's aura was only at the 7th layer of the Qi refinement realm, and the child beside him was only a mortal. He had absolute confidence that he could kill them on the spot. Although things were a little unexpected, everything was under his control. Seeing Li Qingshan use his hand to catch his flying sword, he sneered. "Break!" Li Qingshan casually caught the flying sword. I see that you're also like an ant. Zhao Lingshu activated the flying sword repeatedly. The flying sword buzzed incessantly, but it didn't move an inch in Li Qingshan's hand. He was shocked, knowing that he had encountered a powerful opponent, a rare body cultivator. The metal wings on his back spread out, and he soared into the sky. Fortunately, he had this pair of mahest iron wings bestowed by his master, so he could fly freely in the air. In the blink of an eye, he saw that Li Qingshan was already flying towards him. His speed was even faster than the flying sword. Zhao Lingshu hurriedly retreated as he said, "Why do we have to fight and kill each other for mortals? I've already thought it through. Ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, I should cut off these worldly feelings and have nothing to do with them. I still have to thank you for cutting them off for me. I'm Zhao Lingshu. May I know your name?" "Ant." Li Qingshan used the wave-treading style and suddenly sped up, arriving in front of Zhao Lingshu in the blink of an eye. His right hand was like a tiger's claw, easily piercing through his protective true qi and piercing through his skin and rib cage. He grabbed his burning heart and pulled it out. This tiger demon steel's heart had a special flavor when used against cultivators. "I can't believe I'm going to die here." Zhao Lingshu's pupils suddenly dilated. "My path of cultivation has just begun." He used the last of his strength to crush the talisman for help. He became a snack for little Anne, but there were a few useful items in his 100 treasures pouch. In particular, the pair of metal wings was rather interesting. As for Zhao Lingshu's request for help, Li Qingshan did not take it to heart at all. After spending a year in the 100 schools of thought, he gained an understanding of all the renowned sects in the Clear River Prefecture. The association was a gang similar to the Iron Fist. He had forgotten whether their leader was a 9th or 10th layer Qi practitioner, but he was definitely not a Foundation establishment cultivator. In the eyes of the people of the Jianghu, they were terrifying leviathans, but in his and little Anne's eyes, they were just a bunch of self-propelled 100 treasures pouches and family buckets. He was only afraid that they would not come. Li Qingshan even considered whether he should wait here and wait for them to deliver themselves to his doorstep. However, who knew whether they would succeed or not? At the end of the day, proper business was still more important. He was in a hurry to go back and go on a date with Han Qiongji. He leapt up and left on a cloud. 2 hours later, an old man arrived in the wilderness and looked around. He was the leader of the association. His cultivation had already reached the 9th layer, approaching the peak of Qi practitioners. If Li Qingshan knew he had arrived so quickly, he would probably regret not waiting a little longer. The master and disciple were connected. The old man could sense that Zhao Lingshu was already done for. He was furious. His most talented disciple had actually died here. All his years of nurturing had gone down the drain. Revenge? Forget it. There were no traces of a battle on the ground. How could he afford to offend someone who could kill Zhao Lingshu silently? A gang like theirs seemed majestic, able to take all the money and beauties in the secular world as they pleased, but in the entire cultivation community, they were truly at the bottom. Whether it was the disciples of sects or the disciples of the 100 schools of thought, none of them could be offended casually. The slightest carelessness could lead to the destruction of their entire sect. He pitied this disciple of his. His ambition was greater than the sky, but his life was thinner than paper. A month later, the divine talisman of great creation shone brightly. The light blurred the inscriptions on it, illuminating his sea of qi like a blue sun. Li Qingshan smiled in satisfaction, but just that was not enough. However, the seeds had already been scattered across the ground. Next, he just had to wait for them to bloom and bear fruit. There were around 3 months left, which should be enough. Li Qingshan stood in front of the bustling Hawkwolf guard and raised his head, gazing at the vice-commander's room below the eagle. He smiled resplendently. "Qiongji, I'm here." He actually felt rather excited. After all, this was the first time he had gone on a date in the 18 years since he transmigrated. Little Ant had taken the 1,000 Corpses picture to Ansrava Island, which gave him enough time. On the rippling lake of dragons and snakes, it was a beautiful spring day. A small boat drifted along with the wave. Li Qingshan lay in the cabin leisurely. A beauty sat beside him. Her eyes were gentle, and her valiant appearance was filled with tenderness. Her plump, vermilion lips were alluring. When she opened and closed them a few times, she let out an indistinct, clear voice. Gu Yenying and I are in danger at the same time. Who are you going to save first? Chapter 344. Li Qingshan suddenly stood up and shook his head, as if he had yet to wake up from the dream just now. He found that to be extremely familiar. Don't play dumb. Tell me. Han Qiongji's face was bright red as she pinched Li Qingshan's cheek viciously. Compared to the original version, this question was obviously much easier to answer. Li Qingshan said, obviously to save you. Even she can't deal with the danger, so what can I do? Originally, he thought Han Qiongji would be dissatisfied with this clever answer, but he never expected her to smile. That's more like it. Her slender fingers brushed past his cheek, and he felt a gentle itch. The boat rocked gently, which made his heart ripple. The warm spring breeze lifted up the curtains on the bow of the boat. Her sweet smile deeply infected him. He felt fortunate that he was here. Under his smiling gaze, she suddenly felt like she was rather frivolous. After all, this was only the first time they had gone on a date. However, she also found this sight to be so familiar. She had been anticipating it for a very long time. She was as fiery as fire. If she did not have any feelings for him, she would even ignore a handsome man like Hua Qingzhan. However, if she did fall for him, she would erupt like a volcano, unable to control herself. She did not hold herself back, but it still melted away the sturdiness in Li Qingshan's heart. With just you won't be able to touch her even if you have 10 lifetimes, so don't let your imagination run wild like a little flower. Han Qiongji pinched Li Qingshan's nose. She could turn a blind eye to Begonia's charms, but she felt rather powerless against Gu Yenying. Not only was Gu Yenying the great commander of the entire Hawkwolf Guard of the Rui Commandery, but she was also an idol. Hua Qingzhan was not the only one. There were basically countless people who were infatuated by her. Even the Marquis of Rui was like that. Not to mention others. Li Qingshan smiled confidently. Ha, just you wait. I'll marry her and make her your sister. Don't even think about it. Who agreed to marry you? Han Qiongji said angrily, her hands gently caressing him. It immediately turned into kneading. Li Qingshan said, you'd better hurry up. If you're too slow, you can only be the younger sister. Han Qiongji suddenly pressed on top of him and grabbed his collar, causing the boat to shake. This was outside the Dragon Snake Grand Array, in the boundless Dragon Snake Lake, hidden and deep within a vast stretch of withered reeds. A clear voice rang out. A few water birds were startled. Li Qingshan, I'm telling you, you have to listen to me from now on. Why? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. In this world, there was no such thing as a man giving in to a woman. However, looking at it from this angle, it really was a mountain range, but he didn't know how it felt. Because I'm your senior sister, your senior. Noticing the look in Li Qingshan's eyes, she said, because I'm your senior sister and your senior. Han Qiongji's face was slightly red, but she proudly stuck out her chest. Then I have to work hard to advance, and quickly become a commander. Li Qingshan casually held her slender waist. Under the thin spring shirt, it was tight and smooth to the touch. Han Qiongji trembled slightly. She let his hands stop there, leaned down, and threatened fiercely, from now on, you're only allowed to touch me. If you dare to be fickle with me, you'll what? I'll cut you up. Han Qiongji also couldn't help but laugh. Sigh, it's still new. You should at least use it. Li Qingshan's hand conveniently slid down to her perky buttocks. Han Xiongji jumped up. Her face was red at first, but she suddenly laughed out loud. She touched Li Qingshan's head and said, "So you're still. How pitiful. If you perform well, I'll take pity on you in the future, and let you have a taste of being a woman." She regained her previous boldness and looked at Li Qingshan as if she was looking at something in her bag, her face full of satisfaction. Sometimes, she would suddenly remember that he was still a few years younger than her. Of course, for a cultivator who was easily hundreds of years old, this gap of a few years was not a huge chasm. However, she would often forget this because the feeling he gave her was always mature and calm, so she was the younger one. Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. Then I'll have to trouble the experienced big sister Han to teach this little brother a few moves. You're talking nonsense, of course I'm also. Han Qiongji said angrily. Also what? Li Qingshan snickered. Only then did Han Qiongji know that he was teasing her. She poked his forehead heavily. You'll know in the future. Li Qingshan looked her up and down. His gaze seemed to penetrate her clothes and take in all of her exquisite and delicate body. He was imagining the future. Han Xiongji adjusted her figure slightly unnaturally. In the past, if a man dared to look at her like this, she would inevitably roar, "If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes." Most of the time, this was not just for show. Regardless of whether it was the military or the legalists, they would not teach their disciples to be soft-hearted. Li Qingshan suddenly shook his head. He opened the cabin door and walked out. He looked at the boundless reeds and said, "I want to have many wives and concubines. I want to have all the beauties in the world as my wife. How can I stop here?" "You still dare to say it?" Han Xiongji pounced and firmly hooked her arms around his neck. However, with her physical strength, it was really difficult for Li Qingshan to feel the slightest pressure. It was more like she was hanging on his body. Instead, her full breasts pressed tightly against his back made him feel a wave of pleasure. He only smiled and said, "These are all from the bottom of my heart. You just bully me because I like you. You're only with me because you want to take advantage of me." Han Xiongji suddenly let go of him and retreated to the side. Li Qingshan turned around and saw that her eyes were already red. She was glaring at him, and he smiled slightly. Indeed, looking at her rude and innocent appearance, he could not help but want to bully her a little. He went forward and wrapped his arms around her waist, saying gently, "Qiongji." "What?" Although his tone was fierce, his heart softened. "Nothing. I just feel that you're becoming more and more adorable. Do you think that because of this, I'll... Han Xiongji's pretty face turned red, but her resentment had already disappeared without a trace. "Just having you is enough." These were Li Qingshan's heartfelt words. Although he said that he wanted to have all the beauties in the world as his wife, when she was by his side, she had already attracted all his attention. Yes, she did have this charm. Moreover, everyone's time and energy were limited. He had to accompany little Anne, cultivate and learn alchemy. Even if he had 3,000 cups of water, he did not have the time to drink it. Could it be that he would waste all his precious time in the land of tenderness? The things he wanted to do. There was still a lot more. Han Xiongji's eyes became misty, and her heart was filled with boundless joy. So this was what it felt like when two people were in love with each other. Just a word was enough to make one's heart bloom with joy. She, who had once been dismissive of this kind of lingering love, now deeply experienced the beauty of it. She raised her head and said, "Remember what you said." "I said it. It's getting late. I'm going to learn alchemy. You should also return to the school of legalism to handle your affairs." With absolute willpower, Li Qingshan let go of her waist and took a step back, leaving her warm and moving body. "Are you going to find Ru Xian?" Han Xiongji could not help but imagine the way they interacted with each other. Was it the way they were just now? Plus, there was a reluctance to part. She immediately felt strange. Yes, learning alchemy and trusting your own man is a woman's duty. Li Qingshan ruffled her hair. Although he wanted to be intimate with her here for a day, he was afraid that it would lower Han Anjuan's evaluation of him. Since he wanted to be with her, this was the thought of his future father-in-law. He had no choice but to consider it. After listening to his explanation, Han Qiongji felt a wave of warmth and peace in her heart. She bit her lip and tacitly agreed with his words about men and women. She was not a fussy woman in the first place. It was just that this was her first time in love. She had lost her sense of normality. Okay, you go. I'll go to Cloud Wisp Island tonight to find you. A man and a woman alone together at night. That's not very good. Li Qingshan understood that the views of this world tended to lean towards the conservative side at the end of the day. If they were both commoners and married privately, no one would say anything. However, Han Qiongji was the young miss of an aristocratic clan after all. Although she was usually carefree, she still cared about her reputation. What's not good about it? It's settled then, Han Qiongji said, and stepped onto the bow of the boat. She took a step ahead of Li Qingshan and soared into the sky. The boat rocked for a while. Only then did Li Qingshan understand. She was afraid that he and Ru Xian, a man and a woman, would be together at night. It was rare that she could come up with this kind of scheme. As expected, palace dramas were not a lie. If he really had 3 wives and 4 concubines, it would probably cause him to worry to death. What was this scheme called? Feeding the tiger with one's own body? Li Qingshan couldn't help but look forward to it. He put the exquisite boat into his 100 treasures pouch and soared into the sky. Benevolence Island, in Ru Xian's alchemy room, a huge alchemy cauldron was located in the center. It was shaped like 3 celestial cranes with their wings spread out to embrace each other. It was called the 3 Cranes Cauldron. It was snow-white in color and looked elegant and delicate, just like her. Ru Xian was dressed in white and sat in front of the cauldron. Her beautiful temples hung high, and a few strands of fine black hair hung down. She looked simple and elegant, bringing out the best in this alchemy cauldron. As soon as she saw Li Qingshan, she revealed her usual gentle smile. Your face is full of spring, and the stars of the red phoenix are moving. Qingshan, are you pregnant? Li Qingshan sat down on the praying mat next to her and said with a serious expression, That's right. Ru Xian, from now on, don't tease me anymore. It's impossible for us to be together. Just focus on teaching me alchemy. Ru Xian let out a meow sound. She was mimicking a cat in love. She tilted her head to her shoulder and looked at Li Qingshan from the corner of her eyes. Her eyes were like silk, and it was enough to captivate his soul. She was simply maliciously destroying the elegant image that she had created normally. However, it was filled with a different kind of allure. Don't even think about it. Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. After getting to know her a few times, this woman's jokes had become more and more shameless. However, he couldn't deny that it was extremely touching. Ru Xian frowned and said resentfully, Li Lang, you really forget the old when you have a new person. She shook her body. So mushy. I feel like I've suffered a loss. Forget it, the jokes will end here. Today, I'll talk about alchemy using civil and martial fire. The effects of the spiritual herbs, the control of the pill cauldron, and the control of the time passed through her vermilion lip. It allowed Li Qingshan to understand that alchemy was actually so particular. Sometimes, the effects of a pill would be worlds apart just by a moment or two. During this period, there was no lack of jesting. The biggest advantage of learning from her was that he would never feel bored. However, there would no longer be any physical contact. It wasn't that Li Qingshan had turned over a new leaf and decided to be a good man who didn't cheat. Instead, it was Ru Xian who said with a smile, If you dare to touch me again, I'll tell Miss Han. How do you know it's her? Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. Other than her, who would like a man like you? You're not elegant, not handsome, and not honest. You're only good at fighting. That's barely a good point. Li Qingshan raised his index finger and shook it gently. Ru Xin, oh Ru Xin. You can't say that the grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Moreover, fighting is where the soul of a man lies. Don't you also stare when I fight? There's no need to say more. I understand. I'm sorry that I've let you down. I can only. Ru Xin interrupted with a roar. You think too highly of yourself. You better stop before you go too far. Li Qingshan laughed out loud. Ru Xin first put on a straight face. Then, she also laughed out loud. It wasn't that there weren't any men who could talk and laugh with her. However, there was only one who could be strong without desire. Just like the joke just now. This could only be done with him. Intentionally or unintentionally, was he trying to test her? The conclusion was that he was indeed a stubborn man. Once he decided on something, he would do it regardless of the consequences. On the contrary, if he decided on something that couldn't be done, he would do it without any hesitation. It could be said that he could take it up and let it go at will. Such a man was as hot as fire when he was aroused. But when he was cold, he was also quite terrifying. This was where his charm lay. You are indeed very special. Alchemy, alchemy. At dusk, Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He pushed open the door of the pill room and saw Han Qiongji wandering by the lake, not far away. Qiongji, why are you here? Nothing, I just came to see you, Han Qiongji said hurriedly. But when she saw Li Qingshan's smile, which seemed to see through her, she felt a little helpless. Ru Xin walked out and said with a smile, Let's stop here for today. She didn't do anything else, which made Li Qingshan sigh in relief. They returned to Cloud Wisp Island together. They found that many places had been cultivated and planted with various crops. Lu Chuanfeng rushed out of the room and asked, Qingshan, how is it? When he heard that Li Qingshan had returned, he specially waited here. When he saw Han Qiongji, he was startled. Han Qiongji. Li Qingshan said, What's wrong? It turned out that the erotic novels that Lu Chuanfeng wrote in the past were not only looked down upon by men, but also by Han Qiongji, who was a woman. She once scolded him in public in the building. Since then, Lu Chuanfeng would avoid her whenever he saw her. Now, enemies often crossed each other's path. Patriarch Lu, long time no see. Han Qiongji casually bowed to him. In any case, she had to give Li Qingshan some face. Yes, yes. Lu Chuanfeng looked back and forth between the two of them. He suddenly pulled Li Qingshan to the side. You too? He clenched his fists and wagged his thumbs. Li Qingshan nodded, yes. Lu Chuanfeng patted Li Qingshan's shoulder, showing a look of admiration. He originally thought that it was just a rumor, but he didn't expect it to be true. This Han Qiongji's appearance, figure, cultivation, and family background were all impeccable. However, her temperament was too. When she got angry, she would always be unscrupulous. Ordinary people couldn't stand it. There were also many people who thought that as long as they could get on the Han family's ship, it wouldn't be a problem. However, they all failed and humiliated themselves. There were even rumors that she had a special interest in women. Actually, it was spread after Lu Chuanfeng was scolded. No one expected that she would actually fall in love with Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan asked, What are you back for? Lu Chuanfeng said, I'm worried about you. In another 2 or 3 months, it'll be time for you to compete against Chu Danqing, yet you're still in the mood to carry out missions. How's the collection of the power of belief? It's all right. Li Qingshan glanced at the divine talisman of great creation again. In just a single day, it had grown by almost 1/10. This was the benefit of the divine talisman. Just by sitting at home, it could constantly grow stronger. As the saying went, 1 spreads to 10, and 10 to 100. The effects of publicity had multiplied. The seeds he had planted had already begun to sprout. Of course, there would definitely be a limit to this growth. It was restricted by the region of the Clear River Prefecture, but the benefits were long-lasting. It would not stop for the next century at the very least. Are you confident you can definitely win? I can't say I'm certain, but I never fight a battle unprepared. I don't have to worry if you put it that way. We definitely can't hand Cloudwisp Island to outsiders. Oh right, did you get that disciple of the School of Agriculture called Li Long to use our land? Li Qingshan said, yeah, that's fine. Don't worry, you'll get a share of the benefits. It's fine. As long as you can win this battle, it's fine even if you chop down all the bamboo on the island. In the past, Lu Chuanfeng had thought of something like that too, but back then, no one was bold enough to get close to the School of Novels. A few disciples of the School of Agriculture had thought about it in the past, but Earth Elder Huang told them off indifferently when they returned. Just plant your own piece of land first. Ever since then, none of the disciples of the School of Agriculture were bold enough to mention this. Only a new disciple like Li Long had no idea what was going on. Perhaps it was because the reputation of the School of Novels had changed greatly, or perhaps it was because of Li Long's hard work, but he had gained Earth Elder Huang's approval and was certain that he had already planted his own piece of land. Thus, he did not encounter any obstructions. He asked for the help of his fellow disciples he was familiar with, and very quickly, the land was planted. Is there anything else? Li Qingshan said impatiently. A world of two with a vulgar middle-aged man. What was he thinking? Lu Chuanfeng glanced at Han Xiongji again and muttered, with a woman, he forgot about his master. After Lu Chuanfeng left, Han Xiongji asked, you haven't done the same as him, have you? Li Qingshan asked, what's the same? I heard that he used the power of wishes to materialize the woman from the book and then did that kind of thing. What a pervert, Han Xiongji said with a look of disgust. Of course not. The level of my divine talisman of great creation is too low right now, so the person I materialize isn't real. There's no point in doing that kind of thing. I'll think about it after I reach foundation establishment, Li Qingshan said as he pondered. Looking at Han Xiongji's unfriendly expression, he smiled and said, let's have some fun. However, if he was really like a real person, wouldn't that mean that many of his ambitions from his previous life could be realized? A portable harem. This kind of temptation was really hard to resist. This couldn't be considered a betrayal, right? It was inevitable for men to have their own little secrets. Han Xiongji said, I'm not joking with you. If I find out I'll stop. Li Qingshan turned to look into the depths of the bamboo forest. What are you standing there for? Come over. It was only then that Han Xiongji realized that little and was standing silently in the forest not far away. Under the moonlight, he looked like a delicate jade peck. His expressionless face had a hint of terror. Little and walked over and asked curiously, what did you cut? Li Qingshan said, watermelon. Han Xiongji knew that this child was extremely important to Li Qingshan. Moreover, with his talent and strength, he couldn't be ignored. He couldn't ignore her, so he tried to be as kind as possible and greeted her. Little and glanced at Li Qingshan. Under his signal, he called her sister Han. Li Qingshan didn't think much of the two-person world becoming a three-person world. Of these two, one was his family, and the other would become his family in the future. It wasn't a bad thing to get close to each other. Han Xiongji, on the other hand, felt very uncomfortable. This child was really too strange. She also tried to get close to him, but the child's eyes were always as cold as water, like a delicate puppet. Only when he talked to Li Qingshan would he suddenly come to life and have a trace of vitality. It was strange that Li Qingshan didn't feel strange about it at all. As the night deepened, Han Xiongji had to say goodbye. She felt that tonight was not as beautiful as she had imagined in the afternoon. Passing through the secluded bamboo forest path, Li Qingshan sent her to the lake and said, Little Anne's temperament is not very close. Please don't take it to heart. Han Xiongji said disappointedly. I don't care about her opinion, but I always feel that I am an outsider between you two. Every exchange of eyes seemed to hide a secret signal that outsiders couldn't understand, but the two of them were inseparable. Li Qingshan said with a smile, We didn't become like this at first sight. We have experienced a lot. He gently hugged her and patted her back comfortingly. From now on, we will be like this in the future. Han Qiongji made a sound of N and said with a smile, It's good that she is here. You can't just take advantage of her. Is taking advantage of my own woman? Just as Ru Xian said, from a certain point of view, he was indeed a stubborn person. If he wanted to let go, he would let go. If he wanted to have something, he would hold it tightly in his hands. Han Qiongji also felt this kind of determination from his word. Her heart also calmed down. She bit her lips and put her hand on her chest. I will work hard. She put her hands behind her back and stepped back. When she stepped on the surface of the lake, a circle of ripples appeared under her feet. She softly said, See you tomorrow. She lightly turned around and walked away step by step. Her footsteps were light and fast like a child. Looking at her distant figure, Li Qingshan quietly said, Me too. He sincerely hoped that there would be such a day where he could tell all his secrets to her. When they returned to the bamboo building, Li Qingshan asked, What do you think of her? Little An said, She's worth 200 people. Li Qingshan knocked her head and jokingly scolded, Is doubling the number of people considered respect? It's too late to regret now. Little An covered her head and pouted, I don't regret it. How could that woman keep up with his footsteps and accompany him to the ninth heaven? The spring rain fell continuously on the great military training field. Li Qingshan, who had been invited again, said to the military disciples who had formed a battle formation not far away, This time, it's impossible for you to win. Han Xiongji stood behind him and waved her fist, Qingshan, beat them up. This made all the military disciples sad. They felt that their most important position had already fallen before the battle even started. As the school of the military with the strictest management and even forbade their disciples from leaving the island, there were not many female cultivators who were bored enough to come here to watch them abuse themselves. Only Han Xiongji would come here often and admire their efforts. She could talk to them, and she could be said to be the dream lover of the military disciples. Now that their dream was shattered, and their rival in love was right in front of them, they roared angrily and united. Chapter 345. Formation. With a shout, a huge snake raised its head from the formation. Compared to last time, it was much more condensed. Clearly, the military disciples did not waste the past few months. Li Qingshan bowed slightly. Like a large bow being slowly pulled, the invisible string stretched to its limit. At the same time, a flower rose from under his feet. Bang! It was like the sound of a bowstring vibrating. Li Qingshan disappeared and turned into a black shadow. He pierced through the fine curtain of rain and formed a temporary hole. When he was dozens of feet in the air, his speed slowed down. However, he immediately took a step back and crushed an illusory wave. With a bang, the ring-shaped chi blew away the curtain of rain. His figure climbed even higher. As if he was stepping on an invisible ladder, he quickly became a black dot in the gray sky. What was he going to do? Every military disciple had the same question in their mind. Was he going to escape? No, they immediately dispelled this thought. Although Li Qingshan was despicable, he was not a coward. After their victory last time, when they calmed down from their ecstasy, they clearly understood that they should not have been able to win back then without any explanation. They developed even more respect towards Li Qingshan. This guy was a true hero, an opponent worthy of respect. It was no coincidence that he managed to win Senior Sister Han's heart. However, the more it was like this, the more they had to defeat him. They could not bring shame to the military or the Han clan. The huge snake raised its head and flicked its tongue. Behind the formation, Han Tie stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Han Xiongji from afar. He saw her clenching her fists and looking at the sky. Her face was rosy, her eyes were clear, and her face was radiant. It was as if she had changed into a different person. She now had a hint of feminine beauty. He also looked at the sky. He silently said, "Well done." Ru Xian covered her eyes with her hand and looked into the distance. What a stupid idea! The wind howled. Li Qingshan had already reached the highest point in the sky. He had a panoramic view of the islands of the 100 clans. The scattered islands were like large ships floating on the blue lake. Suddenly, he turned around. Heaven and earth flipped in that instant. The gray clouds became a vast expanse of land. Beneath his feet, above his head, and in the blue sky floated green clouds. Then, he began another climb. "He's here." It was unknown who shouted, but the crowd raised their heads. With the gray clouds as the background, the small black dot was rapidly growing larger and clearer. It was a blue ball of light. A rapidly spinning ball of water. It tightly wrapped around Li Qingshan, its surface rippling with ripples of turbulence. It formed a suction force that attracted all the drizzle in the air, and the water ball quickly grew larger. Ocean wielding? Vortex form. This was the only defensive move in ocean wielding. Its defensive method differed from the spirit turtle's profound shell. It did not create an indestructible structure. Instead, it was like a vortex, deflecting and nullifying the enemy's attack. Water, no matter if it wanted to attack or defend, had to move as fast as possible. This move was the same as the wave treading form. It had an extremely high demand on true qi, but it did not place too much emphasis on the quantity of true qi, which was why Li Qingshan was able to use it. With the help of the wave treading stance, he continued to accelerate. He was like a blue meteor falling to the ground, falling precisely in the direction of the snake's head. The whistling and rumbling filled everyone's ears. The water ball became extremely large, and its bearing as it fell from the sky was shocking. All the military disciples were fearless. They circulated their true qi as hard as they could and let out a united roar. The snake's head and the water ball collided in an instant, and the water ball collapsed, revealing Li Qingshan in the center. Blue swirls of true qi revolved around him. The snake's head was completely unscathed. It only dimmed slightly and moved away slightly. The true collision occurred in the next moment. Li Qingshan was like a drill, plunging deeply into the snake's head and piercing through it as he spun. Boom! The ground shook and waves of earth swept out in all directions. The huge snake that had been pierced slowly dispersed. Li Qingshan finally smashed into the ground as he wished. However, he felt like he had hit the grayish-yellow sky above his head, making him dizzy. If not for the protection of the true qi whirlpool and the cultivation of the ox demon's third layer, which strengthened his physique to a whole new level, he would have been severely injured by this attack. Li Qingshan stood up shakily and discovered that he was standing in a huge pit. The true qi in his body had been completely depleted, and he had to use his body to face the enemy again. He walked out of the pit and discovered that all the military disciples had fainted. And none of them could stand up. It turned out that the huge snake formed by the military formation was the fusion of their true qi and wills. The result of being defeated in a direct confrontation was a backlash. The ground shook and waves of earth rose up. All of them fainted. Ru Xian clapped her hands gently. Business is here. Regardless of whether it was the backlash of true qi or the backlash of mental energy, with her medical skills, she would be able to take care of everything smoothly. Li Qingshan stood at the edge of the pit and laughed loudly. Only by defeating all of you like this can it be considered satisfying. Han Xiongji flew over from the high platform and gave Li Qingshan a hug. After spending more than a month together, the two of them had become very close. Li Qingshan, who was dry firewood, was quickly set ablaze by Han Xiongji's fire. This caused the eyes of the 9 Seats disciples standing beside Han Tie to turn red. They wished that they could attack right now and challenge Li Qingshan. However, no one was confident that they could win. This guy was simply too strong, unreasonably strong. If Li Qingshan had torn apart the military formation, it would have been easier for them to accept it. However, he had broken through it head-on like this. It was simply unimaginable. Could he still be considered a 7th-layer Qi practitioner? His inconceivably strong physique and inconceivably pure true Qi were combined with his peerlessly exquisite battle skills. Using his innate talent for battle, he had achieved this amazing result. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, no matter how bold Han Qiongji was, she felt her face burning hot. Just now she was really infatuated with him. She could not help but let go of Li Qingshan. However, she did not expect Li Qingshan to wrap his arms around her slender waist. She could not help but stick to him again. She wanted to resist, but when she saw his bright smile, her heart went numb and she let him do this. Li Qingshan looked around. Wasn't the great wish of the past being fulfilled little by little now? Han Tie said to the 10 Seats disciples beside him, "Next time, prepare to fight." Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, it was midsummer. Li Qingshan sat cross-legged in the alchemy room. In front of him was a bronze alchemy furnace. The handle of the furnace was cast in the shape of a dragon and a tiger. This was the most common dragon-tiger furnace among alchemy furnaces. It imitated the shape of a real dragon-tiger furnace, and belonged to the standard. This was naturally one of Li Qingshan's many underground collections. Although it was only a middle-grade spirit weapon, its grade was already the highest. The most difficult to forge was the alchemy furnace, followed by the crafting cauldron. If one was forging a flying sword, the speed of the sword was a little slower, a little faster, a little longer, a little shorter, and there was a certain amount of error. However, for alchemy furnaces, the slightest bit of instability and inaccuracy could possibly destroy a furnace of pills. In serious cases, there was even the danger of the furnace exploding. It was an absolute test for a refiner. A good cauldron could greatly increase the success rate of a cultivator who was good at it. It was simply a cornucopia, and its importance was extraordinary. Therefore, the value of a cauldron was extremely high. The value of a middle-grade spirit weapon cauldron was not inferior to a normal top-grade spirit weapon. It could be said that Li Qingshan was very lucky to be able to find a mid-grade spiritual artifact cauldron among over 1,100 treasures pouches. A few days ago, when he was just about to formally begin refining pills, he had seen a high-grade spiritual artifact cauldron in the School of Miscellany. Its price of 5 digits was truly a sight to behold. It would have been fine in the past, but now, he had exchanged all his spiritual stones for pills. Even if he converted all his contribution to the Hawkwolf Guard into spiritual stones, he would only be able to reach 3-digit. 4 digits was out of the question. Don't let your thoughts run wild. Look at the cauldron. Ru Xian called out. Li Qingshan dismissed his thoughts in a hurry. He had already refined the cauldron of qi amassing pills for 3 days and 3 nights. If he failed at the very last moment, then it would be a waste. And the spiritual herbs used for refining pills had all come from the 100 schools of thought. He had to use this cauldron of pills to turn in the mission. If he failed, then his 3 digits worth of spiritual stones would shrink to 2-digit. If it were not for the fact that a master alchemist like Ru Xian had agreed to keep an eye on him, he would have never been bold enough to accept such a difficult mission. Li Qingshan raised his head in some confusion again. Didn't you say that the outcome is basically set now that we've reached this step? All we need to do is wait for the cauldron to open? Ru Xian smiled. Yeah, I just wanted to scold you a little. Li Qingshan wanted to grab her neck again. He had always been a person who did things when he wanted to. He spread his fingers and reached towards her ankle viciously. There was nothing he could do. He was sitting while she was standing. He still had to keep an eye on the cauldron, so he could not grab the top. Ru Xian said, "Don't you dare." Li Qingshan thought for a moment, then retracted his hand. If he grabbed her, this woman would really dare to complain to Qiongji. She was good at everything, but once her jealousy flared up, there would be no reason to reason with her. A while ago, when he went to the School of Miscellany, he was also warmly received by female cultivators. He joked with them a little. Fine, he admitted that there were a few things he said that were a little out of line. As a result, she almost exploded and spent a lot of effort to coax him. If Ru Xian reported him again, then it would really be like a volcano erupting. Actually, even if you grabbed me, I wouldn't tell her. I'm not that bad. Come, do you want to try? Ru Xian deliberately lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing her slender feet. She took a step towards Li Qingshan. Don't. Li Qingshan glanced at it, unfazed. Ru Xian softly patted Li Qingshan's head. Good boy. Li Qingshan curled his lips and let her be. They were already very good friends. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accompanied him to look after the cauldron for 3 days. Although she asked for 1,000 spirit stones as soon as she opened her mouth, after some joking, she still did it for free. There were a few times when he would have almost failed if she hadn't reminded him in time. After waiting for another 15 minutes, the cauldron flashed and the lid slowly opened. White steam screeched and drowned the two of them. It filled the alchemy room and contained an intoxicating medicinal fragrance. Without waiting for the steam to dissipate, Li Qingshan impatiently walked in front of the cauldron. He saw that all of the medicinal herbs had fused into a white paste at the bottom of the cauldron. There wasn't a single impurity in it, and it was as pure as thick fog. The pill was done. Chapter 346. Li Qingshan put his hand on it and it glowed with a blue light. The white ointment began to twist and turn, finally forming perfectly round pills that fit the specifications. He still couldn't be considered to know how to refine artifacts, but simply changing the shape of an object wasn't a problem for him. Ru Xian personally divided the refined pills into 2 portions, one with 60 pills. She smiled and said, "This is for the mission. Give me your hand." Then she picked up a qi-gathering pill and placed it in Li Qingshan's hand. "This is yours." Li Qingshan looked at the fruits of his labor after not sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights, then raised his head to look at the smiling Ru Xian. He felt a deep malice. She just wanted to see him in a bad mood. The pill refining mission didn't have any additional rewards. It purely depended on the person's pill refining skills. As a pill refining novice, the fact that he didn't lose anything was already thanks to the middle-grade spiritual artifact furnace and Ru Xian. Ru Xian admired Li Qingshan's expression with satisfaction. She felt that these 3 days of hard work had finally paid off. Then she said, "Your skill at separating the ingredients is too poor." He placed his hand on the 60 qi-gathering pills, and a white light appeared. Some of the white ointment was extracted, and 3 more qi-gathering pills were condensed. The remaining pills were exactly the same size, and they met the requirements of the mission, not one bit more. Li Qingshan casually said, "Thanks." He lowered his head and put the 60 pills into the brocade box. As for the 4 qi-gathering pills, he directly threw them into his mouth. Ru Xian had already grown accustomed to this. In a few days' time, it'll be the competition with the School of Painting. School of Miscellany has already set up a bet, so tell me some inside information. Do you think it's better for me to bet on you losing or on you winning? Li Qingshan rolled his eyes at her. Up to you. Alright then, I'll bet on you winning. However, if I lose, you'll have to pay for it. However, if I lose, you have to compensate me for my losses. In your dreams. Li Qingshan pushed open the door and got up. In the west, the red glow of the setting sun seemed to be burning as it was reflected in the lake. It was extremely beautiful. Sure enough, Han Xiongji was standing in front of the curtain of multicolored light. She was like an exquisite and beautiful silhouette. When she turned around and saw Li Qingshan, she smiled brightly and quickly walked forward. Before Li Qingshan could open his mouth, Ru Xian smiled and said, "Junior Marshal Sister Han, your man just tried to touch my foot. Watch him closely." Han Xiongji stopped and shot a vicious glance at Li Qingshan. She said in exasperation, "Got it." Li Qingshan's gaze once again fell on Ru Xian's fair and slender neck. He became very serious. Ru Xian raised her hand to protect her neck, pretending to be afraid, but the smile on her face did not change. The boat floated freely on the lake. The sky and water blended into one. Luo Xia and Gu Qi flew together. Han Xiongji sat at the bow of the boat and watched silently. The midsummer night wind fluttered her clothes. Li Qingshan broke the silence. "Don't listen to her nonsense. You know she loves to talk nonsense." Han Xiongji turned around. "You dare say you didn't?" "Absolutely not," Li Qingshan said seriously. Han Xiongji smiled. "I'm not angry. Why are you so nervous?" Li Qingshan frowned. "Who are you? What did you do to Qiongji?" Han Xiongji was stunned. She grabbed his ear and said angrily, "Am I that petty?" Li Qingshan smiled and pulled her into his arms. "Yes, my Qiongji is very broad-minded." His other hand had already landed on her proud breast. Separated by the thin summer dress, they seemed to tremble in his hand. "Don't move." Han Xiongji grabbed his hand, but let him put it on top of her. After several months of being together, this level of intimacy had already become normal. In her words, she was taking advantage of him because she pitied him. "I'm just curious." Li Qingshan found it strange. No matter how he looked at it, Ru Xian was much more charming than that female cultivator from the school of miscellany a few days ago. Han Xiongji said, "Senior sister Ru Xian is a very proud person." The female disciples of the school of miscellany were all mediocre in talent. Their minds were filled with utilitarianism, and they wanted to find a powerful man to rely on. They weren't worthy of being called cultivators. Ru Xian was different. She was a true cultivator. Li Qingshan said, "Proud? I don't really feel anything." "Because you're even prouder." Han Xiongji propped herself up and wrapped her arms around his neck. She deeply gazed at the man she loved. The closer she got to him, the more she was attracted by his charm. She found it strange that she hadn't noticed this the first time they met. Among them, the thing that enchanted her the most was the deep pride hidden in his heart. It was as if no matter how steep the peak, he would always have the determination to climb it. No matter how powerful the enemy, he would always have the courage to challenge them. "I don't feel anything about that." Li Qingshan's hands held her waist. The curves of her body suddenly tightened, delicate and straight. His gaze couldn't help but be attracted by her plump, red lips. Even the snow-white ravine that occasionally appeared on her clothes couldn't divert his attention. He couldn't help but raise his head. Han Xiongji tilted her head to avoid him. She tightly hugged him and deeply kissed his ear. She said apologetically, "Not here yet." Although they were already so intimate in many places that it wasn't forbidden, she still refused to accept the more ordinary kisses. Li Qingshan already regarded the woman in his arms as his beloved. Naturally, he could only protect this little hobby of hers. "I want to wait until when we get married. If I let you kiss me now, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold myself back. I'll give you everything." Han Xiongji was extremely shy as she stuttered. She didn't really care about the matters between a man and a woman. Wasn't it just taking off their clothes and hugging each other to do that? In the past, she carried out missions alone. Out of curiosity, she even climbed over walls and secretly looked around. Other than blushing a little at the beginning, she quickly felt bored. What was the point of moaning and laughing? As a cultivator, she could never be like mortals who indulged in pleasure. Her will that was as tough as steel couldn't be shaken by this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to endure the pain of being sliced into pieces in the Black Lotus Altar Master's formation. Only when it happened to her did she realize it wasn't that simple. Every movement of body contact began to be filled with a different meaning. It made people feel pleasure or tremble because their hearts moved. What else could Li Qingshan say? He hugged her alluring body tightly. Why don't I just go and ask for your hand in marriage tomorrow? Your father has a good impression of me. It wasn't a melodramatic story of a poor scholar abducting a rich family's young lady, so there wouldn't be too many obstacles. He believed that no one could find fault with the talent, strength, and ambition that he had displayed. This was the reason why he had always chosen to be high-profile. If he continued to pretend to be low-key, not only would father-in-law Han not be satisfied, even the 100 schools of thought would be full of criticism. Now, who would dare to say that he wasn't good enough for her? Not so fast. Wait a little longer. Han Qiongji suddenly changed the topic. Little Blossom hasn't come out yet? Li Qingshan said, no. Why did you mention him all of a sudden? Han Qiongji smiled. Just thinking about something from the past? Li Qingshan said, then I'd like to hear about it. Han Qiongji didn't want to say anything at first. However, under Li Qingshan's interrogation, she opened her mouth just now. In the past, when Hua Sengzan was obsessed with Gu Yenying, Han Qiongji couldn't stand it. She scolded him harshly. She's just a woman. Do you have to be like this? At that time, she didn't think of herself as a woman. However, he said, you just haven't met someone who can move you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to wait to get married. Li Qingshan lifted her chin. Then, are you in a hurry now? Han Qiongji said stubbornly, not at all. However, I do understand him a little. Although a few months ago they were still strangers. Now, she couldn't imagine what would happen to her if he wasn't there. Looking at her affectionate eyes, Li Qingshan's heart was already as tender as water. Even Gu Yenying became insignificant. That was just half a fleeting dream. Now, the one in his arms was a real lover. You're much luckier than him. You met me early enough. Han Qiongji said, why don't I think so? You'd better hurry up and cultivate. Let's talk about it when your cultivation surpasses mine. I don't want to marry a man who isn't as good as me. However, at this moment, the posture of the two of them made her words not the slightest bit convincing. Back then, she just said that if his cultivation surpassed hers, she would give him the chance to pursue her. Now, she was in his arms, taking advantage of him. I can't wait. Li Qingshan leaned down. Although he couldn't kiss her lips, other places were fine. He deeply kissed her delicate neck. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He gently licked her. Are you a dog? Han Qiongji's body trembled. She clenched her teeth and said. Once her psychological defenses were broken, as a cultivator, her perception of these things was far more delicate and sensitive than that of a mortal. You dare to say your man is a dog? You have to be punished. Li Qingshan lifted his hands and placed them on her soft breasts, kneading them. If it was in the past, she would most likely have cried out in alarm and stopped him from doing anything that went too far. But this time, she still wrapped her arms around his neck and didn't respond at all. Li Qingshan was startled for a moment. The smile on his face widened and the movements of his hands slowed down. His 10 fingers deeply sank into the two soft masses, changing their strange shapes as he pleased. Han Qiongji's breathing quickened. Her eyes were like water, but she still acquiesced to his movements. Li Qingshan found 2 slightly protruding points. He gently pinched them between his fingers and kneaded them. Han Qiongji suddenly hugged him tightly. Li Qingshan stopped moving and gently kissed her neck and stroked her back. After a while, she finally let go of him, allowing him to continue enjoying this wonderful body that no one had ever touched before. It wasn't until Li Qingshan completely imprinted the shape and size in his mind that he reluctantly let go. Before he knew it, the sky had already darkened and stars filled the sky. Han Qiongji's face was flushed red as she coquettishly said, "Are you satisfied now?" She already knew that he wouldn't give up on this place, so she might as well let him have his way this time. "I'm not satisfied." As he spoke, Li Qingshan's hand had already reached under her clothes and touched her delicate skin. Han Qiongji hurriedly grabbed his hand and pointed at his forehead, reprimanding him, "Don't be in such a hurry." At this moment, she seemed like the older one. Actually, even if she gave it to him, it didn't matter. Love between a man and a woman was normal. She didn't care about her chastity like a mortal woman, but she was afraid that if she gave it too easily, he wouldn't cherish it. This little man, she had to stay by her side. "In any case, you'll be mine sooner or later." Li Qingshan wasn't in such a hurry. "Now you are and always will be." A few days passed by carelessly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the competition with the painter, Chu Danqing. Chapter 347. In the dark studio, a pillar of light shone down from the skylight. Dust floated within, and the floor was vaguely covered in drawing paper. There were many different shapes and sizes of evil spirits drawn on them. A single glance was enough to make one feel a ferocious aura. However, none of these drawings were complete. It was as if the painter had lost interest in them halfway through. Chu Danqing lay on the drawing paper, his limbs stretched out. His face was pale and he had lost a lot of weight. His eyes were wide open, filled with fear that had yet to dissipate. "Danqing, are you ready?" An old voice came from outside the door. It was Chu Sherdao. "Yes, master," Chu Danqing said weakly. He pushed himself up from the floor and walked to the drawing table. It was the only tidy place in the room. All the brushes had been cleaned, and the paint had been arranged neatly. The smell of blood permeated the air. There was a drawing in the middle. Chu Danqing lowered his eyelids, trying his best not to look at the drawing. He rolled up the frame drawing bit by bit before heaving a sigh of relief. It was as if this was not a drawing he had drawn himself, but a beast that would bite. The door was split in half, and dazzling sunlight poured in wildly. Chu Danqing covered his eyes with his hands and gradually saw a blurry figure. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Master." Chu Sherdao felt a pang of pity when he saw his disciple's appearance. The emerald blood of painting had given him incredible talent, allowing him to draw paintings that far exceeded his cultivation level. However, he had to pay a huge price for it. It could be said that he had truly poured his heart and soul into it. "Let's go." "Where to?" Chu Danqing was somewhat at a loss. He was so immersed in the world of the drawing that he had almost forgotten about the competition. Cloudwisp Island. Chu Danqing suddenly came to his senses. He recalled how he had been drunk by Li Qingshan a few months ago. His face flushed unnaturally. It was after that day. He began painting in seclusion and did not step out of the studio for nearly 6 months. His shameful behavior after drinking must have been spread far and wide. After all, they were enemies. It was inevitable. He hated himself for being too careless. He gripped the scroll in his hand tightly. His anger, humiliation, and depression all merged into the painting. He must teach Li Qingshan a harsh lesson. Ah, so embarrassing. After such a long time, I hope everyone has already forgotten about it. Li Qingshan, I will never forgive you. Chu Danqing followed Chu Sherdao anxiously. They arrived outside Cloudwisp Island and saw that many bamboo forests had been cut down. It had become a field or an orchard, and a few agricultural school disciples were currently working on it. What a waste! Chu Sherdao snorted. This serene and elegant atmosphere. It was originally suitable for painting, but unfortunately it fell into the hands of a layman like Lu Chuanfeng. Passing through the bamboo forest. When they arrived at the bamboo loft, Lu Chongqing sat on the veranda, sipping tea. He raised his cup and nodded with a smile. Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai sat beside him. However, none of these people managed to attract Chu Danqing's attention, as that wretched Li Qingshan strode over. His face brimmed with a radiant, confident smile as he bowed calmly. Master Chu, fellow Chu, you've finally come. Chu Shidao nodded and said to Lu Chongqing, Fellow Lu, this isn't the place for the competition. Why did you bring us here? This was the School of Painting's island. He didn't want to see it destroyed. Lu Chongqing said, The competition will be held in the School of the Military's great martial arts field. However, the School of Novels has some objections to this wager, so we've invited both parties here to discuss it. Chu Danqing glared at Li Qingshan. What, you want to run away? Of course not. Li Qingshan smiled and looked back at Lu Chuanfeng. After obtaining the nominal approval of the School of Novels head, he just now said, I just feel that this competition is very unfair. Chu Danqing said, You were the one who personally agreed to it. How is it unfair? Li Qingshan said frankly, Cloudwisp Island is the foundation of our School of Novels. If we lose, we'll naturally be left with nothing. If we win, we'll just be defending something that belongs to us in the first place. Grandmaster Chu, do you think this is fair? We only agreed because we had no other choice. If the School of Painting can't come up with a suitable wager, I'll ask family head Lu to cancel this competition. Now, it's not something you can cancel just because you want to. What wager do you want? Let's hear it. Chu Shidao stared at Li Qingshan with sparkling eyes. It was true that he had never thought about the wager. In his opinion, the School of Novels was bound to lose. There was no need to set up such a wager at all. Right now, this brat clearly knew that he was going to lose, so he was bluffing and trying to run away. If he insisted on refusing, Lu Chongqing naturally wouldn't help him cancel the competition. He was just afraid that this brat would refuse to participate and say that the School of Painting was forcing him. Since you want a wager, I'll give you one. What's wrong with that? Li Qingshan said. I don't know what I have that can match the value of Cloudwisp Island. Please tell me, Grandmaster Chu. I'm a poor painter. I don't have anything valuable, just a few small paintings. This painting is my final work. If you find it suitable, then that's fine. If you find it unsuitable, then you can directly admit defeat. Chu Shidao casually took out a painting and said proudly. Lu Chongqing blurted out, Don't tell me it's the Heavenly Maiden Scatters the Blossoms? Throughout his life, Chu Shidao was most skilled at painting beauties. Not only were the beauties he painted lifelike, but their emotions were no different from a real person's as well. However, they did not possess the various flaws of a real person. The beauty in the painting had already surpassed the beauty of the secular world. As a result, there was a saying, even if you have 3,000 beauties, it's still not as good as a painting from Shidao. It was renowned throughout the 9 prefectures of the Rui Commandery. The Heavenly Maiden Scatters the Blossoms was his final work. It was rumored that before he painted it, his hair was already gray, but after he finished painting it, his hair turned white overnight. The Marquis of Rui fell in love with it the moment he saw it. He was willing to pay a great price to purchase it, but he said, This is my disciple's wife. I can't give it to anyone else. If someone else said that, they would probably treat it as an excuse, but Chu Shidao had spent his entire life taking a painting as his wife. Even Chu Danqing had to refer to the beauty from the painting as his mistress when he saw her. The Heavenly Maiden Scatters the Blossoms was the Heavenly Maiden he had left behind for Chu Danqing. When the Marquis of Rui heard that, all he could do was drop the matter. He could not ruin this beautiful story. The scroll unfurled and all the men present were stunned. The scroll closed up. They were actually unable to recall the Heavenly Maiden's appearance. They only remembered her fluttering clothes, the scattering petals, and the scattering of fragrant pavilions. The fragrance of the flowers lingered clearly in their noses. The Heavenly Maiden's appearance changed and gradually stabilized, but it was the most beautiful appearance in everyone's hearts. Lu Chongqing's thoughts immediately reached back to several decades ago. Back then, he was still a scholar, and it was also the season of falling petals. A young girl swayed on a swing, giggling like silver bells. She was his teacher's youngest daughter. Later on, they were separated, and he had seen all sorts of beauties and kept countless beautiful concubines. Her appearance could not even be described as beautiful, but the feeling she gave him could not be replaced by any beauty. Even she could not. Time slipped by. The feeling back then had already blurred, but when he saw the painting, it suddenly became clear again, as if it was yesterday, as if it was now. A glance back and a smile might not be alluring, but it was enough to win someone's heart. Even if he had to spend thousands or tens of thousands of spiritual stones, it would be worth it. Li Qingshan came to his senses. When he looked at Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai again, they both had the same expression. It was obvious that they were reminiscing about the past. Only Chu Danqing was in a daze. His teacher had long said that he would leave this painting for him to be his wife, but he had never seen it with his own eyes in order not to distract him. He had great expectations in his heart, but now that he saw it, he felt that it was not as moving as the beauties his teacher had painted in the past. Yet, everyone who had seen this painting said it was good, and they were in a daze because it was strange. Chu Shidao was secretly pleased. This painting was the result of his life's work, and it had completely reversed his previous style. In the past, he had painted expectations. When cultivators offered him spiritual stones, he would paint the most beautiful woman in their hearts. This painting, however, was full of memories. It could easily break through a cultivator's firm psychological defenses, touch the softest part of one's heart, and evoke the most beautiful memories. Expectations might change with one's status, but the memories would never fade. Like an old jar of wine, the longer it was kept, the more delicious it became. The one who truly touched you would always be you. Only when he noticed his disciple's expression did Chu Shidao realize that he had miscalculated. 11 years ago, Chu Danqing was merely a little beggar. All he could think about was eating buns. Even eating meat was too extravagant for him. Now, although he was aroused, he was like a blank piece of paper in this aspect. He did not care about memories at all. If Chu Shidao used this thought to paint a plate of steaming white buns, he would really be drooling. "All right, I agree," Li Qingshan said. However, it was not because of his beauty or divine guidance. Instead, it was because the aura emitted by the painting had clearly surpassed the level of a spiritual artifact. However, it could not be called an artifact. In other words, it was not an artifact at all. It was more like a powerful living being sealed in the painting. If he were to duel with this heavenly lady in the painting, even he himself would not be confident of winning. In any case, it was definitely a good thing. Moreover, Li Qingshan was only trying to maximize his benefit. If Chu Shidao was really stingy, he would not have given up on the competition. He was already satisfied with this result. Lu Chongqing said, "All right, then let's sign the contract." No one is allowed to go back on their word. On the Great War Island of the militarists, the spectator stands with huge pillars of varying heights were already packed with people. Seeing the arrival of a group of people, discussions immediately broke out. Qingshan, Han Qiongji, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly walked up to him. She wanted to give him a hug, but after looking around, she bit her lip and was too shy to do so. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Today, she wore a large red palace dress, and the corners of her dress were embroidered with magnificent peonies. If an ordinary woman wore this dress, it would probably seem too gaudy. Only she had such a confident and flamboyant disposition and such a moving bearing. She seemed like a ball of blazing flames, and her beauty was beyond compare. The noble bearing of a woman from an aristocratic family, which was originally hidden behind her bold and unrestrained habits, was gradually revealed and extremely moving. It seemed that after the date, she had become more and more adept at dressing. Her black hair, which originally only reached her shoulders, had unknowingly draped down her back. Chapter 348. Lu Chuanfeng was surprised. Was this still Han Qiongji? Why don't I remember her being so beautiful? I'm even more impressed by Li Qingshan. And Sun Fubai tugged at his sleeve, and Lu Chuanfeng returned to his senses. He walked away in a hurry. Chu Danqing glanced at her and didn't dare to look again. With his sharp eyes as a painter, he recognized her at a glance. This was the woman who had shouted that she wanted to drink with him after he was drunk that day. Having been seen in such an ugly state by such a beautiful woman, Chu Danqing almost covered his face and walked away, afraid that she would recognize him. However, in Han Qiongji's eyes, there was no one else around right now. Li Qingshan held Han Qiongji's hand and smiled. Once I win, let's go sightseeing in the Clear River Prefecture. Although it was easier to take advantage of rowing a boat, a bustling, noisy place suited her personality better. Han Qiongji blushed slightly. If you win, I'll give you a present as a reward. Li Qingshan could not help but study her. Her waist was tied up by the embroidered belt, her perky breasts that seemed like they were about to burst out of her clothes, and her perky bottom that propped up her dress was even more captivating. Don't tell me the present is, Han Qiongji scolded. Don't think too much. It's just a present. Then let's go sightseeing. Li Qingshan whispered into her ear. If he did not hold her in his arms and caress her willfully, it would be a complete waste of a heavenly gift. Don't even think about it. Han Qiongji shot a glance at him and pushed him away. Go. The disciples of the academy on the terrace saw this. Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji had become a couple. It had already been a secret for a long time. However, when they saw it in person, they could not help but sigh in amazement. Senior sister has basically become a different person recently. She can even wear clothes like this. Just what has that kid, Li Qingshan, done to deserve this? A legalist disciple sighed. In the past, Han Qiongji had never cared about what she wore. Don't be jealous. At least we can feast our eyes now. He used to be really fierce. How was it before? The two of them raised their heads. Unbeknownst to them, Han Qiongji was already in front of them, glaring at them. His heart trembled, and he hurriedly saluted, "Second senior sister." "Humph, I'll teach you a lesson when we get back." Han Qiongji was not angry at all. Seeing that Wang Puxi was waving at him, Zhang Xian lightly stepped onto the platform and walked over to Wang Puxi's side. They looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Second senior sister's temper had been very good recently. At this time, Li Qingshan stepped into the arena and was welcomed by a wave of cheers. Li Qingshan, who was born in an ordinary family, was welcomed by the crowd. He had the air of a civilian hero. 2 long tables were placed at the 2 ends of the grand martial arena. Li Qingshan and Chu Danqing stood behind the long tables. Far away, they looked at each other, their gazes connected. Sparks flew everywhere. Lu Chongqing read out the rules of the competition and stated the stakes that both sides had agreed on. Lead disciples, please prepare yourselves. The heavenly maiden scattering petals painting. Han Qiongji frowned. What's that? Wang Puxi asked curiously. Although his cultivation was much higher than Han Qiongji's, he was not as familiar with these interesting historical stories as the disciples of aristocratic families. Moreover, Han Qiongji had done a special investigation on Chu Shidao because of Li Qingshan, so she was naturally familiar with this famous painting. After hearing Han Qiongji's explanation, Wang Puxi smiled and said, "Looks like that brat is going to win a love rival. Qiongji, you have to be careful." Han Qiongji said, "Even you have to make fun of me, Commander." "I don't believe that I can't beat a painting." Wang Puxi laughed. "That's not necessarily true. If you keep this up, I won't be standing here anymore." Han Qiongji stomped her foot. She had also heard that many cultivators paid a great price to Chu Sherdao for a painting of a beautiful woman to hang in their cave abode. They could come and go as they pleased and would not cause any trouble. Alright. Look, it's starting. There wasn't a single person who wasn't curious about this painting duel. How exactly would the two of them decide the victor? Chu Danqing had already unfurled the painting on the long table and said loudly, "Li Qingshan, this painting is called the Hellscape Rhapsody. I spent 3 months to conceive and 3 months to complete it. It's extremely terrifying. If I had any choice, I wouldn't want to paint such a painting. If you know what's good for you, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Otherwise, even you might be injured later." Chu Sherdao stood on the high platform behind Chu Danqing. When he saw the painting, he also shuddered. He stroked his beard and smiled, greatly comforted. Not only had Chu Danqing inherited his skills, but he would also surpass his master in the future. The victor of this battle had been decided. Li Qingshan placed a thin painting album on the long table. "I spent 2 hours to conceive this book, a day to complete it, and a month to disseminate it. I don't know how effective it is. Come and experience it for yourself. Qingshan, you've taken the wrong book." Lu Chuanfeng was also on the high platform not far behind Li Qingshan. His face was filled with anxiety. Li Qingshan waved his hand without turning his head. "Don't worry, it's not wrong. Since you're so stubborn, then experience the horrors of hell." Chu Danqing pressed his fingers together like a sword and pointed forward. The painting flew up with a whoosh. Blazing colors filled the painting paper, but there was only one color. Red. Crimson red, fiery red, blood red. Crimson red mountains were strangely jagged. A boundless sea of fire burned fiercely. A long, blood-red river surged and flowed. Everyone who had their eyes on the painting shuddered violently, as a terrifying and crazy intent surged toward them. What sort of hellish scene was this? It was as though countless evil ghosts and demons were suffering endless pain within. Gradually, this fantasy turned into reality. One evil ghost after another leaped down from the mountains, surged through the sea of fire, and floated up from the blood river as they charged out of the painting. Tall bodies, crimson skin, twisted limbs, hoarse roars, and empty eyes filled with boundless resentment and hatred. 1, 2, dozens of evil ghosts crawled out of the painting as though they had crawled out of hell to take revenge on the people of the world. At that moment, it was as though a nightmare had come true. Screams rang out from the spectator stands as the expressions of many female cultivators changed. Han Qiongji was not afraid. Compared to Altar Lord Black Lotus's murderous methods back in ancient Wind City, this hell lacked realism. She was only worried for Li Qingshan. Wang Pushi said with a smile, "An aura from the Hell Dao. This painting is very suitable for my school of legalism. For old man Chu to take him as his final disciple and nurture him for 10 years. He is indeed not someone easy to deal with. Li Qingshan is in trouble." Chu Danqing recalled the scene when he first began painting in seclusion. Often, he would roll on the ground in regret while he was painting, slamming his head against the wall in shame. Thinking back to how he had become a laughing-stock the moment he emerged from seclusion after 10 years of arduous cultivation, he was no longer liked by female cultivators. He felt like he was about to go mad. It was as though he was in hell being burned by blazing flames. Finally, he infused his frenzied thoughts into the painting and conceived the Hell Rhapsody. He used the remaining space to paint endless evil ghosts. "Li Qingshan, you asked for it?" The smile on Li Qingshan's face did not change as he said, "By the way, I forgot the name of my book." Suddenly, his expression turned solemn as he waved his hand and shouted, "Come out, divine brush Ma Liang." The divine talisman of great creation suddenly burst out with resplendent light. As Li Qingshan waved his hand, the faith and wish power of millions of people gathered and condensed. A young man wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat and holding a brush appeared in the great martial arts field. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his face was filled with righteousness and awe-inspiring. He stood in front of the crowd of ghosts, but he did not show any fear. Han Xiongji was surprised. This is... The whole field was silent. Chu Tian laughed wildly. Li Qingshan, you want to win with a kid? Don't tell me this guy looks like you back then? I heard that you're also from the village. Ever since Chu Tian was defeated by Li Qingshan, he was unyielding, enduring hardships, and was ready to take revenge at any time. However, when he thought about that item, he could not show it in front of everyone. Just now, he endured it. Watching Li Qingshan's defeat was one of the greatest joys in his life. Although the other disciples of the 100 Clans no longer laughed at Li Qingshan, their thoughts were the same as Chu Tian's. How could an ordinary young man like him have the strength to fight against evil ghosts? Compared to the terror of the Hellfire Rhapsody, this so-called divine brush Ma Liang was indeed like a joke. We're done for. Lu Chuanfeng paced around anxiously. Sun Fubai said calmly, Junior Marshal Brother, don't worry. Qingshan knows what he's doing. I've heard a rumor recently. It was about the divine brush Ma Liang. Li Qingshan, you're despicable. Chu Danqing looked at the impoverished teenager Ma Liang and felt as if he was looking at himself in the past. He really could not bear to order the evil ghosts to kill him. Despicable? Li Qingshan was puzzled, but he did not care about it. Ma Liang's face was full of concentration. He raised the divine brush and quickly drew in the air. The divine talisman of great creation's willpower was continuously converted into his strength. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a golden boot stepped onto the great martial arts field with a bang. A golden-armored deity holding a golden dagger axe walked out of the air and pointed the golden dagger axe at the evil ghosts. The appearance of the golden-armored deity was simple and childish. There was even a pair of golden wings on his back. He looked like a celestial general in a child's imagination. However, the aura he emitted was no less than that of the evil ghost. Chu Tian, who was laughing heartily, suddenly shut his mouth. Chu Danqing's mouth was agape. Wasn't this the ability of the school of painting? Why did the characters created by the school of painting have such abilities? Chu Shidao shouted, Danqing, what are you waiting for? The golden-armored deity spread his wings and soared into the sky. He swooped down toward the rising sun in the east and turned into a flash of golden light. The golden dagger axe in his hand pierced through an evil ghost. The evil ghost trembled and dissipated. Chu Danqing immediately reacted. The evil ghosts roared and pounced at the golden-armored deity. However, the golden-armored deity flew into the sky again and circled back and forth with the golden dagger axe in his hand. The despair on Lu Chuanfeng's face immediately turned into surprise. Han Xiongji shouted, Good job, Qingshan. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, felt his heart ache at the amount of willpower he had expended. This was not true qi, and it would decrease with every use. At this time, he could not care less. In front of his girlfriend, he had to win this battle to his heart's content. The second golden-armored deity that Ma Liang drew with the divine brush in his hand walked out of the air. Chu Danqing, today, I will use the school of painting to defeat you. I will show you the power of the school of painting. Please gather your willpower into my hand. Come out, monthly ticket. Chapter 349. The second golden-armored deity was even taller and mightier than the first. He was clad in heavy armor and had a round waist. At first glance, it looked like a sphere, and the octagonal golden hammer in its hand was the size of a water tank. It charged at the evil spirit like a war chariot, and it was like a roaring war chariot, crushing everything in its path. Dozens of evil spirits opened their bloody mouths and roared in unison. Their jagged fangs pulled out streams of saliva that dripped onto the ground. It sizzled like acid and gave rise to clouds of white smoke. The golden-armored deity swung his arms, and the golden hammer buzzed as it sped up to the extreme. It flew out of his hand and turned into a golden meteor, crashing into the twisted face of an evil spirit. Another evil spirit disappeared, but even more evil spirits surged past the golden hammer that had fallen to the ground and charged at the golden-armored deity who had lost his weapon. The golden-armored deity leaped into the air with an unbelievably light posture, like a dark cloud that had suddenly risen. He pounced at the group of evil spirits with the same posture as before. Dong, a heavy sound rang out. The earth trembled and shockwaves spread in all directions. The golden-armored deity directly crushed an evil spirit to death, but he was also surrounded by the evil spirits. The golden-armored deity who had been circling in the sky for a long time descended from the sky. The golden dagger axe in his hand drew a zigzag arc of light, passing through the heads, throats, claws, and chests, leaving behind a trail of blood. The 5 evil spirits howled and dissipated. Then, he leaped into the air again, tossing aside the claws that were grabbing at him and waiting for the next opportunity. This attack tore a gap in the impenetrable encirclement. The golden-armored deity on the ground rolled on the ground. He grabbed the handle of the hammer and stood up again. He raised the golden hammer with both hands and smashed it at the evil spirits that were charging at him. Bang! The brains of the evil spirits burst out, turning into a wisp of red smoke and dissipating. At this moment, an evil spirit pounced at him from behind, its mouth split open all the way to its ears. Its lower jaw was opened to an unbelievable extent, and its sword-like sharp teeth bit down on the golden-armored deity's neck armor. Several of the teeth broke, but even more sharp teeth sank in with a corrosive sound. The golden-armored deity spun on the spot, trying to shake off the sneak attacker on his back. The golden hammer in his hand danced like the wind, smashing away the ghosts that pounced on him like mad dogs. The golden armor on his body had many wounds, but he could not do anything to the evil ghosts on his back. The golden-armored deities circling in the sky only dared to slay the evil spirits at the periphery and did not dare to enter the encirclement. Rescue a comrade. Otherwise, he would be grabbed by countless claws and torn apart the thin golden armor on his body. At this time, a golden arrow the size of a spear spun and pierced through the evil spirit's eyes. It left behind a golden trail and a fleeting spiral hole in the air. At the end of the hole and the trajectory was the 3rd golden-armored deity. He was tall and had a quiver on his back. The bowstring of the golden bow in his hand was still trembling. The stands were filled with cheers. The shouts stopped as they stared dumbfoundedly at the group of giants fighting each other. Who would have thought that the school of novels that they had ridiculed, the painter who only liked to draw beauties, actually had such terrifying strength? Every single one of these evil ghosts had the power to kill an 8th or even 9th layer Qi practitioner. Even Han Tie frowned slightly at their frenzied auras. On the other side, the 3 golden-armored deities were even more powerful. Under Li Qingshan's precise control, they slayed the evil spirits and did not fall into a disadvantageous position. This was no longer the kind of duel they had seen before. It was a real fight to the death. The great martial arts field had turned into a bloody battlefield. Chu Tian was dumbfounded. His cultivation had improved greatly during this period of hard work, and he was prepared to duel with Li Qingshan again. However, the situation in front of him had dealt him a heavy blow. His chances of winning had not increased at all. Han Qiongji clenched her fists and cheered loudly, breaking the silence. This was the man she had set her eyes on. Wang Pushi shook his head lightly. He had not expected that even the techniques of the school of novels could be used to such an extent in his hands. He was indeed worthy of Qiongji. Lord Gu's foresight was indeed outstanding. Although Han Anjuan did not say anything, he also revealed a satisfied expression. His talent for battle had been completely extended in small team battles, and he had almost perfect control of the battlefield. Lu Chongqing sighed softly. This was probably the generation with the most geniuses among the 100 schools of thought. Even Hua Sungzan and Han Tie, the geniuses who had led the masses, were no longer special in front of them. Could it be that the world was about to fall into chaos, and that was why there were so many geniuses emerging? Lu Chuanfeng did not care about his image as the head of the family. He opened his arms and cheered loudly. The spirit that had been suppressed for so many years had finally been released. Did you see that? This was the power of the school of novels. Then the one-thought master looked at little Anne, but he did not see any excitement on her face at all, as if she was certain that victory would be his. She only held her cheek with one hand, gazing at him from afar among the thousands of people. Li Qingshan would smile at her from time to time as well, as if the intense battle before him was unable to divert his attention from her. Recently, she had been looking for him less often, which gave the one-thought master some relief. But looking at it now, nothing had changed. He had finally confirmed that there was an invisible thread connecting them. This must be fate. As her senior brother, he really did not have any confidence in guiding this talented junior sister who called herself One Will. His master had probably noticed this too, which was why he directly accepted her as his disciple. He would just leave everything up to fate. Li Qingshan and Chu Danqing's gazes crossed the battlefield and met. Li Qingshan's smile did not change. He was bullying Chu Danqing for not playing real-time strategy games with this battle. Of course, this was fundamentally different from games. However, he was not the same him from his past life either, but the battle-hardened Li Qingshan. Chu Danqing, on the other hand, was rather frantic. His overall strength was clearly much greater than Li Qingshan's, yet all he could do was watch helplessly as the fiends were slain one by one. He was at a loss for what to do. Danqing, only by stabilizing your mind can you see the root of the problem. Chu Shidao's voice rang out in Chu Danqing's head. The root of the problem? Chu Danqing saw the young man in the straw hat with a single glance and came to a realization. All of the armored deities originated from him. As long as he defeated the young man, everything would naturally be resolved. Chu Danqing waved his hand, and all the remaining fiends abandoned the armored deities. They turned into a frenzied wave and rushed towards Ma Liang. Although the 3 armored deities had slain over 20 fiends through their ingenious teamwork, they were powerless to stop the rampaging army of fiends. Li Qingshan stopped smiling. Have you finally realized it? That's my greatest weakness. Although the divine brush was impressive, Ma Liang himself was just an ordinary young man. Furthermore, he was the most important medium. Once he was defeated, the armored deities would immediately dissipate as well. At that time, even if he could condense another one, would Chu Danqing still give Ma Liang the chance to paint? He would probably be killed the moment he appeared, wasting the power of wish for nothing. At that time, the outcome of the battle would be decided. What should he do? Create another armored deity that used a shield? No, even if he could defend against it, Ma Liang would not have the time to paint a new painting. As for the Hell's map opposite him, it was clear that it had not used its full strength yet. The only thing he could do now was to fight attack with attack. Ma Liang suddenly raised his brush and waved it wantonly in the air. Streaks of black ink froze in the air. The power of wish in the divine talisman of great creation was rapidly being consumed. At that moment, a shadow covered Ma Liang. Countless claws and teeth were right in front of him, and a scarlet wave slammed down on Ma Liang. Compared to the horde of ghosts, his figure was pitifully small. Just as all the children expected, he faced the horde of ghosts fearlessly and used all his strength to finish the last stroke. The ink in the air turned into streaks of sword chi and shot out in all directions. Compared to the sword chi, the horde of ghosts seemed to have slowed down. They could only watch as the sword chi pierced through their bodies. The scarlet wave paused for a moment and immediately collapsed, turning into countless fragments that smashed towards Ma Liang. However, they dissipated in the air. Cheers rang out. Li Qingshan said loudly, "Who's the one who's going to admit defeat now?" The three armored deities formed a formation and blocked in front of Chu Danqing's Rhapsody of Hell. They would kill every ghost that came out. They wanted to see how many evil ghosts Chu Danqing could summon. Chu Danqing clenched his fists tightly. Although this Rhapsody of Hell took the meaning of endless in its length, it could not really summon an endless number of evil ghosts to battle. Even if he summoned more evil ghosts, they would not be able to escape the fate of being killed one by one. "It's you!" The Rhapsody of Hell surged out with a scarlet light, almost illuminating the entire main martial arts field. The blood river in the painting suddenly began to flow slowly, and the incomparable sea of fire suddenly began to burn fiercely. "Oh no!" Li Qingshan said. The sea of hellfire suddenly surged out of the painting. It was so fast that it devoured the three armored deities in an instant. The golden armor rapidly melted in the flames, and in the blink of an eye, the three armored deities turned into ashes, following in the footsteps of the evil ghosts. Waves of heat appeared in the air, causing everything in the field to distort. The surging flames pounced towards Li Qingshan with an unparalleled and unavoidable momentum. Lu Chuanfeng, who was about to celebrate, suddenly changed his expression. It was as if the hellfire was burning him. This had already surpassed the means of a Qi practitioner. Chu Shidao's face was bright red from the flames. "Li Qingshan, take a look. This is the power of the emerald blood of vermilion. Although you are a genius, and it is indeed a rare fortune for the school of novels to have a disciple like you, you are still slightly inferior compared to Danqing." The outcome had been decided. For the first time, Han Anjuan no longer believed that Li Qingshan could win. This was already a gap in cultivation, and it was not something that could be made up for with tactics or strategies. Li Qingshan's face was as dark as still water. He quickly turned his head. The fire was burning in front of him, and it was too late even if he ordered Ma Liang to paint again. Furthermore, what kind of painting could block this boundless fire? At this moment, Ma Liang suddenly fell to the ground. Although he was not burned by the fire, he could not withstand the high temperature. Li Qingshan had been a cultivator for too long, and he had also underestimated the endurance of a mortal youth. It just so happened that it pours. Could it be that the outcome had been decided? Chapter 350. Suddenly, Li Qingshan pointed at the picture album on the table. The pages flipped rapidly with a flurry, and the story passed by in a hurry. Suddenly, he stopped at the last picture. // He could only try this. He did not want to use Ma Liang as a medium. He wanted to use his power of will to summon this picture. That would be the end of this fairy tale. Ma Liang was captured and brought to the palace. The emperor wanted him to draw a money tree. Ma Liang raised his hand and drew a C. The emperor was very unhappy when he saw this. He scolded, "I asked you to draw a money tree. Who asked you to draw a C?" Ma Liang then drew a small island in the sea. He drew a tall and big tree on the island. "Isn't this a money tree?" The emperor immediately became happy. "Hurry up and draw a boat. I want to go to the sea and earn money." Ma Liang drew a very big wooden boat. The emperor then brought the empress, the crown prince, the princess, and many ministers and generals onto the boat. Ma Liang drew a few more strokes of wind, and the boat started to move. The emperor felt that the boat was moving too slowly, so he shouted at the bow of the boat, "Stronger wind! Stronger wind!" Ma Liang added a few more strokes of wind, and the wooden boat quickly moved towards the center of the sea. Ma Liang added a few more strokes of wind, and the sea roared, rolling up waves, and the boat swayed. The emperor was scared. He shouted at Ma Liang, "Enough wind, enough wind!" Ma Liang pretended not to hear him and continued to draw the wind. The sea was angry, and the waves hit the boat. The boat tilted, and the boat was in chaos. The Emperor hugged the mast of the boat and shouted, "The wind is too strong. The boat is going to capsize. Stop drawing." Ma Yang ignored him and continued to draw the wind. The wind became stronger, and many thick dark clouds were blown over. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. There was a heavy rain, and the sea was like a collapsing wall, crashing towards the boat. Han Qiongji could not bear to watch any more. She was worried that Li Qingshan would not be able to bear the blow of failure. She thought about how to comfort him later without hurting his pride. After all, he was so proud. She gave him such a thing. He would definitely be happy. At most, she would let him fulfill his wish a few days ago. She suddenly heard the sound of waves. This place was very far from the lakeside, so how could there be the sound of waves? Then, there was a salty smell. When the smell entered her nose, she abruptly raised her head. A huge wave like a high wall stood in front of Li Qingshan. Boundless ocean. Li Qingshan pushed his hand forward. The huge wave toppled over and swept towards the blazing inferno, forcibly pushing the hellfire back into the field. The tongues of fire and the waves wanted to collide, turning into a wisp of steam. However, at the same time, there was even more water and fire. They surged forward. They collided fiercely on the long dividing line. Steam billowed and rose like smoke signals, forming a white wall of fog. Then, because of the disappearance of the power of vow, it dispersed. With a sizzling sound. Water extinguishes fire, and fire evaporates water. This was a battle between water and fire. But soon, the giant wave ran out of momentum and was evaporated by the flames. The suppressed flames surged forward once more, but they were immediately swatted down by a second wave. Chu Donqing's face became bright red from the light of the flames. It was slightly twisted, and even his eyes flickered with red light. He was close to going insane. He constantly used the Hell Endowment, and even more hellfire surged out. He shouldered his master's expectations, the painter's hopes, and the wife in the painting in name. He could not lose this battle. He definitely could not. Li Qingshan had already stopped caring about the consumption of the power of vow. He conjured huge waves. Cloudwisp Island was a good place, so how could he just give it away to someone else? If he lost, he would lose all the power of vow he had used up. Moreover, he smiled. He could not lose face in front of his future wife and father-in-law. The circular great martial arts practice field was divided into two parts, scarlet red and bright blue. It was a twisted boundary between the hell of fire and the ocean of water. It constantly advanced and retreated, locked in an intense stalemate. The crackling of fire and the roaring of water were deafening. Everyone was stunned by this earth-shaking confrontation of techniques. Originally, they thought that they would no longer be surprised by a battle between Qi practitioners after witnessing the battle between Li Qingshan and Chu Tian. When Chu Tian and Li Qingshan fought, they only occasionally displayed the abilities of foundation establishment cultivators. Now, Li Qingshan and Chu Donqing's abilities had completely surpassed the level of Qi practitioners. They basically seemed no different from foundation establishment cultivators. So be it the painter, but what Li Qingshan displayed was truly the power of the school of novels that they had been mocking for a very long time. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan was only at the 7th layer of Qi practitioner. Had they underestimated the school of novels all this time? Chu Sherdao furrowed his brows as he stared at Chu Donqing's back worriedly. He had never thought that Li Qingshan would actually possess such strength. He had some understanding of the abilities of the school of novels as well. They should have been restricted by the divine talisman of great creation. Under these circumstances, it was clearly because there were many people who firmly believed in his book. How was it possible for them to achieve this in just half a year? Lu Chuanfeng stopped cheering. He stood on the platform with his mouth wide open and his hands raised high. He seemed like a frozen statue. His entire body tensed up, as if he was the one pushing the giant waves. Sun Fubai watched this scene greedily. His face was filled with both joy and sorrow. Yes, this was the power of the school of novels that his master had described to them. He had doubted it in the past as well, but now Li Qingshan had proven it to them. He had proven it to everyone. The school of novels was not trash. The heavens had given this child to the school of novels. Han Qiongji clenched her fists and stared at Li Qingshan in an infatuated manner. She was tempted to tell everyone that this was her man. Of course, in reality, everyone already knew. Wang Pushi shook his head. This kid sure was full of surprises. It had only been a year since he joined the 100 schools. If he had time to develop, just how far could he go? The Han family had found a good son-in-law. He would definitely be a great general in the future. However, while Han Anjuan rejoiced, he also felt a hint of worry. Soon afterwards, he relaxed. She would have to slowly experience this great life on her own. Zhichenzi looked at the slovenly Taoist priest who was pouring wine into his mouth. He smiled. "Master, you're regretting it again." The slovenly Taoist priest roared. "Who's regretting it? Who's regretting it?" He could not help but admit that he was slightly regretful. He could even use the techniques of the school of novels to such an extent. If he had used the techniques of the school of Taoism, wouldn't it have been even more powerful? Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have been a little more polite to this kid. I've cursed plenty of disciples before. You're the only fucking one who dares to throw a tantrum at me. At this moment, the light from the infernal bestowment gradually dimmed. No matter how much painstaking effort he poured into a painting, its power would not be endless. Although the water Li Qingshan conjured was only regular water, slightly inferior to fire, Li Qingshan was still able to conjure up water. However, the 5 elements countered one another. It was extremely easy for water to put out fire, but it would take a tremendous amount of energy for fire to evaporate someone. Li Qingshan suddenly stirred up an even greater wave. I'll give up on the power of belief I've accumulated over half a year. Let's see just how long you can last. Chu Danqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He continued to use the infernal bestowment, and a thin crack appeared on the painting. However, he did not care. Even if he destroyed the painting, he had to last. "Danqing, let's stop here." Chu Shidao's voice rang out in Chu Danqing's head. "But, Master, if we keep fighting, both sides will end up injured." Chu Shidao was someone who loved paintings. How could he bear to see the infernal bestowment that he had worked on for 6 months be destroyed just like that? On the other hand, Li Qingshan showed no signs of running out of power of belief. His chances of victory were close to 0. Chu Danqing could not disobey his master's orders. He kicked over the table before him and put away the infernal bestowment reluctantly. Li Qingshan immediately stopped using the divine talisman of great creation as well. It was not easy to accumulate power of belief. Every bit counted. In a single moment, the water and fire vanished. Everyone felt that it was unreal. If it were not for the clear traces of the 2 pieces of painting that had been burnt by fire and washed away by water, they basically would have suspected that everything just now was a dream. The entire place fell silent. They looked at each other. Just who had won? However, the patriarchs all saw it clearly. Lu Chongqing cast a questioning gaze at Chu Shidao. Chu Shidao raised his hand and walked over to Chu Danqing's side. He patted his shoulder comfortingly and said to Li Qingshan, "You won." Li Qingshan clasped his hands. "Thank you for going easy." However, Chu Danqing's eyes were red and his lips trembled. He seemed like he was about to cry. "Why do I feel like I've become a great villain who bullies naive youths? It's just a competition. Is there a need for you to act like this?" Before this, Li Qingshan had been brimming with confidence, but he had also been prepared for failure. After all, nothing was absolute. Compared to the crushing defeats he had suffered in the past, a competition that did not even threaten his life was nothing. At worst, he would just have to move to another island to develop on. The School of Novels did not rely on land very much. As long as he had a train of thought, was there any need to worry about not being able to develop? Li Qingshan had climbed up from the very bottom. How could he understand this? Chu Danqing had studied painting for 10 years, and he had never suffered any setback. He had lost in his first battle, so the difference was indeed difficult for him to accept. He had thought that he had only won a powerful painting. He had never thought that it would be Chu Danqing's wife. Cheers rang out from the platform. Although the School of Novels did not have a great reputation, they were still much more amiable than foreign painters. After all, they had been cursing at them for so many years. Now, everyone recognized the power of the School of Novels. They could actually conjure up figures that could use the abilities of painters to defeat them. This was just too unbelievable. Some of the new disciples even regretted not joining the School of Novels in the first place. Under Lu Chongqing's lead, Chu Shidao and Lu Chuanfeng arrived on the platform. Behind them were the primary disciples of their respective sections. Chu Shidao offered up the Heavenly Maiden scatters the blossoms with both hands. I've long heard that the School of Novels can conjure up all sorts of wonders. Now that I've seen it for myself, it really is true. No wonder you're one of the 10 schools chosen by the Sacred Emperor. Your disciple, Li Qingshan, is even more outstanding. We wholeheartedly accept our loss in this battle. If we've offended you in any way in the past, please forgive us, Patriarch Lu. This painting is something that I've painstakingly created, so treat it as my apology. Please treat her well. P.S. If you vote, it will be sunny. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 351. Lu Chuanfeng was rather flattered that such a great figure was speaking to him so politely. He returned the gesture in a hurry. Master Chu, you're exaggerating. My disciple only managed to win against your disciple out of luck. There are many similarities between the methods of the School of Novels and the School of Painting. We still need to interact more in the future so that we can benefit from each other. He accepted the Heavenly Maiden scatters the blossoms and directly passed it to Li Qingshan. Although he was rather reluctant to part with the goddess in the painting, it was what he deserved. Don't worry, Master Chu. I'll definitely cherish this painting. Li Qingshan accepted it politely with both hands. Although he had won the battle, he had used up almost half of the power of belief he had accumulated. This was the natural limitation of the School of Novels. However, he had at least obtained a decent piece of spoil, which made up for his losses. This was the best outcome. He did not want to end up with enemies everywhere. Of course, he was still clueless about the fact that he had won someone else's wife. Chu Shidao nodded slightly. Danqing, you need to ask Senior Brother Li for guidance in the future. Even though Chu Danqing was extremely reluctant, he could only reply, yes. I wouldn't dare call myself Senior Brother. Back on Cloudwisp Island, Danqing and I hit it off as soon as we met. We even drank together. Back then, we treated each other as friends and brothers. I don't know why, but I actually stopped coming back. Li Qingshan's first impression of Chu Danqing was quite good. He felt like there was a rare aura of naivety about him. You're still bold enough to say that? If you hadn't gotten me drunk, why would I have said something like that? Chu Danqing glared at him. He felt ashamed again. Something like that? Li Qingshan was stunned by Chu Danqing's resentment towards him. He was very confused. Although they were opponents, there was no great enmity between them, right? Only after thinking about it did he understand what Chu Danqing meant. He had no idea whether to laugh or cry. Why was this guy as fragile as an adolescent boy? No, he was an elementary school student. They were both geniuses, but compared to Chu Tian, that bitch who never knew what shame was, he was different. Chu Danqing was basically on the other end of the spectrum. He was so childish that he was cute. Or perhaps a genius in itself meant that they had a unique temperament that was different from ordinary people. Only then would they be able to walk their own path. Among the geniuses he knew, Hua Sengzan was a romantic, Han Tie was a piece of cold iron, and Chu Tian was an arrogant idiot. And little Anne, who was widely recognized as the #1 genius, was probably the most special one among them. In other words, you didn't tell anyone. Chu Danqing suddenly grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder, as if he had seen a ray of light in the endless darkness. Who would remember drunk words? Li Qingshan had a strange expression on his face. He wasn't a gossipy old woman, so he didn't have the time. Spreading drunken gossip. Chu Danqing felt like he had just survived a disaster. He exhaled deeply. In other words, his reputation had not been ruined yet. It turned out that he had been thinking too much all along. But when he thought about how he had been entangled in this matter for so long and even drew a painting like Infernal Endowment, he regretted it so much that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Chu Shidao asked curiously as well, "What did he say?" Li Qingshan said casually, "Danqing said that he wanted." Chu Danqing covered Li Qingshan's mouth. "Master, it's just drunken nonsense. It won't reach your ears." Chu Shidao smiled and clasped his hands. "School Master Lu, please take us to the School of Painting. Please come with me." Lu Chongqing waved his hand. When the competition had just been decided, construction had begun on a desolate island to the southwest of Contention Island. They planted trees and designed gardens. Originally, he planned on giving it to the School of Novels as compensation, but he never thought that it would end up like this. He had already received the benefits anyway, so the School of Painting could no longer say anything. With a disciple like Li Qingshan, the School of Novels should not have declined. After this battle, the School of Novels would become famous. During the next entrance examination, there would probably be quite a few people who would fill in the 3-word School of Novels. Chu Shidao's group arrived at the School of Painting's island that was still under construction. The buildings on the island were close to completion. Although they were not as dense as the spiritual qi on Cloud Wisp Island, they were extremely exquisite. They gave off a thriving atmosphere. Lu Chongqing did not want to offend the School of Novels too much, so he had asked the master of the School of Moism to personally take care of the buildings on the island. The pavilions, terraces, and cornices were all elegant and generous. After sending off Lu Chongqing, Chu Shidao made his way to the entrance with his cane. He gently rubbed the pillars that still gave off the smell of pine wood and smiled in relief. "Master, why did you have to be so polite to Lu Chuanfeng?" Chu Danqing supported him carefully from one side. Foundation establishment cultivators and qi practitioners were people of completely different world. Moreover, Chu Shidao was no regular foundation establishment cultivator. If I can turn an enemy into a friend just by being a little more polite, what's the point of my dignity? Master, it's all because of me, Chu Danqing blamed himself. I even made Master lose that painting. I really deserve to die. No, if you had won, I would have been even more polite. The School of Novels can't be underestimated. Li Qingshan can't be underestimated. Even if we can't become friends, we can't become enemies. As for that painting, it's not like you like it anyway, so she's just a painting. I really am getting old. I worry too much. I believe you'll definitely be able to draw a painting 10 times, 100 times better than that. You'll be able to draw the woman you love. But, Master, I like living people. These words lingered in Chu Danqing's heart for a while, but he did not dare to say them out loud. He only said, "That painting is Master's precious memories. I will definitely take it back. I've already had so many memories that they're about to overflow. That's why I painted that painting. I'm probably the person in the world who needs her the least. How strange. I actually remember the matters of 200 years ago so clearly now. Chu Sherdao leaned on his cane. His smiling gaze seemed to have already pierced through Chu Danqing, the 100 schools of thought and space, seeing a very, very long time ago. Qingshan, I really never thought that you'd be able to win with this book. Lu Chuanfeng flipped through the thin album. He still found it rather unbelievable. Li Qingshan explained the principles behind it. Lu Chuanfeng and Sun Fubai both came to a realization. Even mortals were nothing in the eyes of cultivators, let alone the children of mortals. Only now did they realize just how important something they had overlooked was. Sun Fubai immediately made up his mind. He would set up the Hope Private School right away. Lu Chuanfeng expressed his wish for a great celebration. Li Qingshan glanced at Han Qiongji, who was waiting nearby. He patted Lu Chuanfeng's shoulder and said, "Keep a low profile." He lost in such a graceful manner, so we can't be too flashy when we win. How could he be in the mood to celebrate with these two men? He was better off showing off to his woman. Sun Fubai expressed his agreement as well. That Chu Danqing would definitely be an impressive figure in the future. It would be best if they could resolve their grievances. Li Qingshan clasped his hands and bid farewell. He arrived before Han Qiongji. "Qiongji, how was my performance? I'll definitely cherish this painting. How do you plan on cherishing it?" Han Qiongji said right away. She seemed like she was both annoyed and smiling. The cloud lifted up Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji, taking off and arriving beside little Anne. Li Qingshan bowed towards the One Thought Master and said to little Anne, "Let's go. Let's go play in the Clear River Prefecture." Little Anne glanced at Han Qiongji. "I'm going back to cultivate." "That works too. Wait for me to bring back a gift." Li Qingshan rubbed her head with a smile. They were going to spend the entire night together anyway, so a little time like this would not make a difference. With the three of them, the atmosphere was rather strange. Han Qiongji let out a sigh of relief inside. She nodded towards little Anne to express her gratitude. The cloud flew out of the 100 schools of thought, directly returning to the Clear River Prefecture. Han Qiongji suddenly said, "Hold on for a moment." Li Qingshan stopped the cloud. "What's wrong?" Han Qiongji said, "You still haven't answered my question. Don't even think about getting away with it." Li Qingshan smiled. "Obviously, I'm going to cherish her like how I cherish you. You can't even be jealous of a painting. Don't you dare. I just want to be jealous. Give me the painting." When Han Qiongji heard that, she immediately refused to back down. She extended her hand. Li Qingshan casually tossed the heavenly maiden scatters the blossoms to her. "Here, take it." Han Qiongji originally only wanted to test him, but she never thought he would give it to her so readily. This was not just a painting. Its value was so great that regular qi practitioners could not even begin to imagine it. Her heart was filled with gentleness. Out of curiosity, she unfurled the painting. All she saw was the face of the heavenly maiden scatter the blossoms. It was blurry, as if it was shrouded in mist. The power it possessed completely surpassed Chu Danqing's infernal bestowment. The value of this item had completely surpassed spiritual artifact. I don't think it's anything special. I don't care." Han Qiongji tossed the painting back to Li Qingshan. "But you have to tell me who you see in the painting." Li Qingshan caught the painting and asked in surprise, "How do you know?" Sure enough, the rumors were true. Han Qiongji said complacently, "What don't I know? Don't interrupt me. Tell me." She acted like she did not care, but she was rather nervous inside. "Is it me?" Li Qingshan sighed. "Can I not tell you?" Han Qiongji said without any confidence. "Of course not. Did he see Gu Yenying? If that was the case, then it was not his fault." However, her mood plummeted. Li Qingshan said, "Fine then. Since you want to know, There's nothing I can hide from you. That's right. What I see is our village's widowly. Han Xiongji's heart had already hit rock bottom. When she heard Li Qingshan's answer, she froze. She blinked. What did you say? Li Qingshan said in embarrassment, You know, I'm young. Widow Li is the dream lover of all the men in our village. Han Xiongji's mind was in a mess. Of course, Widow Li posed no threat to her, but when she thought about how she had actually been defeated by Widow Li, who did not even have a name, she found it even harder to accept. Li Qingshan laughed and held her in his arms. He lifted her chin and said, Fool, you are. Han Xiongji roared, Li Qingshan, you're teasing me again. Li Qingshan pinched her chin and shook it gently. He said with a smile, This is not teasing, this is flirting. Is it true? Han Xiongji's voice suddenly became low. She bit her lips and said, If the answer was not her, she would rather he lied to her. Li Qingshan stopped smiling and kissed her gently on the forehead. I swear. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 352. Even though Li Qingshan's love life was not completely blank, it was not much better than Chu Donqing's. Only when he caught a glimpse of Gu Yenying under the cedar tree outside Qingyang City had he experienced love at first sight. However, he was not Hua Sengzan. No matter how deep of an impression Gu Yenying had left on him, no matter how great of an oath he had sworn, she was not as important as her. Right now, she was not as important as the woman in his arms who loved him deeply. As a result, when he saw the painting, he only did a pitifully short rewind of his memories. What appeared in his head was her leaning against the bow of the ship. It was natural and graceful, without any pretense at all, which made him admire her. You're in my arms right now, so why would I care about a painting? Qingshan. Han Xiongji only felt like her heart had melted. She was like a cloud in happiness, about to fly into the sky. The two of them leaned against each other on the vast blue wave. They were both filled with endless satisfaction. Li Qingshan had never thought a single sentence from him would have such an effect. He slid the tip of his finger across her plump lips and smiled. Are you satisfied now? That's more like it. Han Xiongji glanced at him. Her eyes rippled and her cheeks reddened. She was as charming as she could be. Is there a reward? Li Qingshan pointed at her bouncy chest. Here, the gift you promised. Han Xiongji slapped his hand away and took out an item from her 100 treasures pouch. This. Li Qingshan was stunned. There was no mistaking it. It was the high-grade spiritual artifact pill cauldron he had taken a liking to in the school of miscellany. The pill cauldron was not forged from metal. Instead, it was carved from the rare green jade. A long dragon coiled around the mouth of the cauldron. Its full name was the Jade-Sculpted Cauldron of the Coiled Dragon. Wasn't it supposed to be the man who bought what a woman took a liking to? Their roles seemed to be reversed. Li Qingshan's heart was filled with tenderness. What do you think? Do you like it? Han Xiongji asked in concern. Although she came from an aristocratic clan, Han Anjuan had never treated his daughter well. She had never known what spoiling was. This time, she had used all her years of savings and even exchanged the contribution she had accumulated in the Hawkwolf Guard for spiritual stones. Only then did he have enough spirit stones. Without saying a word, Li Qingshan put down the jade-coiled dragon carving furnace and kissed her cherry lips. I said. Han Xiongji struggled weakly. But this man almost barbarically hugged her in his arms, with a posture that allowed no resistance. He kissed her lips. Her mind instantly went blank, and she subconsciously hugged him. The tip of Li Qingshan's tongue opened her pearly white teeth and penetrated straight in, tasting her to his heart's content. His hands exerted force as if he wanted to rub her delicate body into his embrace. His heart was completely filled by her. Was this kind of woman not worthy of his wholehearted love? After a long time, their lips parted. A strand of saliva flowed freely. Han Xiongji's eyes were blurred. Her lips were slightly parted as she recalled the first kiss of her life. The sound lingered for a long time. Returning to her senses, she met Li Qingshan's smiling eyes. So you really are so afraid of being kissed, Xiongji? Just now, he felt like the woman in his arms was boneless, completely limp in his arms. He could do whatever he wanted. You don't keep your word. I gave you a gift out of kindness, yet you used the opportunity to bully me. You even used so much strength. It hurt. Han Xiongji's face was burning as she grumbled coquettishly. She did not blame him at all for his actions at all. It's for you. Li Qingshan stowed the pill cauldron away in his 100 treasures pouch before taking out the heavenly maiden scatters the blossoms. He thought about how inadequate he was as a boyfriend. All he cared about was enjoying her tenderness, yet she gave him a gift first. Han Xiongji refused it. It's not like I'm exchanging it with you. You want it, so keep it for yourself. Li Qingshan stuffed the painting into her hands. This is a token of love. Do you understand? In fact, he didn't really understand it himself. Compared to the romantic feelings of their hair knotted into a knot, the token of their love was more pragmatic. However, he liked this woman who did not know what romance was. Han Xiongji finally realized the meaning of the painting in her hand. Her heart was filled with endless joy, and she immediately loved it. She looked at it again and again, as if the painting in her hands was not the same as the one just now. After a while, she suddenly closed her eyes and raised her head, her red lips slightly pouting. Li Qingshan said, "What are you doing? Idiot, I want to try again. It feels pretty good." Han Xiongji opened her eyes and said in a happy and angry tone, "But you are not allowed to take the opportunity to make a move on me." Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed. How could there be a woman who would take the initiative to ask for a kiss after their first kiss? If he thought of her as a shy beauty, then he really misjudged her. He said, "Thank you for reminding me." He lowered his head and kissed her. His left hand wrapped around her slender waist and gently stroked it. His right hand fell on her perky buttocks and rubbed it hard. Han Xiongji snorted and subconsciously twisted her body. However, her mind was completely immersed in the sweet kiss with him. She only cared about dealing with the foreign object that invaded her mouth. She had no time to care about anything else, so she just let it be. After a few times of intimacy, Han Xiongji smiled and refused Li Qingshan's suggestion to go to the lake. Her red lips rubbed his cheek and stopped at his ear. She breathed out like orchids, "Pervert, don't always think about this kind of thing." Her right hand hooked up her middle finger and gently flicked his lower body. She was not unfamiliar with certain parts of a man's body. However, most of them were dead. She felt that it was very interesting to be born on her own man's body and have all kinds of changes. With her personality, how could she be willing to just let him tease her? She would return the favor as soon as she had the opportunity. She would let him taste her power. He could not think that he could bully her as he pleased just because she had become his woman. Li Qingshan suddenly widened his eyes before frowning and shooting a vicious glance at her. Once a tomboy gained a hint of femininity, she would truly be something. Her wild ways were truly captivating. Only by using the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression did he suppress his restless lust. He had already grasped the trick to dealing with her anyway, so he was in no hurry. He would strip her naked, wash her clean, and swallow her sooner or later. Arriving in the Clear River Prefecture that they had not visited in a very long time, the two of them held hands and swam around. The banks of the Clear River were filled with willows, and there were many boats on the river. Although it was summer, it was unable to stop them from enjoying themselves. The culture of this age could be regarded as liberal, especially in a prefectural city directly ruled by cultivators like the Clear River Prefecture. Even the legendary Golden Age of the Great Tang could not rival the degree of freedom and openness. After all, one of the three rulers of the Rui Commandery was a woman. Women could practice martial arts and cultivate. They were definitely not subordinates of men. The person beside Li Qingshan was a living example. Although Han Qiongji's appearance was far too eye-catching, such that Li Qingshan was forced to deal with a few scoundrels who had been blinded by lust, this long-awaited secular life and the atmosphere of the marketplace left Li Qingshan reminiscing about it for a very long time. As he paced through the tall buildings and held the hand of this modern woman, he felt like he had returned to his past life in a daze. When there was no one around, she would give him a peck that was as light as a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water before fleeing to one side with a smile, watching how helpless he was from being teased. At dusk, after bidding farewell to Han Qiongji, obviously with a kiss as well, she had already completely fallen in love with this method of intimacy. Li Qingshan returned to Cloud Wisp Island. Sure enough, little Anne was waiting in his room, currently reciting Buddhist scriptures. When she saw him, she smiled and tilted her head. "Where's the present?" Li Qingshan sat down with his legs crossed before her. After a moment of consideration, he still decided to tell her the news. After all, this was the last bit of information that woman had left behind in this world. "Qian Rongji has gone missing. She told me to give these to you." Little Anne was stunned as she stared at the pile of pills and spiritual stones before her. In his sweet, passionate love with Han Qiongji, Li Qingshan had basically completely forgotten about this woman's existence. It was only during a casual conversation that he heard Han Qiongji mention that Qian Rongji had already gone missing for 3 months. The Hawkwolf Guard had already sent out a search mission, and it was basically confirmed that she was dead. Han Qiongji had already become accustomed to seeing death, so she only sighed back then. She no longer took it to heart at all now. Unless there were special circumstances, the relationship between cultivators had always been very thin. Li Qingshan sighed gently. Had she finally reached the end of her crazy search? Little Anne suddenly thought of the woman who had laughed madly amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His heart skipped a beat. Was she really dead already? "I want to perform a divination for her." Fair enough. Li Qingshan did not hold any expectations. Han Qiongji's final mission was to head south and investigate a man-eating demonic beast. She had basically already left the vicinity of the Clear River Prefecture. That place was a vast forest. Countless demonic beasts of various sizes lived there, as well as countless venomous insects. It was even connected to underground caverns. Just entering that place was extremely dangerous. There were even rumors that it was very likely for the White Lotus Mother to hide after she escaped. However, if Gu Yenying did not take action, who would be bold enough to investigate? If they really found her, they would be dead for sure. As a result, after Qian Rongji went missing, no one was bold enough to carry out the search mission even though the Hawkwolf Guard had sent out a search mission. Little Anne closed her eyes and sat down with her legs crossed. She stroked the items one by one with her right hand. As a divination technique of the school of Yinyang, she had never given up on comprehending and practicing the cloud bookcase of the 7 lot. However, this was the first time she had actually used it. At this moment, the light of the setting sun was powerless to penetrate the dome of leaves in the southern forest 500 kilometers away. The forest had already darkened completely. A fly buzzed in search. Suddenly, it smelled a heavy and alluring fragrance. It was the smell of blood and death, which often represented a corpse that could be passed down to future generations. It flapped its wings and flew in that direction quickly. It dodged a spider web and arrived before a small mountain. The smell was right there. It circled around and passed through a cave that was basically covered in vines. It was already pitch black like night, but it was unable to stop it. Very soon, it found its target, a humanoid corpse on the ground. Yes, they were only in human form. Their exquisite clothes had been torn into strips of cloth that were soaked in blood, and it was impossible to discern their original appearance. Numerous wounds covered their entire bodies, and their blood-red mouths flowed with blood and even pus. They were like numerous tearful eyes and mouths that were wailing in pain, and they were recounting indescribable pain. There was not a single inch of unscathed skin on the corpse. Even between the wounds were uneven scars, as if they had just healed up before being ripped apart viciously again. The face was the same. It was difficult to even distinguish its gender. Only a pair of eyes were wide open, so wide that even the corners of the eyes had cracked. They stared at the darkness before them, covered in a layer of gray dust. Chapter 353. This is already the 6th hexagram. Do you still want to continue? Li Qingshan asked. Although Han Qiongji did not mention it, this concerned the life and death of a legalist disciple. She had most likely asked Ma Bai to divine for her. If he could determine that she was still alive, then it would not be a search mission, but a rescue mission. Searching for the living was also a search, and searching for the dead was also a search. Little and gradually became more familiar with the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots, but the 6 consecutive hexagram were all the worst. She could not find any chance of survival at all. However, she refused to give up because it was very strange. If Qian Rongji was dead, she should be able to divine the approximate location of her corpse. However, the hexagram showed that she seemed to be trapped in hell. This was the most unbelievable thing. Hell was the home of all souls, but even with Ma Bai's divination, it was impossible for him to reach another world. I want to divine one last time. All right. Li Qingshan nodded. Although the spirit turtle had the ability to divine, he was only a 2/9 spirit turtle at most. At most, he could sense the danger of death. When he was in Ancient Wind City, he had not sensed any danger even when he was trapped in Altar Master Black Lotus formation. He had relied on his demon instincts to sense that something was wrong at the last moment, but he did not manage to escape. Of course, he felt that his senses were not sharp enough. In the end, it was more daunting than dangerous. Little and clenched her hands. The 7 types of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the 7 types of true qi combined and condensed in a wondrous way. It was as if they were evolving the changes of all things in the world, matching with the thread of fate in the unseen world. In the end, it condensed into a cylinder. Thousands of colors mixed and revolved in a special pattern. It was like a kaleidoscope, forming various images, scenes, and words. However, Li Qingshan only took a glance at it and he felt dizzy. A thin bamboo skewer. It slowly rose up from within. The cylinder disintegrated. Little and suddenly grasped the stick in her hand, as if she had grasped fate in the unseen world. The cloud bookcase of the 7 lots originated from the most ancient divination of the 7 stars. One stick represented one's fate. It could tell good or bad luck, life or death, and know the past and future. Li Qingshan could not see through it. He thought to himself that if he used a tortoise shell for divination, then Little and would be asking for a divination stick. Of course, he didn't know that his dream lover, Gu Yenying, used the 6 lines divination technique, which was guided by copper coins. Of course, this was not a real lot. There was no difference between the best lot and the worst lot. Instead, it was a piece of information that appeared in the ever-changing fate. For fate itself. Fortune and misfortune, life and death, there was no difference. The only thing that mattered was the human heart. Little and closed his eyes. He furrowed his brows and tried his best to free his imagination, to decipher the message in the lot. Fate would never tell you clearly, "Hey, Zhang San, you're out of luck today." Even this simple message contained 10 times more information than an encyclopedia. It was 100 times more difficult to understand than a drunken painting by an impressionist. The main job of the fortune-teller was to decipher the message and tell the fortune-teller, "Hey, Zhang San, you're out of luck today. You'd better not go out." And this was a question with a time limit. The shiny bamboo stick flickered and twisted constantly. Soon, it dissipated in little Anne's hand. Li Qingshan asked, "How is it?" Little Anne opened his eyes and frowned. The cloud bookcase of the 7 lots was based on the previous 6 lots. The 7th lot was the most accurate one. She finally found a chance of survival in the hellish divination. It was so weak that it was not even a narrow escape. It was like a lonely lamp in a storm that would go out at any time. After listening to little Anne's explanation, Li Qingshan thought for a moment and said, "Do you want to find her?" The fly confirmed the source of the smell and cautiously flew around a few times. It was a little uneasy when it didn't find its own kind. But it couldn't resist the temptation of the smell. Driven by instinct, it flew to the round eyes of the corpse. For a moment, something seemed to swim through the eyes of the corpse. The eyes of the corpse suddenly moved. It fell to the ground silently, ending its short life. It lay on the ground with many of its kind. After a short period of sobriety, the eyes moved slightly and observed the surrounding scene. Based on this, she knew how long she had been here. Her thoughts were completely broken. She felt like the biggest liar, making her think that she had been here for hundreds of years. Reason could only play a small role. It was like picking up garbage from the ruins and trying to rebuild a city. It was ridiculous and futile. However, she found the long-lost sense of time. Her memory returned to about 3 months ago. The noon sun barely managed to penetrate the green canopy and shine into the forest, floating on a wide but shallow stream. She stepped into the stream and disturbed the silence. She concentrated on searching for the whereabouts of the man-eating monster. She wanted to forget her original purpose, but she couldn't. Spring was in full swing, but her heart was still stuck in that cold winter. She couldn't forget that upheaval. In the past few months, she had gained nothing. Every day, she would feel relieved, but there was another force that kept pulling her into the quagmire. She almost wanted to give up, go thousands of miles away, find a place where no one knew her and start over again. But there was divination in the world. That person might not be able to do anything to Gu Yenying, but if he wanted to find her and kill her, it couldn't be more easy. She stopped in the middle of the stream. After crossing this stream, she would enter the depths of the forest, which was full of all kinds of dangers. At this point, the task could be declared over. "Are you looking for someone?" Just as she was about to turn around, a gentle voice called out to her. The voice came from a man with a face as gentle as the voice. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His black Taoist robe was as dark as the night, and the tattered hem of his robe swayed slowly with the stream. She exhaled gently, as if a great burden had been lifted from her shoulders. The true danger she had been waiting for all this time had already arrived. Only afterwards did she turn around slowly and bow. Subordinate Qian Rongji greets Altar Lord Black Lotus. Finally, she saw the greatest person in the White Lotus sect below the Holy Mother again. "Qian Rongji, you're still bold enough to come?" Before Altar Lord Black Lotus could even say anything, a little girl in white clothes walked out from behind him. She only seemed to be 5 or 6 years old. She spoke with a childish voice, but the coldness in her eyes seemed to freeze all of her blood. She could not say anything at all. That's right, this was the White Lotus Mother, the source of her fear. "You seem to have been looking for us the entire time?" Altar Lord Black Lotus asked curiously. They did not know about Qian Rongji's appearance. They were just worried it was a trap. He had gone to great lengths to prevent White Lotus from stepping into the possible trap. There was no need for him to expose their whereabouts for the sake of a measly Qian Rongji. Today, he was no longer able to contain her anger, which was why he had appeared. Ma Amgu was not a patient person. She could not even be bothered to hunt them down, which also meant she no longer took her great enemies of the past seriously. Yes, the game had already ended. Qian Rongji immediately dropped to her knees and knocked her head into the water. Yes, Qian Rongji has fallen under Gu Yenying's control and committed a grave mistake. I can die 10,000 times over. I've specially come to apologize to the Holy Mother and Altar Lord. Don't mention that name, the little girl screamed. I'm no longer an Altar Lord. You can call me Black Lotus. I'm still the White Lotus Mother. The little girl screamed again. All right. You're still the White Lotus Mother. Black Lotus bent down and spoke like he was coaxing a child. Afterwards, he straightened up and rubbed his temples in distress. I really want to spare you, but can't you come up with a better reason? The White Lotus Mother really is difficult to coax now that she's angry. Qian Rongji wanted to say something, but Black Lotus raised his hand. I don't want to listen to your lies. Please treat me with sincerity, all right? In order to make you understand the severity of the situation, if you say another lie, I'll kill you. I don't want to listen to her. Black Lotus, kill her. Kill her. The White Lotus Mother constantly stamped her foot, making the water in the stream splash everywhere. Black Lotus grabbed the White Lotus Mother's tiny hand. Just tell me. The White Lotus Mother is running out of patience. She stands up and looks into my eyes. Tell me, why have you come? Qian Rongji stood up and gazed into Black Lotus' clear, dark eyes. She could not utter a single word of what she had prepared, as every single word was a lie. I want to beg for a way out. Don't even think about it. The White Lotus Mother kicked the water viciously. Black Lotus smiled. Very good. We have something in common now. There's no doubt that killing for the sake of hatred is pointless. Of course, not everyone believes that. For example, the tiny White Lotus Mother beside him was tempted to skin the great traitor, Qian Rongji, alive. I'm very curious. Why aren't you affected by the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple? Qian Rongji said, It's probably because I've practiced arts of charm. The heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple is not an art of charm. Do you know its origins? Qian Rongji shook her head. She did not even feel like the technique had any effect on her at all. Black Lotus said, There had once been an eminent monk who had gone through the vicissitudes of life. He saw how the masses were all people who refused to come to their senses, so he created a technique out of great pity. He channeled his own comprehension into the minds of others, allowing them to attain enlightenment in the blink of an eye. Even a fool could comprehend the supreme truths of the Buddhist Dharma, no longer being troubled by the various troubles of the world. It was known as enlightenment. It was definitely not a method used by demonic cultivators to control people. The heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple came from this. It was impossible to resist, as the technique itself was beneficial. After receiving the technique, it was like awakening their innate wisdom, allowing them to comprehend the past. From then onwards, there would be no bottlenecks in the mind on the path of cultivation, all the way until they reached the limits of the user's cultivation. If Hua Sungzan had received this technique, he would have reached foundation establishment a few years ago. Only now did Qian Rongji understand why all the people of the White Lotus sect who had received this technique would smile so brightly. Even when they suffered heavy setbacks in the White Lotus sect, they would not become dejected, as if they were filled with endless satisfaction. Black Lotus said, Can you tell me why? Qian Rongji lowered her head. Actually, I really want to be like them. Since young, had she ever experienced such a peaceful moment? She could not even remember. She furrowed her brows and shook her head helplessly. But I just can't feel happy. Chapter 354. I just can't be happy. I see. Black Lotus sighed gently and looked at her in pity. Originally, he thought Gu Yenying had a deeper plan, using some sort of artifact to block the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple. However, the answer was unexpectedly simple. Even the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple was unable to wash away the pitch-black pain in her heart. A situation like this had actually occurred before. However, those who failed would usually kill themselves very quickly. Even if they survived, they would be tormented to a state of agony, like a walking corpse, muddle-headed. Since there was no escape, death became the best salvation. Then why are you still alive? Why? Qian Rongji lowered her head and murmured. Suddenly, she smiled and tidied her hair. Perhaps I just don't want to accept this. In this situation, everything she did was useless. Her life was in her hands, but she was instead fearless. Just like what Black Lotus had said, death was not a very bad choice for her. Black Lotus said sincerely, Rongji, I really want you to live. You can't. Don't even think about it. The White Lotus mother screamed. Then the problem right now is, how can I let you live? I might not be an altar lord anymore, but I still can't disobey the White Lotus mother's orders. Black Lotus, where are you standing? The White Lotus mother stressed each word as she kicked Black Lotus's leg. Black Lotus laid out his hands helplessly. Qian Rongji just raised her head. Sunlight flickered like starlight between the cracks of the green leaves. Her figure was reflected in the quiet stream, aloof from the world. It was as if everything here no longer had anything to do with her anymore. She had already done all that was humanly possible. Black Lotus considered it for a while before suddenly smiling. He raised a finger. They all say that it's impossible to have everything right, but as long as you look carefully, you'll always find a way. Afterwards, he crouched down. He said to the White Lotus mother, Mother, will you be satisfied if you kill her like this? This will instead be a form of release for her. The White Lotus mother said, Do you think I'll let her die so easily? I'll make her taste all the torture in the world. Only when she cries and begs for mercy and breaks down mentally will I kill her. The corner of Qian Rongji's lips curled into a sneer. Crying, begging for mercy, having a nervous breakdown, do you want me to act it out for you right now? Black Lotus seemed to have grasped the crux of the matter. He smiled and said, Yes, torture. Do you still remember that? The White Lotus mother was taken aback. She smiled viciously. Yeah, that's it. You sure are clever. He took out an item and handed it to Black Lotus. Black Lotus opened his hand towards Qian Rongji. He was holding a sparkling amber. Sealed in the amber was a tiny snake as thin as a strand of hair. However, its gorgeous colors were mesmerizing. Qian Rongji asked, This item comes from the Mist Province. Snake goo? Qian Rongji frowned. The Mist Province was known as the Myriad Mountains. Although it had been under Great Xia's rule for many years, it was still a land of wilderness. The path of cultivation of the barbarians was very different from that of the Central Plains. It was directly inherited from the ancient times. The art of witchcraft was one of the most mysterious killing methods, and it was famous throughout the world. That's right. You want to use this to kill me. A friend of mine once said that true goo is not used to kill, but to make people wish they were dead. Qian Rongji's eyes lit up. Since it was worse than death, that meant she could live. However, this goo is called the pestering goo. In the first 300 years, it was always believed to be a dead goo, as no one has ever survived. They all died from agonizing torture. Even the most cold-blooded, tough man will become as fragile as a child after being afflicted with this goo. The White Lotus mother's smile widened. She was innocent and cruel. Qian Rongji also shivered. Black Lotus continued. Only afterwards did people discover that this goo is not fatal. It doesn't even cause any harm. All those who die to this goo commit suicide. If they can endure the pain, it will instead bring them great benefits, which even gave birth to a sect that worships this snake as their sacred snake. Qian Rongji waded through the stream and walked over, reaching towards the snake-pestering goo without the slightest hesitation. Was it painful? She had always been very patient. However, Black Lotus brought his hands together, and his face became stern. Do you really plan on living like this? Once this goo is planted, it won't stop until you die. It's impossible to remove, which is why it's called pestering. It seems like I have no other choice. Qian Rongji's face was filled with mockery. Black Lotus gazed at her deeply. I suddenly feel a little regretful. If you choose to die, I'll give you a quick death. There won't be any pain at all. The White Lotus mother was very unhappy. Black Lotus bowed and said sternly, no matter how unhappy you are, I can't just watch you do this. Slaughter and death will always be unavoidable, but humiliating and torturing isn't something we should do. If you insist on doing this, please kill me first. The White Lotus mother was helpless against him. All she could do was turn her head away viciously. Qian Rongji smiled. Thank you for your kind intentions, but if I only wanted a quick death, why would I have come here? Black Lotus fell silent for a while before opening his hand. Fine then. I respect your choice, but please listen to the last thing I have to say. According to what I know, this snake is not a creature of this world. Instead, it comes from the Hell Realm. As a disciple of legalism, you should understand. Qian Rongji's eyes narrowed. She obviously understood. It was said that the Hell Realm had a total of 18 major hells and countless smaller hells. They were the place where all souls of the dead returned to in the Great Thousand World. All sins would receive the final judgment of the officials of hell there. It was the supreme symbol of law. As such, it was very clear why the snake-pestering goo did not cause death. The torture of hell had never been for the sake of slaughter, but for punishment. It would make even the most brutal criminal feel pain and then repent. This snake comes from the venomous snake hell. The so-called torture of the human world is like playing house compared to the punishment of hell. In other words, from today onwards, you'll have to live in hell every single day. Before he had even finished speaking, Qian Rongji had already picked up the amber and held it up to the sunlight. She raised her pretty face and looked at the beautiful snake inside. She glanced at Black Lotus and curled her lip. Thank you for your good idea. The amber slipped from her fingers. Under the illumination of the sunlight, the tiny snake inside seemed even more beautiful and enchanting. Suddenly, it opened its eyes and directly entered her mouth. In the darkness, cracks appeared on the amber. It shattered immediately. She was not the one who had freed it. Instead, it had broken free by itself. It was like a wild beast that had caught the scent of blood, a glutton that had seen delicious food. There was no shame in this. Souls filled with hatred were its favorite food and hotbed. It could not help but burrow in deeply. Qian Rongji trembled all over. She instantly knelt in the stream. The tiny snake, more beautiful than the rainbow, swam on her face like a tattoo, moving on her skin. It seemed to be a little stronger than when it was in the amber. She suddenly opened her eyes wide and fell straight down, splashing the stream water. It was an indescribable pain. Even unimaginable pain, like a snake slithering. She opened her mouth wide, if she could make a sound. She would definitely be screaming right now. But the pain had seized her body and locked her throat. She could only make meaningless gurgling sound. However, every inch of her body was groaning, and her whole soul was wailing. She had far underestimated the torture of hell. She was very wrong, far from being as strong as she had imagined. In just a moment, she regretted it and was willing to do anything to relieve this pain. Were the souls of hell also repenting for the sins they had committed in life every day and night? Although she opened her eyes as wide as she could, her vision was blurry. Everything around her seemed to spin, turning into a blurry color. Vaguely, a black shadow approached her and said, "Since this is the path you've chosen, please allow me to wish you a safe journey." Black Lotus stood up and said to the White Lotus mother, who admired Qian Rongji's horrendous state with great interest, "Let's go." The White Lotus mother said, "Let me watch a little longer." Black Lotus became stern. The White Lotus mother cursed, "Stingy." When the first round of pain passed, the venomous snake from hell seemed to have had enough of its activity, entering a state of rest. She propped herself up and knelt up. The sky had already darkened completely, and she barely managed to organize her chaotic consciousness. Apart from the paleness of her face, she was basically unscathed. The White Lotus Mother had not even touched a single hair on her. It was much better than the best-case scenario she had imagined. However, her mind and willpower seemed to have been completely destroyed. It was very strange. If a person endured unendurable pain, they would fall unconscious or go mad even if they managed to survive. However, she remained conscious the entire time, carefully savoring every single bit of pain. Perhaps this was the wondrous aspect of the punishment of hell. Returning to her senses, the first thing she did was grab her throat. All she needed to do was grab it gently, and blood would gush out and she would be free. Her sharp nails dug into her pale white skin, and warm, bright red blood flowed out. After hesitating for quite a while, she pulled back her hand and stood up unsteadily. She found a small cave and dove into it, falling unconscious. She dreamed of a huge snake that was even more beautiful than a rainbow, swallowing her in a single gulp. She woke up very soon, and the second round of pain arrived. Time passed day by day. She took advantage of the time when she could move to replenish her food and water before waiting for the next round of pain in great fear. Yes, fear that she had never experienced before. She was so afraid that she trembled all over. Even when she was resting, the snake would use another method to torture her, making her want to free herself with death every single time. However, she refused to give up. Gradually, she could also perform some simple activities when she was being tortured, but the situation only worsened. Every single time, she would lose her rationality, wanting to rip the snake out of her body and tear off every inch of her skin. Fortunately, cultivators possessed tough bodies, so the wounds would always heal very quickly. She even began to wonder whether she could break free from the snake if she peeled off her own skin. However, her remaining rationality stopped her. The snake had already fused with her, and if she did that, she would die very soon. She could not die like this. At this moment, a dangerous aura interrupted her thoughts. A demonic beast that resembled a leopard followed the smell of blood and arrived in the cave. Its glowing eyes constantly drifted about in the darkness. This was a demonic beast that had condensed its demonic core. Perhaps it was the man-eating demonic beast that she had been tracking, but that was not important. Even if she was in perfect condition, she did not dare to say that she would definitely win. Now that she was extremely weak, she could not even move a finger. P.S. Bow to thank the student from the namespace for the reward and congratulate the new sect master. Chapter 355. Little Anne did not answer Li Qingshan immediately. Instead, he sank into his thoughts silently. Since you have an idea, then go look for it. It won't take up much time anyway. It was rare for Little Anne to care about the matters of others, so Li Qingshan felt like he should encourage him. Qian Rongji had left these things for Little Anne, so they had basically done their best. It's far too dangerous. Little Anne shook his head. Don't worry. I might not be able to divine as well as you, but I can still sense true danger. Li Qingshan pointed at his head before rubbing her hair. I'll just treat it as going out with you. All right. He arrived at the Hawkwolf Guard and accepted the mission. He went upstairs to greet Han Qiongji. After some intimacy, Han Qiongji heard about the details of Li Qingshan's mission. She said in surprise, "You want to accept this mission? Are you very familiar with her?" "Of course not, but we've worked together a few times. She's probably dead already, so you should at least bring her corpse back." Li Qingshan studied Han Qiongji and said unconcernedly. Scorching sunlight poured in from the huge, floor-to-ceiling window. She sat on a high-backed chair, dressed in the uniform of a Scarlet Wolf Guard. She seemed extremely valiant. Li Qingshan sat on the long table in front of her. His face was filled with fantasies. Han Xiongji rubbed her chin and thought. This action was extremely masculine, which gave her a different kind of charm. All right, you can go. Li Qingshan smiled. What? Aren't you worried that your man will run into the White Lotus Mother and be taken as a bodyguard? Han Xiongji leaned back in her chair and raised her legs, placing them on the table. She looked down. If it's little Hua, there might be a chance, but with your beauty, he'll probably be killed. I received the news a few days ago. The White Lotus Mother and Altar Lord Black Lotus. They've already returned to the Mist Province to rebuild the White Lotus sect. Li Qingshan said, Is the news accurate? Aren't you afraid of getting caught there? The Mist Province isn't the Green Province. It's truly lawless. Basically all the people who could not withstand the pursuit of the Hawkwolf Guard in the Green Province had fled there. If you really can't find it, don't forget to bring back a corpse. Han Xiongji blinked her eyes. I don't think that's a good idea, Li Qingshan said. The contribution from the mission to search for Qianrongji was still quite impressive. After all, it was related to the life or death of a Scarlet Wolf Guard. Who cares? Anyway, I'm in charge now. Little Flower isn't here, and Old Wang has gone to cultivate. I have to deal with so many errands. It's so annoying. Okay, wait for me to come back. Li Qingshan leaned over and gave her a hot kiss. He got up and left. Han Xiongji came to the French window and watched his cloud rise into the sky. She smiled and pursed her lips. The speed of the demonic beasts was astonishing. 2 beast eyes glowed with light. They were like 2 fleeting shadows, dragging 2 long tails of light behind them. They circled around Qianrongji in circles, rapidly approaching her. Qianrongji's eyes were wide open. In the beginning, she circled around the demonic beast a little, but afterwards, she stopped moving as if she had become completely numb. The demonic beast confirmed that this was not a trap. The 2 streaks of green light that were circling around suddenly turned towards the center. The demonic beast lunged over and bit Qianrongji's neck. That was the only place on her body with relatively few wounds. Even when she was in extreme pain, she could control herself at all times and not end her own life. Could it be that this was the result of 3 months of painful perseverance? At first, the 4 fangs pierced through her skin. Afterwards, all the fangs only needed to advance a little further, and she would not even have to suffocate before they could bite through her neck. Even now, her gaze and expression had not changed at all. The pain that made others clench their teeth was as pleasant as the spring breeze to her, while the impending death might just be a release to her. The demonic beast stiffened. Tremendous pain immediately filled its entire body like poison. Qianrongji finally revealed a hint of a smile. On her horrifying face, she looked as ferocious as an evil spirit. Her arms were placed on both sides, supporting herself to get up bit by bit. Then, she bit the demonic beast's neck. Looking carefully, one could see that the gorgeous little snake had unknowingly coiled around Qianrongji's neck. A parasite would protect its host. Its way of protection was naturally to let the other party taste the same pain. Under the hellish torture, the demonic beast's demonic aura was completely dispersed. It could not even tighten its muscles. Its tough skin was slowly pierced by her teeth. The salty blood flowed into her mouth. Like a vampire, she swallowed it in big mouthfuls to replenish her blood. The food prepared in her 100 treasures pouch had long been finished. Fortunately, the smell of blood on her body had attracted many wild beasts. She used this method to eat all of them to replenish her energy. After drinking her fill of blood, she recovered a lot of strength. She tore open the demonic beast's stomach and took out a crystal-clear demonic core the size of a grain of rice. She immediately swallowed it and tried to meditate. The attribute of the demonic core was coincidentally compatible with her. It could be considered a blessing from the heavens. True Qi, which had been absent for a long time, finally reappeared in her aura sea. Under the urging of the true Qi, the wounds on her body closed bit by bit. Qianrongji suddenly felt dizzy. She touched her forehead, which was boiling hot. In the forest environment, she had lost her true chi for a long time. This was the third time she had contracted a disease. She understood that she had to leave this place. She needed a better environment to recuperate, or else she might die here. If she attracted an even stronger demonic beast, it would bite her neck off before it was seized by pain. She saw the demonic beast's corpse with its stomach cut open. Before leaving, she had to eat it first to store enough strength. The sun rose and set, but in this dark cave, there seemed to be no concept of the passage of time at all. It only took Li Qingshan and Little and a few hours to reach the small village at the edge of the forest. As expected, some villagers had seen her track. Her footwork extended into this forest. She had exposed her tracks with such great fanfare. Obviously, she had done it on purpose. At this moment, Li Qingshan and Little An were standing in front of this forest. It was as deep and serene as if it was another world. It was indeed not an easy task to find someone in this forest that stretched for thousands of miles. But for Li Qingshan, it was not too difficult. He was very familiar with that woman's breath. When he moved quickly and carried out a dragnet-like search, the strong smell of blood also attracted his attention. He lifted the curtain woven by the vines. He saw a monster lying on the beast's stomach. It was a monster that devoured internal organs. A trace of familiar breath came through the strong smell of blood. He still could not believe his eyes. Qian Rongji, the monster, suddenly raised its head. When it saw Li Qingshan, it showed a surprised expression and smiled extremely ferociously. It said in an extremely weak voice, "You're here." It was as if it was sitting peacefully at home and a long-lost friend came to visit, rather than seeing a savior in despair. Li Qingshan did not say anything. He just took out the elixir and walked forward. The scene in front of him, even he could not bear to look at it. He did not expect the White Lotus sect to be so cruel. When Qian Rongji saw Little and behind him, she suddenly felt ashamed and curled up. The poisonous snake entrenched in her body inexplicably calmed down a little. Li Qingshan wanted to open her mouth and put the elixir in. "Don't touch me!" While she was stunned. Li Qingshan's hand had already touched her face. Suddenly, an indescribable pain. It spread all over her body. Where his fingertips touched, a colorful snake tattoo had appeared at some point. The parasite's instinct to protect its host would not change because of the host's will. From now on, no matter who it was, if they wanted to touch her, they would have to taste hellish pain. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan suddenly pulled his hand back and looked at it in shock. He saw that it was unscathed, and there was nothing wrong with his body. Just now, the pain was like a dream. At this moment, two tender little hands grabbed her hand. "Little An," Li Qingshan and Qian Rongji said at the same time. Little An's face did not show any painful expression. The hell snake could be extradited to this world to punish the living. It could also punish the dead in the hell of the poisonous snake. But Little An was neither alive nor dead. A warmth came from her hand. Qian Rongji saw a golden Buddhist light appear on Little An's body, then spread along her hands and spread to her entire body, enveloping her in the golden Buddhist light. The wounds on her body gradually healed. Soon afterwards, the uneven, hideous scars were wiped away bit by bit. This was no longer the effect of Buddhism, but the power of the path of white bone and great beauty. Her face seemed to be even more beautiful than before. Little An released her hand and returned to Li Qingshan's side. Qian Rongji said softly, "Thank you." She asked Li Qingshan, "Do you have water?" Li Qingshan snapped his fingers, and a tornado-like stream of water swirled around her body, washing away the filth and ragged clothes on her body. She turned into smoke and dissipated, revealing her fair skin and supple figure. She was completely naked. Li Qingshan had always been a very intense person, but when he stood before this woman, he always felt like his heart was as still as water. Even at a time like this, He could not be bothered to look away. Qian Rongji was the same. She picked up her 100 treasures pouch and took out a set of clothes, changing into them. She stretched out her arms and legs in a natural manner. She did not seduce him, nor did she avoid him. It was as if he did not treat her as a woman, and she did not treat him as a man. Li Qingshan said, "Looks like you've suffered quite a bit. Do you want to know?" Qian Rongji had already put on her clothes and was tidying her long hair in front of a mirror. "Tell me." Li Qingshan was indeed rather curious. Qian Rongji casually recounted her experiences, as if she was telling someone else's story. After listening to her, Li Qingshan also felt a chill inside. He asked, "How are you going to get rid of this goo?" Qian Rongji said, "There's no way to get rid of it, and there's no need to. As long as I can let go of my sense of shame and hatred, it will naturally stop tormenting me." The venomous snake hell was originally used to punish those who committed atrocities because of their shamelessness, and those who committed boundless sins because of hatred. But punishment was not the goal. It was to let the sinners realize their sins in hell, and finally obtain self-redemption and liberation. Only then could it be considered Buddha's mercy. Li Qingshan mocked, "Can you do it?" Qian Rongji also laughed, "Of course I can't do it. I will not be ashamed of anything. I hate everyone in the world." The venomous snake happily slithered around. She suddenly knelt on the ground, and her 10 fingers dug deeply into the ground. The smile on her face was twisted because of the pain, but it became more and more brilliant. Even if she was trapped in the endless hell and suffered endless suffering, she would not repent. P.S. Shamelessly asking for monthly votes will cause you to be trapped in the venomous snake hell, but even if you are trapped in the venomous snake hell, you still want to be satisfied. Chapter 356. Seeing her like this, killing intent surged through Li Qingshan's heart for some reason. Although she had already recovered from her wounds and turned back into the beautiful Qian Rongji, she felt even more inhuman than the monster he had just seen. He said indifferently, "Does that include me?" Qian Rongji said, "Are you human?" Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback. He sneered in disdain. "As long as I can live happily, what does it matter if I'm human or not? Originally, I didn't want to stick my nose into your business, but Little N divined that you still had a chance at survival, which was why I came." Qian Rongji glanced at Little N deeply. Little N remained the same as usual the entire time, showing no emotion at all. Qian Rongji smiled. "Just treat the things I left with you as my repayment." Li Qingshan took off on a cloud and returned to Clear River City with the mission items. When Qian Rongji stood before Han Qiongji unscathed, Han Qiongji was surprised too. She knew that Qian Rongji had encountered the White Lotus Mother and had been heavily injured the entire time, resting in the forest the entire time. She smiled. "You sure have a good life, little girl. So much for worrying for you." Even Han Qiongji had no idea about Qian Rongji's role in the mission against the White Lotus sect last time. "Thank you for your concern, second senior sister," Qian Rongji said obediently. As for whether she had a good life or not, you could say that was the case. After receiving Little Anne's treatment, the benefits of the hell snake gradually manifested. After the pain, her mind would always be especially clear. Her body and soul seemed to have changed slightly. Qian Rongji's return caused a disturbance in the Hawkwolf Guard. She changed her usual way of doing business and declined Han Qiongji's welcoming banquet. In the past 3 months, although she had developed a subtle connection with the snake that was entangling her and was able to control the torture time a little, she had to spend more time in harmony with it. The path of the future was once again in her hands. He returned to his residence alone. A familiar figure stood in front of the door. Qian Rongji was surprised. "Little Tian, why are you here?" Chu Tian's face was full of concern as he said, "I heard that you came back. Where have you been these past few days? I was so worried about you that I wanted to look for you several times. Unfortunately, he didn't go even once. Qian Rongji was not surprised at all. It was not that he was not sincere to her. She was very confident in her own means. It was just that for some people, nothing was more precious than their own lives. Facing Chu Tian's outstretched hand, her eyes lit up. If she held this hand now, any genius would have to kneel and beg for mercy. No matter what kind of trump card they had, she could force them to reveal it. However, she hesitated. It was better for her to pull her hand back. Chu Tian was a genius that everyone paid attention to right now. If he died mysteriously, it would definitely shake up the academy. At a time like this, it was best if she did not cause any trouble. He was already hers anyway. She suddenly felt a sense of joy. Although she was still a 6th-layer Qi practitioner, she now possessed fatal fangs that could harm these so-called geniuses. Chu Tian was disappointed, but he felt guilty inside, so he dared not say anything. When he heard that it was Li Qingshan who had brought her back, he felt even more gloomy inside. Why was this guy everywhere? When Qian Rongji accidentally mentioned that she had lost her 100 treasures pouch during a mission and was worried about her future cultivation, Chu Tian immediately took out many pills and spiritual stones generously. Qian Rongji turned him down before accepting it. "Thank you, little Tian. I'll return them to you." Chu Tian gazed at her face in fascination. He felt that she was even more charming and enchanting than before. With a gentle cough, Wu Zhen emerged from the darkness. He had thought about looking for her in the past, but as a descendant of a clan, he obviously could not treat his life as a joke and go to the forest where the White Lotus Mother might appear. Afterwards, he felt like she was dead for sure, so he stopped thinking about it. When he heard that he had returned, he hurried over to see him and greeted him with an unnatural expression. Qian Rongji glanced at Chu Tian and smiled. "Brother Wu, you've come." Seeing how she did not blame him at all, Wu Zhen felt even more ashamed. When he heard that she had lost her 100 treasures pouch, he also gave her some spiritual stones and pills in a hurry. As a descendant of a clan, he was still very well off in this aspect. He was even wealthier than Han Qiongji. Chu Tian said a few words of jealousy to her, and the two of them parted on bad terms. Qian Rongji let out a heavy sigh. She could not swallow the food that was right by her mouth, which was quite a pity. If only the world could be a little more chaotic, so chaotic that no one would care even if someone died. Qian Rongji was not a prominent figure, but she was extremely popular in the 100 schools of thought. In the next few days, people would come to visit her, not just from the school of legalism. There were quite a few disciples from other schools too, and none of them came empty-handed. Her 100 treasures pouch began to swell again. Everyone said that ever since junior sister Qian had returned, her bearing had changed drastically. She had become even more beautiful and enchanting. However, no one knew that every night, when it was quiet, she would lock herself up completely and begin her routine journey to hell. Under the nourishment of pain, the colorful, venomous snake was growing bit by bit. Summer passed and autumn came. Li Qingshan woke up in the bamboo loft. His true qi had already gradually reached the peak of the 7th layer. Before long, he would be able to break through again. All he saw was Little and staring at him with wide eyes. Li Qingshan smiled. "Stop staring. Go conduct the morning classes or your master will start nagging me again." Ever since the Buddhist Dharma assembly, she had been in charge of the morning classes in the Ansrava temple. Afterwards, she would allocate the tasks for the Buddhist disciples for the day. This was obviously the One Thought Master's arrangement, and it was the job of the primary disciple in the first place, so she could not shirk it. However, there were many benefits as well. She had already earned quite a lot of pills for Li Qingshan from the One Thought Master. Li Qingshan did not just treat her as a child laborer. Practicing a high-level ability like the Path of White Bone and Great Beauty placed the most emphasis on the cultivation of the mind. This was not something that could be resolved by reading a few Buddhist scriptures or conducting a Dharma assembly. It required her to accumulate it bit by bit in her daily life. A flower was a world, a leaf was a Bodhi tree. Li Qingshan had grown accustomed to her, so he was rather reluctant to part with her. However, upon further thought, he treated it as sending a child to school. With her identity as the primary disciple, coming into contact with a few more people and matters would definitely bring great benefits to her future cultivation. After little and left, Li Qingshan sat there for a while longer. He neither cultivated nor practiced martial art. All he did was empty his mind and think about nothing. It was equivalent to waking up early and brushing his teeth and washing his face. Only then did he emerge from the room. The sky was already bright. 2 children played around in the bamboo forest as they swept up the fallen leaves with a broom. They were both second-layer Qi practitioners. They channeled their true Qi into the broom, and with a wave of their hands, they kicked up a fierce gust of wind. Even the bamboo forest swayed gently. The 2 of them directly began fighting with their brooms. It was actually extremely methodical. They called out, "I'm the second senior brother, and you're the little junior brother." Suddenly, they saw Li Qingshan emerge and lowered their heads in a hurry. They said politely, "First senior brother." Before the next entrance examination, the School of Novels had a new disciple. After a period of nurturing, the children selected from various places were given the opportunity to choose their schools. The 2 children chose the School of Novels. They both cultivated the water element, and their talent was nothing special. However, they made Lu Chuanfeng so happy that he could not close his mouth for a few days. This continued until the School of Novels finally prospered in his hands. Li Qingshan was finally no longer alone. He patted them on the head. "Stop fooling around. Go and study." The older child said, "We still have to sweep the floor." The other child added, "If we don't sweep it clean, Master will scold us." Li Qingshan knew that Lu Chuanfeng was enjoying being a master. In the past, this place was littered with fallen leaves. When had he ever seen him care? He also liked the 2 children very much, so he said with a smile, "I'll help you sweep." A crystalline water dragon flew out of his hand and swept away all the fallen leaves, revealing the cobblestone path below. The 2 children cheered, their faces filled with admiration. When could they be as powerful as eldest senior brother? "Ah Jun, Ah Sheng, you're done sweeping the floor. Get over here." Lu Chuanfeng's authoritative voice sounded from the bamboo loft. "Yes, master." Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. He watched as they skipped over. Ever since they came, Lu Chuanfeng seemed to have changed into a different person. He put on the dignity of a master. "Qingshan, come back early too," Lu Chuanfeng said. Li Qingshan also said, "Yes, master." Lu Chuanfeng stroked his beard in satisfaction. He looked inside his body. The divine talisman of great creation was shining. The amount of wish power he had accumulated was unprecedented. He had been stuck at the 10th layer of Qi refinement for many years. Now, he finally had some confidence to touch the door to foundation establishment. What was the most important thing for a school? It had to be a foundation establishment cultivator. Otherwise, no matter how famous they were, they would be looked down upon. The School of Novels still had to rely on him, the head of the school. In order to save wish power in preparation for foundation establishment, he could no longer bear to transform into a woman. With 2 young disciples around, he could not afford to lose face. When Li Qingshan arrived outside the island, he saw Li Long working there. Thanks to the various crops he had planted, Li Qingshan was able to pacify millipede in the insect sack. He greeted him with a smile and soared into the sky. Li Qingshan turned into a small dot and landed on Great War Island. Only then did Li Long lower his head and continue tending to the herb garden. Among the many crops, spiritual herbs were the most difficult to grow. They had extremely high requirements for various environments. However, the process of growing them was also the most beneficial for the disciples of the School of Agriculture. Li Long had cleared out a small piece of land on Cloudwisp Island, which was rich in spiritual qi. He tried to grow a few medicinal herbs that were easy to grow. Although he did not know the results, his horticultural skills and qi refinement cultivation had clearly improved. He would soon be able to advance further. As long as he did not lack wealth, companions, methods, and land, the first few layers of qi refinement were relatively easy to break through. On the practice field, Li Qingshan's fist whistled through the air, smashing towards Han Tie's face. Han Tie's body spun like a spinning top, the spear in his hand turning into a rolling black dragon that swept towards Li Qingshan's legs. Li Qingshan snickered. He did not care about his lower body at all. His fists changed, transforming into layers of afterimages. To the surrounding military disciples, it looked like several dozen fists had struck out at once, covering the sky and covering the earth as they headed towards Han Tie's face. "Who said I can't touch your face?" he shouted. "Pay up!" Legends of the Great Sage. Readers are welcome to log in. Read the full text. Chapter 357. Han Tie abandoned his spear without hesitation and accurately caught Li Qingshan's fists amidst the afterimages of the fists. Both of their feet sank deep into the ground, causing it to crack. After a few rounds of fighting, the two separated, both panting slightly. Li Qingshan had to admit that the school of the military was worthy of being called the school of combat, and Han Tie was worthy of being the top student of the school of the military. Li Qingshan had already used ocean brawling to the extreme, but he still couldn't touch Han Tie's face. He could always rely on exquisite moves to turn danger into victory. Moreover, in his human form, his body-refining technique was still inferior to Han Tie, a 10th-layer qi practitioner. His qi-refining technique was even worse. When they fought, he was beaten up more often. His brother-in-law wasn't easy to deal with. Han Tie was even more surprised. Every single layer of qi practitioner was a tremendous difference. In particular, the 10th layer and the first 9 layers were worlds apart. The moves that should have been able to vanquish the enemy only left behind a small wound when they landed on Li Qingshan. Moreover, his endurance was startling. Although he had never been defeated, he would drag Han Tie into a bitter battle every single time. Li Qingshan rested for a while and caught his breath. Seeing the sun in the sky, he said, "Hey, it's time to eat." The military disciples all responded, "Eat it." After freeloading lunch at the school of the military, Li Qingshan and Han Tie chatted at the side of the training field. Now Li Qingshan would come to the school of the military every morning to train and familiarize himself with the use of battle technique. The two of them admired each other, and with their relationship with Han Xiongji, they had become good friends. "It's getting late. I'm going to Benevolence Island." Li Qingshan looked at the sky and stood up. The afternoon was the time to learn how to refine pills. When he arrived at Benevolence Island, Ru Xian said that he had to focus on cultivation for the next few days and wanted him to refine a furnace of pills. With the jade coiling dragon carving furnace given to him by Han Xiongji, Li Qingshan's success rate in concocting pills had greatly increased. His skills in concocting pills were growing day by day. After all, it wasn't something that could be accomplished in a day. Li Qingshan wasn't in a hurry. He went to Contention Island to accept a few alchemy missions and began to concoct pills. At dusk, after a busy day of work and cultivation, Han Xiongji declined the invitation of several colleagues to go out and have fun and came to accompany Li Qingshan to refine pills for a while. She brought some food for him and flirted with him. Alchemy was very time-consuming, but it was not like smithing, where one had to be focused at all times without the slightest bit of relaxation. Most of the time, they would play the role of a boiler worker, so powerful alchemists would often hire a few alchemy boys to help them look after their pill furnaces. Although Li Qingshan did not have such conditions, he had the company of a beautiful woman. He didn't feel bored. At night, Han Qiongji left and little and returned. She mentioned that Qian Rongji had broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. He came to find her today. He talked with her for a while. Cold stars filled the night sky, but they were quickly chased away by the red sun rising from the east. The cycle repeated itself. In the blink of an eye, another winter snow fell. Li Qingshan's skill in concocting pills continued to rise, but he began to feel anxious instead. The deeper his understanding of alchemy, the more he felt its profoundness. It was not as simple as he had imagined at the start, where he could casually learn for a year or so, then refine large amounts of true spirit pills and exchange them for cultivation pills. In reality, this process was filled with difficulties. The first step was to gather spirit herbs. Even though the spirit herbs used to refine true spirit pills were far inferior to blue butterfly flowers, they were still extremely rare. He had to first use a large number of spirit stones. To refine all of the blue butterfly flowers into true spirit pills, he would need to spend at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. Among them, there were one or two that were practically priceless. They were in the hands of alchemists, who wanted to use them to refine other high-grade pills. If he wanted to buy them, he would have to spend at least 1 or 2 times the price. After causing such a huge commotion, everyone would know what he wanted to do. Never underestimate the intelligence of other cultivators. Then came the second step, refinement. Alchemy was not that simple. Although he had a powerful tool like the jade coil dragon sculpted furnace in his hands, to refine true spirit pills, he would have to spend at least a few months to learn. After learning, he would just barely be able to refine them, but the success rate would definitely be pitifully low. In other words, a large number of precious medicinal herbs would be wasted. If he wanted to increase the success rate, it was very simple. He just had to spend another 2 or 3 years learning. However, whether or not he could succeed was still a different matter. If he could casually refine high-grade pills like true spirit pills after learning for 2 or 3 years, refining one furnace after another, then the streets would be filled with alchemists. The last step was to sell them. Even if he ignored all the previous problems and refined a large number of true spirit pills, how would he sell them and exchange them for cultivation pills? This was not a game. He just had to find a store, pull it up, and click the mouse. First of all, he had to conceal his identity. However, that meant that the price would inevitably be lowered, and he might even be blackmailed. A man's wealth was his own ruin. A batch of true spirit pills that could cultivate foundation establishment cultivators meant that many foundation establishment cultivators who usually looked very kind and amiable might change their appearance. "Can I trust you?" Li Qingshan casually asked. In Ru Xian's alchemy room, Ru Xian was teaching Li Qingshan how to refine a furnace of fragrance containing pills. It could be considered a relatively high-grade pill, but it was not used for cultivation. Taking fragrance-containing pills could cause one's body to have a strange fragrance. Recently, it was very popular among female cultivators. This time, it was not a mission from the 100 schools of thought, but Ru Xian's work. During a boring interval, the two of them were too lazy to joke around. Li Qingshan quietly listened to the sound of snowflakes falling on the roof. He didn't look at Ru Xian, but stared at the wall as if he were thinking about something. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" Ru Xian turned her head. Li Qingshan looked into Ru Xian's eyes. "Answer me." Ru Xian's clear black and white eyes swiveled around, as if thinking about why Li Qingshan was asking this. She looked at the beam and said, "I don't know either. Although we've known each other for so long, You seem to be shrouded in a mysterious veil that I can't see through," Li Qingshan said. After knowing each other for so long, they joked around and talked about everything, but he had never heard her talk about her background. Even if she did mention it, she would immediately change the topic. That's really too much of a coincidence. Ru Xian stared at Li Qingshan. In her heart, wasn't Li Qingshan the same? Their eyes met, and after a moment of silence, Li Qingshan smiled. Then, his smile was like a mirror image reflected on her face. Yes, they both had secrets that couldn't be divulged, but even if they were friends, there was no need for them to share all of their secrets. "Have you refined a true spirit pill before?" "I haven't. If there's a chance, I'd like to try," Ru Xian said calmly. The most important spirit herb of a true spirit pill was a spirit herb. Blue butterfly flowers were nearly extinct. There weren't too many people who had refined them. Li Qingshan opened his palm, and a shimmering blue butterfly fluttered in the air. It flew in front of Ru Xian. "Then come and try it." Ru Xian stretched out her hand, letting that blue butterfly of light land on her fingertip. She exclaimed in surprise, "It really is a blue butterfly flower. I've only seen it in books. I didn't think you'd actually have it. No wonder you painstakingly cultivated the art of alchemy." So it was to refine a true spirit pill. Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. "No, not one." Ru Xian's mouth opened slightly. Blue butterflies of light fluttered in the alchemy room. Dozens, hundreds, even more, they rendered the alchemy room magnificent and beautiful. But in her heart, she was thinking about exchanging them for spirit stones. Could they fill up this alchemy room? After a long time, Ru Xian finally came back to her senses. She looked deeply at Li Qingshan, and her eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. "Thank you for your trust." His eyes flickered. Li Qingshan said, "I also had no choice. After I finish refining them, I can give you 30%. This number. It made Ru Xian's heart beat fiercely. Not to mention anything else, with this amount of true spirit pills, she could immediately start breaking through to the foundation building realm. It was Li Qingshan's next words that made Ru Xian calm down. "You're in charge of collecting the other spiritual herbs. You're in charge of refining them. Finally, you're in charge of helping me exchange them for medicinal pills for cultivation. It'd be best if they're Dao accumulation pills. Most importantly, you're in charge of keeping it a secret. I believe you understand this even without me telling you." "Of course I understand." Ru Xian smiled slightly. "Once the news is leaked, I might even lose my life." "Is that so?" Li Qingshan's situation wasn't as serious as she imagined. After all, this was still an orderly and prosperous age of peace. He just didn't want people to think of the underground. Ru Xian said, "The 100 schools of thought isn't as safe as you think. The patriarchs might not do anything to us, but what if there's pressure from above? Isn't the reason why you're afraid of working with the Han family because they're too powerful, while I'm all by myself?" Li Qingshan could not help but admit this. He could trust Han Qiongji, but he could not trust the entire Han family. Ru Xian did not come from an aristocratic family. Her past was a blank slate. It was said that she was not even a part of the Clear River Prefecture. Even her current master, the leader of the School of Medicine, Hua Ci, was a strange, solitary old man. This meant that once this matter was exposed, even Ru Xian would not be able to keep the true spirit pills. "Apologies. This is a matter of great importance. I can't trust anyone completely." If it were not for the past few months, Li Qingshan would never have been bold enough to trust her like this. "I can understand. If you really are someone who trusts others so easily, I'll instead look down on you. I'll tell you a secret too." Ru Xian took out a pill cauldron from her 100 treasures pouch. A supreme-grade spiritual artifact pill cauldron. Li Qingshan blurted out. This was not a regular supreme-grade spiritual artifact, but a rare pill cauldron, and the shape of the pill cauldron was extremely strange. At first glance, it seemed more like a cauldron. The patterns on it were complicated. Through his recent days of studying alchemy, he could tell with a single glance that this was not a creation of the Green Province, but the Mist Province further south. However, Li Qingshan did not expose this. The people of the Mist Province had always been denounced as barbarians by the people of the Green Province. Although they were both under the rule of Great Xia, the conflict between the two vassal states had never stopped over the past millennia. Their borders were heavily guarded, and the Hawkwolf Guard had always suffered the most losses. The two vassal kings had grievances with each other. If it were not for the suppression of the imperial court, they would have declared war a long time ago. Was Ru Xian a spy from the Mist Province? How could Ru Xian not guess that the blue butterfly flowers came from underground? There were only a handful of organizations that possessed fields of blue butterfly flowers, and they were protected by numerous formations. Even Foundation establishment cultivators could forget about plucking a single flower, so how did a measly Qi practitioner manage to venture so deep underground? Before they knew it, the two of them had revealed a little of their secrets to each other, but neither of them had any intentions of delving into it. Their hearts seemed to grow closer as well. Ru Xian added, "I've accumulated quite a lot of spiritual herbs on me too. A few of them can be used to refine true spirit pills, so there's no need for you to go out of your way to collect them." Li Qingshan smiled. What a coincidence! In the end, the two of them gathered 7 spiritual herbs for refining true spirit pills. Li Qingshan used 2, while Ru Xian used 5. There was an extremely large quantity of them all. Needless to say, they all clearly possessed the special characteristics of the underground and the Mist Province. Most of the spiritual herbs that came from these two places were relatively more precious. The remaining spiritual herbs were collected by Ru Xian. As the primary disciple of the School of Medicine, she was in charge of the medicinal storehouse of the School of Medicine. It was not difficult for her to retrieve some spiritual herbs in the name of refining other pills. In the afternoon of the next day, Li Qingshan arrived at the alchemy room again. Ru Xian took out another formation scroll. She set down the formation and ensured that no one could discover this place. Li Qingshan asked, "How is it?" Ru Xian said sternly, "My master already knows about this?" "What?" Li Qingshan was surprised and furious. He took a step forward and grabbed her shoulder. "I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Boy, it hurts." Ru Xian frowned slightly. She was like a goddess cradling her heart, sorrowful and moving. Li Qingshan became even more vexed. This shameless woman. However, he relaxed his grip. Their faces were inches away from each other. After separating yesterday, they had both guessed each other's identities for a very long time. In the past few months, they had not had any physical contact at all. Now they suddenly felt rather awkward. Li Qingshan let go of her shoulder. "This isn't the time to joke around," Ru Xian said. "I'm just telling you to relax a little. Don't act like you're a thief." Li Qingshan said, "I'm not a thief. I'm committing adultery." Ru Xian put her arm around Li Qingshan's shoulder with a smile. "That's not impossible. I like rich men the most. Why don't you kick the first young Miss Han? Don't forget to take back the heavenly maiden scatters the blossoms. Give it to me, and I'll give you the pill cauldron I normally use as compensation." She normally used a high-grade spiritual artifact pill cauldron too. Li Qingshan said, "Don't even think about it. Hurry up and take back the spiritual herbs. Why are there so few?" Ru Xian said, "It's already enough for the beginning. If you take too much at once, people will notice something amiss. Take it slowly." Li Qingshan expressed his understanding. Ru Xian said, "Then, let's begin." "Oh right, what's the name of your cauldron?" "Crystal Granule Cauldron." Ru Xian shrank the crystal granule cauldron to the size of a palm. Then, according to the order, she placed the spiritual herbs one by one inside first. Finally, she placed a blue butterfly flower. The first time was purely for the purpose of experimenting and accumulating experience. Her goal was only a true spirit pill. She basically had no hopes of success. Ru Xin sat cross-legged with a focused expression. She no longer had the relaxed and casual look she usually had when refining pills. Li Qingshan didn't dare to disturb her at the side. He meditated and cultivated at the side. After more than 4 hours, the pill cauldron opened, and a strange fragrance filled the air. I succeeded by a fluke. Here. Ru Xin smiled and took out a purple pill from the pill cauldron. It was exactly the same as the one he had seen before. Li Qingshan took her hand. This is yours. He shook it lightly. It's a pleasure working with you. However, the second furnace of pills failed, and a blue butterfly flower was wasted. Ru Xin couldn't help but sigh softly. On the other hand, Li Qingshan's expression was normal because the blue butterfly flower had come too easily. He said, "Just continue." This made Ru Xin sigh. Rich people were indeed different. However, I'll go back and rest for a while. I'll recover my spirit and organize my thoughts. We'll continue tomorrow. Ru Xin put away the crystal granule cauldron and removed the spirit formation. She suddenly smiled. If you still don't go out, eldest young Miss Han might really think we're committing adultery. I almost forgot. I'll see you tomorrow then. Li Qingshan made his way out of the alchemy room, but he sighed over the fact that he had made the right choice. With Ru Xion's many years of alchemy coupled with a supreme-grade spiritual artifact cauldron, the current success rate was only 50%. If a dabbler like Li Qingshan were to refine it, the success rate would probably be less than 10%. Han Xiongji was waiting by the lake. It was currently snowing lightly, and the sky had already darkened. She asked in confusion, "What took you so long today?" Li Qingshan was rather apologetic. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "Refining pills took some time. You must have waited for quite some time. Where do you want to go today?" Today, she wore a bright red hooded cloak with a white velvet collar. She was like a red flame in the snowy sky, warming his heart. The world of the two of them after a busy day was what they both loved the most. Their footprints had stopped at the 100 schools of thought and the prefectural city of Clear River a long time ago. They had left their footprints in all the beautiful places in the surroundings. Han Xiongji's face reddened slightly. "Let's go sightseeing." Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Sightseeing had already become a special signal for them. The white reeds stretched for 5 kilometers. The snowflakes in the sky blanketed the surroundings. A small boat was docked in the uninhabited reed. It rippled gently, and the enchanting panting of a woman could be vaguely heard. A thick, embroidered blanket covered the cabin, and the red cloak was casually tossed to one side. Li Qingshan leaned against Han Xiongji, kissing the woman he loved deeply. His left arm wrapped around her body, kneading her left breast through her clothes. His right hand slid across her body recklessly, from her round thigh to her perky bottom. The coldness in the air could not affect the passion in their hearts. Unwilling to be obstructed by the layer of clothes, Li Qingshan extended his hand into her clothes. Han Xiongji immediately grabbed his hand. Her eyes were like water, and she looked at him with a smile. "Pervert!" Then, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him passionately again. She felt a hot big hand sliding into her clothes and holding her plump breasts. She let out a muffled moan. The soft breasts were like water in his hand, but they were full of wonderful elasticity. Li Qingshan changed their shapes according to his will, or fiddled with the 2 slightly hard red beans. But he soon felt dissatisfied. The narrow space seemed to not allow for more. He wanted to see what they looked like with his own eyes. If it was in the past, she would have stopped this greedy action, but today seemed to be a little different. Under Li Qingshan's surprised gaze, Han Xiongji propped herself up and took off her clothes one by one. Only when there was only a red undergarment left did she stop. She turned her head away with a red face. Do it yourself. A large area of snow-white skin appeared in front of Li Qingshan's eyes. That waist was as slender as he felt, and the deep ravine attracted his attention even more. What's wrong? Han Qiongji did not wait for the action she expected. All she saw was Li Qingshan holding her face with a face full of concern. She felt a little warm in her heart. Don't think too much. I wanted to tell you later, but I'm preparing to go into seclusion for a period of time. Legend of the Great Sage. Welcome readers to log in. Read the full text. Chapter 358. Does you want to break through to the 10th layer of Qi practitioner? Li Qingshan immediately understood. She had been stuck at the 9th layer of Qi practitioner for a very long time. Opening the 12 standard meridians was much more complicated than opening the 8 extraordinary meridians. It required absolute focus, so Qi practitioners would usually choose to enter seclusion to break through. Yeah. You even said you wanted to catch up to me. Han Qiongji pouted, but her face was full of smiles. How long will it take? At least a few months. Han Qiongji pondered. That meant they wouldn't be able to see each other for a few months. I'll let you take advantage of me today. Han Qiongji propped herself up with her hands. Her delicate collarbone seemed thin, but the pair of jade rabbits on her chest seemed even fuller, as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. Li Qingshan relaxed and said with a smile, "Then I'll do as you say." He reached behind her and undid the knot. The fiery red tube top slid down, revealing 2 lumps of snow-white skin that stood proudly like they were carved from jade. There were also the 2 bright red spots that Li Qingshan dreamed of. Han Qiongji didn't hide her embarrassment like other women. She maintained her original posture, but she turned her head away, leaving Li Qingshan with a delicate and shy side profile. Her jade cheeks were rosy, making her seem especially elegant. However, Li Qingshan's desire was slightly quelled. He admired her half-naked body. She was like a goddess carved from marble. Every single curve was perfect, giving him a feeling that he couldn't profane her. Han Qiongji bit her lower lip. Compared to his warm and wanton hands, his gaze seemed to be more embarrassing. She said in annoyance, "Have you seen enough? I won't be able to see enough for a lifetime." As he said that, Li Qingshan wrapped his arms around her and kissed her red lips. He licked and kissed her soft neck, then slowly moved down to kiss her delicate collarbone, leaving behind a faint trail of water. In the end, he buried his head in her cleavage until he found that red bean. He gently bit it. Han Qiongji let out a soft cry. She twisted his ear and panted, "Are you a child?" Li Qingshan looked up and said with a smile, "I'm not. I can give you one." At the same time, he fiddled with her ample bosom, admiring the changes in her shape as he wished. Her supple bosom seemed to overflow from between his fingers. As soon as he loosened his grip, it returned to its perfect shape. "I don't want to. I hate children the most," Han Qiongji said stubbornly. However, if he really wanted her, he would have to wait until she reached the foundation establishment stage. She suddenly felt a little surprised. A year ago, no, half a year ago, she had never thought of bearing a child for a man. Now, she was seriously considering this question. This feeling. It was as if she was possessed. She patted Li Qingshan's face and said, "Bad guy, did you drug me or use some kind of charm on me?" Li Qingshan said, "That's why I've always been suspicious. I, Li Qingshan, am a great man with a heart of stone. I can have any woman I want, yet I just have to be charmed by a little girl like you. I even have to hold back my anger so that I can preserve my chastity for you. It really doesn't make sense." Han Qiongji was both annoyed and amused. She had never seen such a shameless person who took advantage of her while, at the same time, he complained that he couldn't attract bees and butterflies. However, when she thought about it carefully, she felt a bit moved. Men in the current era, even if they were mortals, would have 3 wives and 4 concubines if they had a bit of money. Cultivators were even more free to do whatever they wanted. How many of the male cultivators in the 100 schools of thought hadn't gone to the brothel to have fun? It was even more common for them to have concubines outside. This was something worth boasting about between men. Although she didn't like Begonia, every time the disciples of the school of legalism gathered, they still had to go to the brothel and each had their own woman. No one felt that there was anything wrong with that, including her. It wasn't until she fell in love with him that she realized the jealousy of women. She wanted nothing more than to lock him up by her side and not allow other women to even glance at him. And he really did comply with her request. Over the past few months with her, no matter how much he desired her, he never forced her to do it as long as she didn't allow it. She always felt very different when she was with him compared to when she was with other men. Actually, Li Qingshan had only been influenced by the beliefs of his past life. No matter how much he wanted to have several wives and concubines, he would still be tolerant when he met the woman he loved. Moreover, he was controlled by the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, or he would have lost his self-control long ago. In his past life, he had been called a male chauvinist beyond redemption, but in this life, he had instead become a good man. Sure enough, the environment determined one's beliefs. Whatever. My life will be ruined by a woman like you. Li Qingshan lowered his head and kissed her. Han Qiongji raised her hand to block his lip. Han Qiongji said, "Why should I be the only one to take it off?" "That's hard to say." Li Qingshan smiled. In just a few moments, he had stripped completely. His well-defined body was filled with pressure. "I didn't ask you to take it off," Han Qiongji called out, but she could not help but admire him. She rubbed his chest in great satisfaction. She glanced down and saw the main culprit who always clung to her angrily pointing at her. She pushed him aside casually and said in annoyance, "You're so ugly." Li Qingshan felt his entire body burn with lust. He suddenly pressed her down and whispered in her ear, "You won't be saying that very soon. I've already taken it off now, so it's a little unfair." He extended his hand to take off her dress. "Not right now." Han Qiongji knew what he wanted to do, so she grabbed his hand in a hurry. "Once I emerge from seclusion, you can ask for my father's hand in marriage. When the time comes, I'll give you everything." When she reached the end, she could not help but lower her head in embarrassment, dropping it to her chest. Li Qingshan looked pleasantly surprised. He cupped her cheek and said, "Qiongji." Han Qiongji said, "Don't be happy too early. My father might not agree yet." Li Qingshan said, "With a good son-in-law like me, he can't wait to be happy. How could he not agree? Even if he doesn't agree, can you not agree?" "That's hard to say. I might not have." "You're still doing it," Han Qiongji said. Suddenly, she felt Li Qingshan taking off her panties again. Li Qingshan said, "I'm just appreciating it in advance. You can't be that you won't even satisfy your fiancé's request, right? Don't worry, I'll definitely wait until our wedding night, then I'll turn you into a woman." How could Han Qiongji refuse this man who was about to become her husband? She could only tap the tip of his nose and said in a weak voice, "We've already agreed. You're not allowed to go back on your word." Li Qingshan smiled faintly and lifted her up. He grabbed the edge of her skirt and pulled it down, revealing her soft, snow-white buttocks. Han Qiongji did not even have time to leave behind her last line of defense. In the blink of an eye, he had stripped her like a white sheep. Both of their hearts trembled. Although they had already hugged countless times, this time was completely different from the past. The bronze and Snow White were tightly pressed against each other. One was as hard as iron and the other was as soft as cotton, as if they were about to merge into one. Han Qiongji hugged him tightly, her chest pressed tightly against his chest. She listened to his powerful heartbeat and felt his firm buttocks firmly pressed against hers. His large, rough hand gently slid across her satin-like back. A burning heat suddenly rose. At this moment, if he really wanted her, she could not refuse and could only be at his mercy. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and slowly let go of his hand. With great difficulty, as if he was cutting off a piece of flesh from his body, he placed her on the brocade couch and said, "Let me take a good look at you." Han Qiongji felt a wave of disappointment and loss. She was almost reluctant to part. She wanted him to continue hugging her like this, no matter what he did. Li Qingshan was admiring her body in admiration. Her entire body was slender and well-proportioned, especially the places that should be plump. They were extremely plump, sexy and enchanting to the extreme. No matter how generous Han Qiongji was, at this moment, she could not help but feel shy. Her straight and slender legs were curled up. There was not even half a bit of manliness left. It was as if she was waiting for her husband to come. That night, their date lasted for a long time. Once they thought about how they would soon be separated and not seeing each other again for several months, neither of them was willing to pay attention to the passage of time. It was not until early morning the next day that they reluctantly helped each other put on their clothes. Li Qingshan personally sent her to the cave where she would be in closed-door meditation. Looking at the cave's door closed, he almost could not resist the urge to go into closed-door meditation with her. But he shook his head and dispelled this thought. He was afraid that by the time they came out of closed-door meditation, they would already have a child. How could they still cultivate in peace? Last night, at the end of their passionate entanglement, she saw that he was holding back pitifully. She did not have time to be bashful and boldly used her hand to help him. And then she sternly warned him that while she was in closed-door meditation, he was not allowed to have an affair. Otherwise, this plaything would belong to her. It was only then did Li Qingshan realize her conspiracy. He laughed and said, "If you want me not to have an affair, just relying on these methods is not enough." His eyes fixed on her tender, bright red lips. Han Qiongji immediately understood what he meant. How could she agree? She bluntly said that only brothel girls would do that. She scolded him for being insatiable, for being ungrateful and violating justice. In the end, Li Qingshan settled for the next best thing. He took pleasure in her soft breasts, and in the end, he even dirted her face, so she complained for a long time. Li Qingshan could see that after confirming their relationship, she was actually very bold in this aspect. He thought that she used to often go to the brothel to play, so under the influence of what she saw and heard, she might know more things than he did. When the time came, he would coax her to try it out properly, so that his transmigration would not be in vain. He was already looking forward to married life. As for Han Qiongji's warning, he did not take it to heart at all. At this very moment, how could there be room for other people in his heart? Even Gu Yenying had to step aside. After returning to Cloudwisp Island to inform little Anne, Li Qingshan went straight to Renxin Island. In Ru Xian's pill room, Han Qiongji was not there, so he could concentrate on concocting medicinal pills. He thought that when she broke through to the 10th layer of the aura refining realm, she would also need Jinling Dan when she entered the foundation building realm. At a time like this, he had never considered that the first miss of the Han family would never need him to provide her with pills. He was only doing it for her own good. Ru Xian smiled as soon as she saw Li Qingshan. "You still look like you're in love. Looks like you had quite a good night last night. Don't tell me you've already ruined the young miss of the Han family?" "How could that be? But I'll probably be married in a few months." Li Qingshan smiled from ear to ear. He had held back this news time and time again, but in the end, he could not help but reveal it to Ru Xian, who shared a great secret with him. Ru Xian's heart skipped a beat. She said sorrowfully, "Then I really do need to congratulate you. It's just a pity for me. I spend the entire night before the cauldron, thinking about refining pills. Everyone close to me cares about me." Li Qingshan smiled. "Senior sister, if you want a man, you can line up from here all the way to Clear River City." Ru Xian took a step forward and placed her hand on Li Qingshan's shoulder gently. The light in her eyes flickered. "It's a pity that what I want already belongs to someone else. P.S. Originally, I wanted to write less about this, but by the time I return to my senses, I've already written a lot. I stopped myself right at the brink of the cliff in a hurry. It's a sloppy start but a weak finish. A process like this is essential for the development of their relationship. If you like it, just treat it as a bonus. If you don't, just skip it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Dash. Chapter 359. Li Qingshan gazed at her gentle face that completely differed from Han Xiongji's and was left speechless for a moment. He felt rather complacent but also rather awkward. If it were in the past, he could take advantage of this opportunity to tease her a little, but that was difficult to say now. He thought, Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan, Xiongji has only just entered secluded cultivation. You can't do anything that will let her down, so I have to say a few things to make Ru Xian give up. Don't tell me you think I'm talking about you. A mischievous smile that Li Qingshan was familiar with appeared on Ru Xian's face. Of course not. I won't. Li Qingshan brushed her hand away in exasperation. He eased up inside, but he also felt a hint of disappointment for some reason. He was unable to tell whether she was telling the truth or not. Was that a joke earlier or a test? Or perhaps she really did have someone she loved a long time ago, which was why she had never accepted a single man's confession of love in the past few years. Was that man in the Mist Province? He immediately thought of a tattooed barbarian man with a blue cloth wrapped around his head, standing on a mountain with a child in his arms, gazing north at the mother of his child. He shivered all over. Why did he find it rather familiar, and he felt rather displeased too. As he thought of that, Ru Xian had already drifted away. She closed the door and set up the formation, making all preparations for adultery. She was as graceful as a white ghost. Looking at her graceful figure, she did not seem like she had ever had a child. Li Qingshan nodded. Ru Xian said, "Oi, what are you standing there for? Did you eject your brains out last night? Take out the blue butterfly flower." Li Qingshan felt like he had been struck by lightning. He was tongue-tied. "Is that something you're supposed to say? Is that something you're supposed to say?" Ru Xian said in disdain, "Isn't it just something between a man and a woman? I know more than you, little boy." Li Qingshan could not help but take a step back. He had heard that the barbarian women of the Mist Province were extremely liberal in this aspect. He thought of a group of tattooed men with white cloth wrapped around their head. He stood at the top of the mountain and looked to the north. Ru Xian blushed as if she could read his mind. "What nonsense are you thinking? I'm a doctor." Li Qingshan joked, "I didn't say anything." Ru Xian's expression froze. Thinking about it, what he thought had nothing to do with her. She directly took out the crystal burner. "Stop talking nonsense. I'll let you see the results of my research last night." Li Qingshan took out a blue butterfly flower, but Ru Xian raised 3 slender fingers. 3. Li Qingshan asked doubtfully, "Are you confident?" "Of course." 10 hours later. A muffled sound came from the furnace. The concoction had failed. In the face of Li Qingshan's disdainful gaze, Ru Xian straightened her hair without changing her expression. "It was an accident. Do you want to continue?" Li Qingshan asked. Now, the success rate had dropped to 20%. Ru Xian was roused too. "Of course. Give me another one." Li Qingshan passed another 3 blue butterfly flowers to her. Since you're confident, let's continue. Ru Xian's eyes flickered. Aren't you afraid I'll ruin it again? Then let's continue. It's not like I'm the only one losing anyway, said Li Qingshan. He would not doubt those he used, and he would not hire those he doubted. There was no better choice than her in the entire 100 schools of thought. Then give me 5. Ru Xian propped herself up and took a step forward with her left foot. She knelt on the cushion on one knee and rolled up her right sleeve. She revealed her slender, jade-like arm and placed it on the crystal resin furnace. She was like a female dealer in a casino, holding the dice cup boldly and shouting, "Place your bets." Li Qingshan called her a barbarian inside, and passed the 5 blue butterfly flowers to her. Afterwards, he stared straight at the crystal resin cauldron like a gambler who had placed a huge bet. However, he found it boring very soon, so he shifted his gaze to Ru Xian. After staring at it for a while, she glared at him. He looked away and felt bored, so he simply sat down to cultivate. The night passed, and the sky brightened. The furnace was opened, and auspicious light flowed around. Ru Xian took out the 5 true spirit pills and smiled. It's done. Li Qingshan also revealed a relieved smile. Do you want to continue? Ru Xian said, Continue. This time there were 7 flowers. Concocting pills did not mean that the fewer the ingredients, the better it was. It was just like cooking. If the ingredients were too small, it would be extremely difficult to control the heat and taste. Moreover, it would also waste time and energy. Of course, it did not mean that the more ingredients, the better. A big pot of rice would never be able to compare to a small stove. It did not matter if the food tasted bad, but if the pills were bad, it meant that their effects would be greatly reduced, and they would not be able to unleash their own medicinal properties. The amount of control was related to the skill of the pill refiner and the quality of the furnace. With Ru Xian's level, it was best to refine 12 true spirit pills in one furnace. With Li Qingshan's unrestrained support, she very quickly reached this level. However, this also meant that if she failed, she would lose 100,000 spirit stones. Every time she opened the furnace, it was like a huge gamble. In this process, Li Qingshan could also be considered to have seen the other side of Ru Xian with his own eyes. That kind of courageous gambler, and it just so happened that she won the gamble. The success rate very quickly climbed to more than 90%, exceeding Li Qingshan's best imagination, and even exceeding Ru Xian's own imagination. A few days passed, and after refining a few furnaces of pills in succession, Ru Xian was already a little tired. However, the two of them did not say that they would stop. Under the intense pressure, Ru Xian was like a gambler who had lost all her fortune and suddenly started winning. Then, she could not stop. Her whole person was in a kind of excited state, and her potential was completely stimulated. It seemed like even her luck had become better. In his previous life, Li Qingshan had experienced this kind of strange state before. It was like Jordan's decisive shot on the basketball court, which never missed. Now, every furnace that Ru Xian refined was a decisive shot. If she stopped now, she might not be able to reach such a high success rate again. Time passed, and snow covered the small path outside the alchemy room. The disciples of the School of Medicine walked past the door and could not help but shake their heads and sigh. In the past, she had only stayed with him for an afternoon, but now it had already been half a month. When had the first senior sister ever spent so much time with a man? There was a lot of discussion among the academy. Li Qingshan had just sent the second senior sister of the School of Legalism into secluded cultivation, and then he had entered the first senior sister's alchemy room without coming out. Who knew what he was doing? What, refining pills? I don't care if you believe it or not. I just don't believe it. What kind of pill would take so long to refine without even resting? Some said that Ru Xin wanted to use this opportunity to steal him away. This was mostly what the female cultivators said. Li Qingshan had made quite a name for himself recently, so he still had some charm among the female cultivators. Some said that Li Qingshan knew a special technique, or how could he have bewitched the two renowned beauties of the academy? It had to be mentioned that the two of them had never been involved in such matters in the past. They had turned down countless admirers, so they had to ferret him out as soon as possible and bring him to justice. It went without saying that this was a rumor among the male cultivators. It was accompanied by gazes of envy, jealousy, and hatred, as well as expressions of grinding their teeth. It was not likely Qingshan and Ru Xin had not considered a situation like this, but at a time like this, every successful cauldron of pills would be an income of over 100,000 spiritual stones. How could they care about anything else? It was not like they had done anything wrong, so they just let them talk. On this day, in the Grand Martial Arts Stadium, two military disciples discussed quietly. She still hasn't come out. It's already been 23 days. Poor senior sister Han. I really feel sorry for her. This Li Qingshan really is a bastard. Within their grief and indignation, there was also indescribable envy. Before they had even finished speaking, a black shadow arrived before them. A black dragon whistled through the air, and lifted the two of them into the air, throwing them to the side of the stadium in the distance. Han Tie stowed his spear behind him and said coldly, "Didn't I tell you? When you're training, you're not allowed to whisper to each other. Swim 50 laps around the island." The two military disciples groaned inside. They had swum 50 laps, and they had lost half their lives. They knew that their first senior brother had been in a bad mood recently, so how could they dare to object? They clasped their fists and said, "As you wish." Han Tie's face was as cold as ice. After a moment of silence, he suddenly strode away from the stadium. "Tie, where are you going?" Han Anjuan looked down from the platform and frowned slightly. "I'm going to find Li Qingshan." Han Tie clasped his fist with his head lowered. Before Han Qiongji entered secluded cultivation, she had told him to keep an eye on Li Qingshan. He did not take it to heart originally, but he was forced to take action now. The military disciples who were training all slowed down and turned their heads. Li Qingshan was probably in trouble this time. Do you think he's that kind of person? Is Ru Xin that kind of person? Han Anjuan said. No, Han Tie said. He understood the temperaments of these two people very well. Even if they wanted to have an affair, there was no reason for it to be so blatant. However, he could not bear to hear others talking about Han Qiongji like that, as if they were treating her like a fool, even though her brain was sometimes not sharp enough. Return to the team, Han Anjuan said. As you wish. Han Tie could only return to the stadium and ruthlessly drill the military disciples. Li Qingshan, get out here. On Benevolence Island, outside the alchemy room, Chu Tian was like an enraged bull, shouting loudly. Seeing that there was no response from inside, he went forward to push open the alchemy room's door. Immediately, a group of medical disciples rushed out to stop him. The alchemy room is a restricted area, do not trespass. Senior Ru Xin is refining pills. Fellow Chu, please go back. You don't have to stop me. Chu Tian stepped forward, 5-colored true qi appeared on his body, and forcefully barged in, slamming his palm on the alchemy room's door. The medical disciples did not really want to stop him. They were extremely curious about what Ru Xin and Li Qingshan were doing inside, but at this moment, they were afraid to see a terrible scene. The door flashed, but it did not open. This time, it was not only Chu Tian, everyone's suspicions exploded. Refining pills in the 100 schools of thought still required a formation? At this moment, in the alchemy room, Ru Xin had her eyes closed, concentrating on refining pills. Her brows were slightly furrowed. Li Qingshan cursed in his heart, and without saying another word, he immediately stood up and walked towards the door. Now was a critical moment. If he was not careful, he would waste 12 true pill, and that was not even counting. If someone barged in and found out that they were refining true pill, and saw Ru Xian's auspicious beast furnace, then it would be even worse. Chu Tian pushed the door open, and became even more furious. 5 colored true qi gathered in his palm, and fiercely slammed down. The alchemy room's door suddenly opened, and a waterspout rushed out, fiercely crashing into Chu Tian's body, directly blasting him away. P.S. I just realized that there was a new Alliance Master. I was really slow to realize it. It's not that I don't understand, but the world changes quickly. Congratulations to the Alliance Master of the Space of Names. I bow and express my thanks. Chapter 360. The ripples dispersed, revealing Qing Shan. His aura was surging. He was already in the 8th layer of Qi training. He was only 1 step away from the 8th layer, and since he had nothing to do recently, he cultivated almost every day and improved at a godly speed. Relying on his extremely pure innate Qi, he naturally achieved a breakthrough without encountering any hindrance. Chu Tian, are you crazy? Li Qingshan's face was full of anger. The door to the alchemy room behind him was closed again, and no one could see what was going on inside. With the protection of the 5 elements, Chu Tian was unharmed. He steadied himself in midair and shouted, "You finally dare to come out! What are you doing in there? What did you do to senior sister Ru Xian?" Seeing that Li Qingshan was in the 8th layer of Qi training, he was shocked. How could Li Qingshan's cultivation speed be so fast too? Li Qingshan said, "None of your business." Chu Tian said, "How is it none of my business? Senior sister Ru Xian likes me, so her business is my business. If you know what's good for you, move aside. I don't want to fight you here. I'll teach you a lesson when we fight." She likes you? What kind of madness are you having? If you don't get out of here, I'll teach you a lesson right now. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed like a door god, showing that he would not budge. Cutting off someone's path to wealth was like killing their parent. Li Qingshan was filled with murderous intent. However, he frowned. Chu Tian had reached the 9th level of Qi refining in such a short time. The speed at which his cultivation base rose was shocking, and his aura grew more and more powerful. It would be difficult to defeat him, let alone stop him. The spell formation would not be able to withstand Chu Tian's palm of the 5 elements, and could only rely on the shockwaves of the battle. Just the aftermath of the battle was enough to destroy the alchemy room. Seeing the 2 girls standing not far behind Chu Tian, he shouted, "Are you just going to watch him come looking for women?" The 2 girls said in unison, "As long as Brother Tian has us in his heart, we will support him no matter what he does." The onlookers gasped in admiration. Chu Tian's face was full of pride. "Did you hear that? I'm not like you, being tied up by a woman." He suddenly thought that Li Qingshan might not have been tied up and had already touched his woman. His expression became even more unsightly. Li Qingshan was surprised. He cursed, "No wonder you're crazy enough to come out and look for women. You're such a heartless, rotten woman. I don't want it even if you give it to me." The faces of the 2 girls changed. Chu Tian's face immediately darkened. "You can insult me, but you can't insult my women. Those who touch my reverse scale shall die." The 5 elemental Jinqi in his body burst forth, and the 5 elemental palm imprint radiated a brilliant light as it soared into the sky. Li Qingshan spread his arms, and the waves behind him surged up like the raging tides of the sea. With just a few words, the 2 of them had pulled each other's hatred to the highest level. Chu Tian descended from the sky, his palm bearing the weight of Mount Tai. Li Qingshan looked up, and the 5 elements palm imprint filled his vision. It was almost overwhelming, as if it was the wrath of heaven that could not be avoided or blocked. He took a step forward and he soared into the sky. His qi was like a torrential ocean, but he had lost the geographical advantage first. He was about to collide with the 5 elements palm imprint. He suddenly used the wave treading stance, and moved away in the air to avoid the sharp edge. I knew you wouldn't dare to block it. Chu Tian laughed wildly, ignoring Li Qingshan, and rushed towards the pill room. Li Qingshan did not let him see. He felt that there was something fishy going on. The door of the pill room was very close, and Chu Tian suddenly felt something tighten around his waist. He looked down and saw a water belt, like a snake, tightly wrapped around his waist. He suddenly looked back, and saw that the other end of the water belt was in Li Qingshan's hand, and a huge wave had formed under his feet. The people below suddenly heard 3 explosions in the air. Li Qingshan pulled Chu Tian, and used the wave-treading stance 3 times in a row. Like a fired arrow, they left Benevolence Island, and plowed a gully on the still water surface. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them became 2 small dots. They exclaimed in their hearts, "These 2 people have become stronger." The 5-colored true qi on Chu Tian's body shuddered, dispersing the ribbons of water. He lunged towards Li Qingshan. It was still a simple palm strike, but it was far more dangerous than any technique with 1,000 variations. Li Qingshan did not dodge, and only sneered with his arms crossed. Chu Tian suddenly felt a great danger coming from behind. He suddenly turned around, and a giant Vajra sword slashed down from above. Clang! Chu Tian raised his palm and used the sky supporting stance to block the giant Vajra sword, but he could not block the sword chi and sword intent contained within. Boom! The lake water below was split into 2 by the sword, and the surging waves left a sword mark that was dozens of feet long. It turned out that Li Qingshan had brought Chu Tian to the vicinity of Ansrava Island. Little An was now in the 10th layer of Qi refining. If there was anyone in the 100 schools of thought who could beat Chu Tian in terms of true Qi, it would be her. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Chu Tian's mouth. He did not even have time to scold her for being despicable. Li Qingshan's fist came whistling from behind him. The fist was not a fist, but a drill. Layers of water spun at high speed, blurring the appearance of the water and turning it into the most terrifying killing weapon. Vortex stance. The blood that flowed from the corner of Chu Tian's mouth turned into a spurt, and he was immediately sent flying. He wanted to stabilize his body, but his eyes were filled with a golden light. The Vajra warrior was waiting for him on the path he was flying over. Holding the sword with both hands, it raised it high again, and slashed down fiercely. This time, it was even more powerful and ferocious than before. The 2's tacit understanding was perfect, and Chu Tian had no chance to catch his breath. He could only watch helplessly as he was forced into a desperate situation step by step. Finally, he felt the threat of death, and his hand hurriedly reached for his 100 treasures pouch. He wanted to use that, but how could he make it in time? The blade turned in midair, changing from slash to slap. The Vajra warrior's angry eyes returned to normal. With a bang, Chu Tian fell into the lake of dragons and snakes like a kite with its string cut, and he gave rise to an enormous splash with a bang. Li Qingshan nodded at Little An, and Little An expressed, "I'll be here, so you can go about your business." Li Qingshan glanced down. An injured Chu Tian posed no threat at all, so he swung his sleeve. "You don't know what's good for you." He left on the wave. If he faced any difficulties, he could find Little An. If he faced Chu Tian alone, it would be rather troublesome, so he would work with Little An. This had always been his trump card, and it had never disappointed him. The palm of the 5 elements was a very powerful cultivation method, but it was not more powerful than the Guardian King's scripture of demon subdual. You practice 5 types of true qi, but Little An practices 7. At this moment, figures flew up from the nearby islands. The various school leaders all returned to their senses. The One Thought Master and Lu Chongqing were obviously among them. Li Qingshan rushed back to the alchemy room and said to everyone, "You can all disperse." Then he entered the alchemy room again. Everyone had yet to return to their senses. In just a few moves, a supreme genius like Chu Tian had been taught a lesson just like that? Sigh, all Chu Tian can do is harass people like us. Of the 3 people who took action earlier, which one of them isn't a genius? A genius was taught a lesson by 2 geniuses working together, so of course this is the outcome. Originally, I thought Chu Tian would be able to get his revenge once he reached the 9th layer, but I didn't think Li Qingshan would cultivate so quickly as well. He's reached the 8th layer in such a short amount of time. Looks like Chu Tian has no hope of getting his revenge anymore. As they discussed, someone whispered, "He's reached the 8th layer so quickly. Don't tell me he dual cultivates." If Li Qingshan were outside, he would be tempted to choke him to death. As a result, the suspicions and rumors spread even more. The one thought master scolded little and a little, but what could he do to his junior sister? Chu Tian was taken away by Lu Chongqing and placed in confinement. After all, he was the one who had interfered first. He had broken the rules that forbade fighting in the academy. And if he had interfered first, then so be it, but he had even lost in such a horrible manner. It was utterly humiliating for him as the leader of the school. Chu Tian ground his teeth furiously, almost fainting from anger. He was tempted to take out that item immediately for revenge. However, while he was arrogant, he was not an idiot at the end of the day. If he were bold enough to take out that item, it would be taken away immediately. His caution was exactly the same as Li Qingshan's thought. Li Qingshan returned to the alchemy room and sat down beside Ru Xian silently. He waited for another hour and the cauldron was opened. 12 crystalline, perfectly round true spirit pills were placed firmly in the cauldron. The 2 of them smiled in relief. Just when Li Qingshan wanted to hand over some more blue butterfly flowers, Ru Xian waved her hand. "Let's stop here this time. Do you really want to use me as a slave?" As she said that, she felt like her entire body was drained of energy. Over all these days, she had used pills to replace food, cultivating to maintain her mind, and refining pills day and night had left her utterly exhausted. "Then we'll talk about it in the future." Li Qingshan glanced at his 100 treasures pouch. He still had a lot of blue butterfly flowers left. He had basically gained a clear understanding of their value. This was a startling sum of wealth, enough for him to use for a very long time. "Let's split the spoils now." Ru Xian smiled. She was exhausted, but she was unable to hide the joy on her face. Her harvest this time was startling, and her alchemy had progressed by quite a lot. Checking the numbers, Ru Xian had refined a total of true spirit pills in these 23 days. She had refined close to 100 true spirit pills, which were then divided into 2 portions. Li Qingshan had obtained 60 or so, while Ru Xian had obtained 20 or so. Ru Xian was like a miser. She carefully examined the true spirit pills countless times before putting them away into her 100 treasures pouch, explaining why she had chosen to stop at this time. "With these true spirit pills, I believe that I'll be able to successfully build my foundation before long. At that time, I'll use my identity as a foundation-building cultivator to activate this crystal resin cauldron, and the success rate will definitely not be lower than now. Now it's my turn to congratulate you." Li Qingshan extended his right hand. Ru Xian reached out to grasp it, shook it lightly, and said first, "It's been a pleasure working with you." Li Qingshan smiled, and directly took out 20 true spirit pills for her. "Help me exchange them for pills for cultivation, the more the better. Aren't you afraid that I'll scam you?" Ru Xian said with a smile. "Falling out over 20 true spirit pills, it wouldn't be shameful if word got out." Li Qingshan said, "I'm not very afraid." "It's fine as long as you're not afraid. Don't worry, no matter what you buy or sell, It won't be lower than the market price. Ru Xian accepted the true spirit pills, and didn't ask Li Qingshan what he needed so many cultivation pills for. Could it be that swallowing them in one gulp would increase his cultivation? Yet, she didn't know that she had accidentally guessed the answer. Rest well, I'll wait for the good news. Li Qingshan waved his hand, then pushed open the door and left. Chapter 361. Ru Xian exhaled deeply. What a nice man! Li Qingshan returned to Cloud Wisp Island and saw Little and sitting on the porch. He smiled. What's wrong? You're not grounded? Little N said, he can't control me. I can feel that he's a little afraid of me. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and pulled her into his arms, whispering something into her ear. Little N beamed with joy too, feeling happy for him. After enduring for so long, after waiting for so long, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Afterwards, Li Qingshan continued to study alchemy with Ru Xian every day. Although he did not have any pills right now, just letting her refine them was the right thing to do. However, as time passed, there would be a time when they would part. He would not stay in the Clear River Prefecture forever. He would not stay in the Rui Commandery forever. He would not stay in the Green Province forever. He would not stay in the 9 provinces forever either. One afternoon, before Li Qingshan could go find Ru Xian came knocking on his door. She gave him some pills before smiling. I'm going into secluded cultivation. Li Qingshan said, I wish you good luck. You too. After Ru Xian left, Li Qingshan raised his head. Faint clouds drifted through the blue sky. His heart brimmed with faint joy. It was also time for him to set off. Li Qingshan went to Ansrava Island to call Little Anne. Qian Rongji was actually there too. She squatted beside him and said something to Little Anne. When she saw Li Qingshan, she stood up and smiled. Have you heard? Li Qingshan asked. What? Qian Rongji said. Vice Sect Master Wei has already established a foundation. Li Qingshan had almost forgotten about this person. The last time he fought with Wei Zhongyuan was almost 2 years ago. After that, he spent most of his time in the 100 schools of thought. Coupled with his rising reputation, Wei Zhongyuan roughly understood. With the cultivation of the 10th layer of qi training, she couldn't do anything to Li Qingshan, so she was very peaceful. He's so old, yet he succeeded in building his foundation? Qian Rongji said, I don't know. It's said that he somehow obtained 2 true pill and luckily succeeded in building his foundation. Li Qingshan immediately understood that these 2 true pill s probably came from his 20 true pill s. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The changes in the world were truly unpredictable. Qian Rongji smiled and said, That old man won't let us go. How about we join hands again? I can give you a chance to attack. Li Qingshan said, You? Qian Rongji looked left and right. Seeing that there was no one around, she stretched out her hand. The beautiful little snake slithered out of her sleeve and crawled on her palm. Suddenly, she raised her head. Half of her body turned from a tattoo to a physical body. Li Qingshan understood. Without any preparation, even a foundation establishment cultivator would have to take a beating. As long as he could have this moment. If Li Qingshan and Little and joined hands, even a foundation establishment cultivator would be killed without hesitation. You can separate it from your body? Impossible. It's already fused with me. Moreover, why would I separate it? Look, how beautiful it is. Qian Rongji gently stroked the little snake's head, like a mother comforting her child. Li Qingshan thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He was about to go out and find a place to take the last step, transcend the heavenly tribulation, and become a demon general. If that old man targeted him and destroyed him at a critical moment, it would be troublesome. Those who strike first gain the advantage, those who strike later gain the advantage. Under the boundless night, Wei Zhongyuan stood proudly on the top of the mountain. The mountain wind ruffled his robes as he overlooked the mountains. His heart was filled with lofty sentiments. The spiritual qi of the world constantly resonated with him. He had never felt so at ease before. Many memories flashed through his head. Suddenly, he stopped on a young face and ground his teeth. Li Qingshan, I will return the pain and humiliation you've given me tenfold, 100-fold. However, no matter how bold he was, he would never be bold enough to barge into the 100 schools of thought to demand for a person. That would be suicidal. However, he had already ordered people to keep an eye on Li Qingshan's movements. As soon as he left the 100 schools of thought, he would capture him immediately. Without any evidence, no one could do anything to him. However, that was not the first thing he had to do right now. He took off and arrived above the Clear River Prefecture in the blink of an eye, landing directly in front of the entrance. Under the gazes of everyone, he made his way into the building like a king returning, insufferably arrogant. The building was still brightly lit like it was daytime. Wei Zhongyuan gazed at the sky and strode in. In the eyes of regular people, they only found this man to be awe-inspiring, like a god descending upon the mortal world. However, the cultivators all sighed in amazement. This was clearly a foundation establishment cultivator. The disciples of the school rushed over in a hurry to congratulate him. Every single one of them fawned over him, while those who originally belonged to Wei Zhongyuan's faction ravished with joy. Wei Zhongyuan waved his hand. The school has some family matters to deal with, so the building will be closed today. Everyone, please return. The disciples of the sect immediately began to clear the area. Their orders were like mountains, and their words were the law. For Qi practitioners, foundation establishment cultivators were an unshakable existence. Every disciple of the sect knew that the sky of the sect was about to change today. Wei Zhongyuan led the disciples straight to the top floor of the building. Begonia currently stood in the garden on the top floor, gazing at the resplendent night view of the city in thought. She heard the disturbance behind her and suddenly looked back. Her eyes met with Wei Zhongyuan's. Both of them were slightly taken aback before undergoing a series of changes. One was deeply worried, while the other was ravished with joy. Wei Zhongyuan studied Begonia greedily. He no longer had any fear. He fantasized about the pleasure of pressing this woman who ordered him around and doing whatever he wanted to her. He took a step forward and clasped his hands. Sect Master Qiu, I've already undergone the heavenly tribulation and reached foundation establishment. According to the rules of the school, I hope the sect master can marry me as soon as possible so that we can become cultivation partners and comprehend the fortune of yin and yang together. Begonia waved her hand rather tiredly. You're all dismissed. Her prestige was still present, so how could the disciples of the school dare to disobey her? All they did was look at Wei Zhongyuan. You can all go and wait. Wei Zhongyuan raised his hand. He wasn't afraid that Begonia would fall out with him. Although she had built her foundation for many years, she was still in the early stage. The school's cultivation technique paid particular attention to the balance of yin and yang. If she dared to refuse, she would immediately lose the support of the people. At that time, he would inherit the position of sect master and then capture this traitor who violated the school's rules and play with her as he pleased. The crowd dispersed, leaving only the two of them on the rooftop. Wei Zhongyuan frowned. Who else? Disciple Qian Rongji greets Vice Sect Master Wei. Qian Rongji walked out from the bushes at the side. Wei Zhongyuan said, Didn't I already expel you from the sect? I took her in as a disciple again. Begonia's expression was cold and arrogant. Wei Zhongyuan's expression changed and his pupils shrank. He stared at Qian Rongji until her whole body trembled. But now wasn't the time to care about this. He took a step forward and asked Begonia, What does sect master think? Begonia hesitated. She looked back in the direction of the 100 schools of thought in the night. The person she was waiting for was also in closed-door meditation. Wei Zhongyuan strode forward and grabbed Begonia's hand. Today, you have to agree whether you want to or not. Begonia's expression changed. Wei Zhongyuan's face was filled with a hideous smile. Black and white spiritual energy collided fiercely, but there was no force released. Instead, they melted each other. Using yang to subdue yin, Wei Zhongyuan had a slight upper hand. Just as he was about to grab Begonia's wrist, Qian Rongji, who was loyal to her master, stood in front of Begonia and shouted, "Vice Sect Master Wei, please don't do this." Wei Zhongyuan directly threw a slap, landing it on Qian Rongji's face. Suddenly, all of his strength vanished, without a single sound. The hell snake crawled up Qian Rongji's face and bit Wei Zhongyuan's hand. Wei Zhongyuan opened his mouth wide and his eyes bulged. It was an intense pain that came from the depths of his soul. In an instant, Li Qingshan's figure appeared behind Wei Zhongyuan. He pressed his hand on Wei Zhongyuan's back and hundreds of sword qi surged in. Little and wielded a Vajra longsword and slashed down on Wei Zhongyuan's head. Begonia's hand stretched out 2 fingers and pierced towards Wei Zhongyuan's eyes. Wei Zhongyuan forcefully suppressed the pain and circulated his spiritual energy. He wanted to launch a desperate counterattack, but it was already too late. The sword qi collided horizontally. Without the protection of spiritual energy, Wei Zhongyuan's internal organs were torn into pieces. The Vajra sword slashed open the top of his skull. The sword qi and sword intent penetrated his feet. 2 slender fingers not only pierced through his eyes, but also pierced into his brain and stirred violently. In the end, he heard Qian Rongji say, "Vice Sect Master Wei, why did you touch my face?" Then, he lost all consciousness amidst pain and unwillingness. Wei Zhongyuan's body fell to the ground with a loud bang. A dignified foundation-building cultivator had become a corpse in an instant. Li Qingshan immediately collected his corpse. To little Anne, the corpse of a foundation-building cultivator was equivalent to an extra-large medicinal pill. The benefits were not something a mortal's corpse could compare to. Wei Zhongyuan's 100 treasures pouch naturally fell into his hands. Begonia was still a little dazed. She didn't dare to believe that Wei Zhongyuan had died just like that. He had died so easily. That day, when Qian Rongji came to her and said that she could help her kill Wei Zhongyuan, who was in the foundation-building realm, silently, she still didn't believe it. Even if 3 foundation-building cultivators worked together to kill 1 foundation-building cultivator, it wouldn't be that easy, let alone a small qi practitioner. But the truth was right before her eyes. Even if she didn't make a move, the 3 of them could still have killed Wei Zhongyuan. 3 qi practitioners had killed a foundation establishment cultivator. "Master, I did it." Qian Rongji bowed to Begonia, but there was no loyalty in her eyes. It had to be said that the incident with the White Lotus sect had disrupted many of her plans. It was not like Begonia was an idiot. How could she not realize that Qian Rongji was not under her control at all, with Qian Rongji acting as a double agent? Her submissiveness in the past was all an act. So much for teaching her the various cultivation methods of the sect without worry, treating her as an obedient puppet. However, back then, Qian Rongji had already established a relationship with Gu Yenying. She wanted to help Gu Yenying complete her plan. Even if Begonia was furious, she was afraid of revenge, or she would be treated as part of the White Lotus sect, which would lead to the destruction of her entire sect. She could not even mention the matter of her attempt to use charm to control the Hawkwolf Guard. Afterwards, the 2 of them never saw each other again. This continued until a few days ago, when Qian Rongji suddenly visited, saying she could help her eliminate a great problem. P.S. It's almost the end of the month. It'll be a waste if you don't vote. Oi, I'm not telling you to leak it to someone else. Look here, look here. Chapter 362. Qiu Haitang took out 2 true spirit pills and placed them in Qian Rongji's hands. This was the reward she had agreed on in the beginning. He shot a glance at Li Qingshan and suppressed the urge to silence him. Li Qingshan handed all the useless items related to the door in his 100 treasures pouch to Qian Rongji. He didn't expect that Begonia would be a part of this plan. Qian Rongji, however, said that this was a foolproof plan. After all, they were dealing with a foundation-building cultivator, and no one could guarantee how effective her Hell Viper would be. If her attack missed, the backlash she would suffer would be extremely terrifying. If she didn't have at least an 80% chance of winning, she definitely wouldn't risk her life. As for Begonia, she absolutely did not dare to reveal the secret of them killing Wei Zhongyuan. Otherwise, she would not be able to continue being the sect leader. Killing one's own fellow sect members, no matter what era it was not allowed. Although she was the sect leader, there was still the existence of the Great Elder in the sect. Qian Rongji put away the items from both sides. Seeing that they were all looking at her, she said, "You don't have to look at me like that. Wei Zhongyuan is your mortal enemy, not mine. He doesn't know that I killed his son. I risked my life to help both sides, so it's only natural that I get some benefit." Li Qingshan said, "You're worried that if any of us can't withstand Wei Zhongyuan's pressure, your secret will be exposed." Qian Rongji said, "Fortunately, this kind of future will not happen again. I hope this is our mutual secret." She suddenly frowned and held her wrist. "It's about time, let's part ways here." She smiled at little Anne and took the lead to leave. Li Qingshan was about to leave when Begonia said, "Wait." Without turning his head, Li Qingshan said, "I remember you once said that. You don't want to see me again. Give me Wei Zhongyuan's body." Li Qingshan said, "Don't worry, this thing won't appear in this world again." Begonia's gloomy gaze slid from Li Qingshan to little Anne, then back to Li Qingshan. One was in the 8th layer of the aura refining realm, while the other was in the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. Their future prospects were indeed limitless. Wei Zhongyuan, who once caused their hostility, was already dead. However, little Anne had already been accepted as a disciple by the head monk of the Bodhi courtyard, the Annihilum Light Chan Master. There was basically no one in the entire Rui Commandery who was bold enough to touch her anymore. All the contradictions disappeared. Begonia put on a smile and said, "Come here often in the future. Maybe you'll have to call me sister-in-law in the future." Li Qingshan laughed involuntarily. "You sure are confident." Begonia smiled. She was so confident that she could topple a nation. With a graceful figure and a top-notch cultivation, which man wouldn't be moved by her? "Let's hope that day comes," Li Qingshan said. In his opinion, Hua Sengzan definitely had not given up on Gu Yenying. Instead, he had been deeply agitated. This sect Master Qiu's wish would probably come to nothing. Watching Li Qingshan leave on a cloud, Begonia swayed her hips and made her way downstairs. She told the disciples that Vice Sect Master Wei had been convinced by her and had left to travel and cultivate. Without any evidence, no one could doubt it. No one dared to doubt it. Many of the guests had just been chased out. As soon as she turned around, she saw the door open once more. She sighed inside. Vice Sect Master Wei sure came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Where was he cultivating? Was he preparing for the tribulation? Li Qingshan considered this question very carefully. In the end, he chose to revisit this place. On a cliff that was several dozen meters tall, a jade dragon rushed down, plunging into the deep pool. Although it was winter and the water was dry, its roar was thunderous, and water splashed everywhere. That's right. This was where oxen had brought Li Qingshan to cultivate. It was where little Anne had first learned the path of white bone and great beauty. It was also where he had met Xianyue by chance. The various memories floated through his mind like smoke. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and dove headfirst into the pool. Because this place was part of the boundless mountains, it was uninhabited. Also, because it was close to the human world, there were no demonic beasts. At the same time, it was very secluded, making it the best place to cultivate. Together with little Anne, they arrived at the cave behind the waterfall. When they saw that everything was the same, they both felt a sense of familiarity. "It looks like we'll have to stay here for a while," Li Qingshan said. Before coming out this time, he had accepted many random missions to avoid arousing suspicion if he did not return for a long time. Little Anne nodded and said, "All right." However, she made up her mind that she would work hard to catch up to his footsteps. Li Qingshan sat down cross-legged and took out the pills that Ru Xian had given him. As he had requested, they were all high-grade pills. There were even 2 virtue accumulation pills among them. Li Qingshan directly took out a virtue accumulation pill and consumed it. Then, he closed his eyes and digested and absorbed it. Meanwhile, Little Anne sat down near the entrance of the cave and watched over him. Days passed one after another. The water from the waterfall grew stronger and stronger. That was a sign that the winter snow was melting. Li Qingshan continuously consumed pills. He had already consumed 3 virtue accumulation pills, but he was still a distance away from the final step. Although it was only a step, it sometimes felt like it was so far away that he could not reach it. However, he was not impatient. He patiently allowed time to pass by. The winter snow melted and the trees sprouted. On a certain day, at a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. There was a gleam of joy in his eyes. The ray of light that he had been looking forward to for a long time had finally descended from the sky. He felt as if he had crossed a certain boundary and stepped into another world. At the same time, he felt a great danger approaching. He only had time to say to little Anne, "Go away!" before the blazing white lightning engulfed him. An electric arc as thick as a water snake bounced little Anne away. The cave had already turned into a sea of lightning. Streaks of lightning intertwined and crawled like living creatures, letting out violent roars that sounded like the roars of tigers and dragons. Boom, 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 boom. The lightning tribulation did not descend from the sky like he had imagined. Instead, it surged over from all directions, passing through the thick rock and underground and completely surrounding Li Qingshan in a single moment. It was so fast that he had no time to react at all. In that moment, Li Qingshan even felt like he was the one who had released the lightning, and the source of the lightning was the spirit turtle's demon core in his body. The lightning pierced the spirit turtle's profound shell, the ox demon forges its hide, his flesh, blood, and bones. It even pierced his soul. Li Qingshan had made a huge mistake. Regular demons would spit out their demon core and keep it away from their bodies when they underwent their tribulations. It was exactly because the cultivation of the demon core had crossed the invisible boundary of the world that it would summon the lightning. Why would anyone undergo their tribulation while holding their demon core in their body? However, Li Qingshan did not know about this. There were no human books that recorded how demons underwent their tribulations, nor had a demon general ever told him about this. He did have one by his side, but Millipede had always been a simpleton. Why would he think of telling him about this? The rocks in the cavern were all crystallized by the scorching energy before shattering and condensing again from the heat. They constantly shattered and condensed again. Intense pain, tearing pain. It was as if he was being torn apart inch by inch. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan bellowed out. The demon core shone with rings of blue light, stabilizing his mind, soul, and body. Li Qingshan stood up, and his body rapidly swelled. When he rushed out of the cavern, he was already 20 or 30 meters tall. He had completely turned into a demon, and he was still growing larger. His roar drowned out the lightning as he swung his arms, like he was fighting against an invisible enemy. The pool water and waterfall turned into mist in an instant, rolling and churning like a thick cloud. It landed on the ground, and an imposing figure could be seen in the midst of the constantly flashing lightning. It seemed like the passage of time, but in reality, it was only a short moment. The disappearance of the lightning was as fast and mysterious as its arrival, without any warning. Qing Shan. Little An's face was full of worry. He took a step forward and called out his name. He was almost unconscious when he heard this call and woke up. The white mist that shrouded the surroundings was like a white towel that was full of water that had been twisted by someone. The torrential rain poured down, soaking his crimson hair. The water level in the dried-up pool continued to rise. He looked down and saw a blurry figure on the surface of the water. When he saw himself in the water, he revealed a surprised expression. "Is this me?" Shaoan rushed into the mist and saw where he was with a single glance. She stopped and was taken aback. "So noisy." He casually grabbed at the sky, and the mist that filled the sky turned into water and returned to the deep pool. He was not submerged by the water, but floated up and stood up from the water. He waved his hand and the water's surface was flattened. Like a mirror, it clearly reflected the blue sky and white clouds, as well as his appearance. His fiery red hair was draped over his back, and his body was like the work of a sculptor. Every line seemed to have been carefully polished, presenting the most perfect golden ratio, a balance between strength and beauty. If this was not enough to surprise Li Qingshan when he saw his face reflected in the water, he was immediately stunned. He had seen many handsome men in the past, such as Hua Qingzan and Han Tie, but the handsomeness of his face was no less than theirs. As a matter of fact, it might even surpass them. If he could ignore the two curved ox horns protruding from his head, he could become the man of every woman's dreams. Li Qingshan suddenly understood that this was what he looked like after assuming a human form. He touched his face and smiled. So heavenly tribulations have cosmetic effects too. He thought about how all the animals and birds had become rather presentable after undergoing the heavenly tribulations. He was already 70 to 80% human in the first place, but he had been directly struck into a handsome man. Little N smiled as well. He asked, "How do you feel?" "Of course it's fantastic," Li Qingshan roared out, startling a large flock of birds. He laughed aloud, revealing his sharp canines. He actually seemed rather sinister. Power surged through his body endlessly, making him tempted to find a powerful opponent and fight it out right now. The three elders, Fu Qingjin, these opponents that were originally out of his reach had suddenly been pulled closer to him. After enduring for so long, it was finally time to bring up the past again. Your support on this site is my greatest motivation. Chapter 363. The surface of the water was as calm as a mirror. Even the raging waterfall was unable to create a single ripple. Li Qingshan lowered his head, and his reflection in the water suddenly smiled at him. It was even more unrestrained than the smile on his face. He bent down and extended his hand. When the tip of his finger touched the surface of the water, ripples spread out in all directions endlessly. From the very center to the edge of the pool, they did not disperse at all. The spirit turtle's demon core constantly flickered. The surging demon chi constantly rose up, constantly being depleted. It was almost completely depleted. This attracted Little Anne's attention as well. In the center of the ripples, two hands, one real and one fake, actually clasped together. A hand extended out of the water, followed by a wrist, an arm, and a similarly handsome face. Pearl-like droplets of water dripped down. Li Qingshan dragged his other self out of the mirror in the water bit by bit. Their appearances were exactly the same, without the slightest difference. Little Anne was slightly surprised. Her eyes could see through the real and the fake, but she was unable to see anything fake at all. It was like she was Li Qingshan's twin brother. Innate ability, Water Mirror's Image. This was the name that Li Qingshan had given it. It was like taking a flower from a mirror and scooping up the moon from the water. It was also known as a clone technique. There were so-called water clones among water techniques, but they were actually just condensed from water. Coupled with some illusions of water, they seemed like real people. However, when it came to actual battle, apart from attracting the enemy's attention, they also served as a punching bag. They did not have much battle prowess to speak of. As for this water mirror's image, it seemed fake yet real, and it was completely under Li Qingshan's control. Li Qingshan felt like his mind had split into two. He was currently looking at the world from two different perspectives. The feeling of seeing his own appearance was rather strange. Moreover, he was rather unaccustomed to controlling it. In little Anne's eyes, it was even stranger. The two Li Qingshan stood face to face, and reached out to touch their own faces at the same time, as if they were looking at a mirror. Li Qingshan raised his hand. Every single line was so real that he could even feel the beating of his heart and the flow of his blood. This was not a dummy made from water or clay, but a real clone. It was said that one could not attend to two things at once. Now, it could be said that he had the doppelganger technique, but he preferred to call it a mirror image. However, it was not an easy task to separate the mirror image from the main body. He could not help but control it as if it was his own body, advancing or retreating together. Little Anne covered her mouth and snickered. She didn't look like a demon general at all. When Li Qingshan glared at her, she raised her head and glared back at him. Li Qingshan had no choice but to close his eyes. He tried to experience the feeling of drawing a circle with his left hand and a square with his right. After a moment, Li Qingshan used his demonic qi and bent his knees to step on the water. Only his clone shot up into the sky. He arrived above the clouds. He looked down at the thousands of mountains and the clouds in the distance. On the earth, the mountain peaks gathered and the waves raged. It was a vast expanse. Suddenly, at the end of this vast expanse, he saw an insignificant little undulating, like a crouching bull. Beside the crouching bull was a quiet little village. Many people were working near the village. It was so peaceful and quiet that it was like a small painting. It suddenly awakened all of Li Qingshan's memories. So his hometown was not far away. For a moment, he forgot the hardships of living under someone else's roof, forgot the pain of hunger and cold. Perhaps his memories had beautified everything, or perhaps he had already let go of these things. In his heart, there was only a child playing a shepherd's flute, riding on a big oxen, walking slowly on the mountain road. That's right, that was his only wealth. He suddenly had a strong thought. He wanted to go back and see his old neighbors. However, he immediately dispelled this thought. There was no need to bury one's bones in mulberry fields. This was the promise he had made to himself. There was nothing he was reluctant to part with there. If there was something he could not give up, one was on the ground, one was in the Bai clan, one was in the sky. He looked up at the sky and smiled. A feeling of incomparable freedom was deeply reflected in the heart on the ground. On the ground, Li Qingshan walked out of the deep pool and came before little Anne. He half knelt and hugged the only one who shared his happiness, the eternal supporter, tightly in his arms. Little Anne, do you see? I have become so powerful. From now on, no one can casually bully us anymore. Laozi will definitely make them all pay the price. Little Anne felt that the current Li Qingshan was somewhat different. This was not a change in his appearance, but in his temperament. Compared to his human form, he always had a kind of unbridled arrogance in his demon form. She liked him like this, because, at this time, he always looked a bit happier. But no matter which he was still her Li Qingshan. One Li Qingshan stepped on the ground and hugged the most important person to him in his arms. The other Li Qingshan flew into the blue sky and opened his arms towards the sky. I want freedom. I want freedom to do whatever I want. I want unlimited freedom. 9 provinces, I am coming. 9 heavens, wait for me. Can you wait for me for a moment? Little and tilted her head and smiled. Li Qingshan fiercely kissed her on the cheek. As long as it takes. From that day onwards, Little and entered a meditative state. Li Qingshan left behind a mirror image to protect him in the deep pool. His original body wandered around. He even recovered his identity as Li Qingshan and went to complete a few missions. His face was exposed so that no one would suspect that he had disappeared. After his experiments, he had a more concrete understanding of the various abilities of his doppelgangers. The existence of the doppelgangers would not be affected by his original body returning to human form. However, the demonic aura of his original body was constantly dissipating. It could be maintained by meditating and communicating with the spiritual aura of heaven and earth. But if there was an intense battle, it would probably not be maintained for too long. And to create a doppelganger, he needed to consume all his demonic power in one go and have 30% of his original body's battle power. Don't underestimate this 30% battle power. Because of the 3 great supernatural powers left behind by Brother Ox, his strength, speed, and demonic aura far surpassed that of ordinary demon generals. The overall battle power was even more shocking. According to his estimation, his doppelgangers would not have too much of a problem dealing with Foundation establishment cultivators like Begonia who were not good at fighting. And, according to his past experiences, the effects of this innate ability should increase as his cultivation increased. If he could pull out even more doppelgangers from the water, just what would the effects be? After completing another mission and obtaining a few corpses, Li Qingshan used the glazed mirror of invisibility to hide himself and returned to the edge of the boundless mountains. Little and Still had not emerged from seclusion. He had nothing to do, so he crossed his legs and sat down. He took out the high-grade spiritual artifact he had bought below the Green Vine Mountain. The whale's ingestion of water. He still did not have a suitable weapon right now. After becoming a demon general, he could refine human spiritual artifacts and turn them into so-called demon armament. A powerful wave of demonic chi was injected into it. Perhaps it was because he had already refined this spiritual weapon, but the process was unexpectedly simple. Gradually, the shape of the whale's ingestion of water changed as well. It became a more regular hilt, but the price was that it lost many of its original functions. It could no longer shoot out gui water lightning or ice spikes. However, these two functions that were originally very practical were completely useless to Li Qingshan in his demon general form. There was no need for him to keep them. He only had two requirements for his weapon: sharpness and toughness. Although Li Qingshan was only a beginner in the art of artifact forging, he used his powerful control over water to force large quantities of water spiritual energy into the whale's ingestion of water. The hilt spat out a blade inch by inch. A few hours later, Li Qingshan raised the blade in his hand in satisfaction. The narrow, sharp blade shone with rainbow light under the sunlight. Standing before the cold pool, he swung his hand casually, and the waterfall before him was cut in half. He could not help but laugh aloud. If someone were here, they would see a naked man standing on the edge of a cliff with an extremely beautiful ice blade on his shoulder. He smiled in a flamboyant manner. Yes, Li Qingshan was not wearing any clothes. He was truly naked. After transforming into a demon general, he felt that wearing clothes was not very comfortable. He was born this way, so there was no need for clothes to cover himself. Hence, every time he transformed into a demon general, he would take off his clothes and walk around naked. At this moment, the smell of blood wafted over. The smell of human blood was accompanied by the soft sounds of killing. Li Qingshan immediately looked back. His gaze passed through the layers of trees. Although he was far away from the mountains and could not see the exact situation, it still piqued Li Qingshan's curiosity. With a flash, he disappeared from where he was. After passing through a few mountains, he saw an extremely familiar small village. More accurately, it was a village. This was also an old place, the place where hunters lived, the Drawn Reins village. Only then did Li Qingshan remember that the place where he cultivated was actually closer to the Drawn Reins village, which was deep within the vast mountain range. However, at that time there were huge mountains in the way, and the mountain paths were rugged and difficult to traverse. That was why it felt so far away. At this moment, the Drawn Reins village was being surrounded and attacked by a large group of soldiers. There were quite a few experts among them. If not for the protection of the high walls and the advantage of bows and arrows, the village would have already been breached. Huang Bingu stood on top of the sentry tower, holding a large bow in his hand. The bow was like a full moon, and the arrows were like shooting stars. Every arrow would kill a person, greatly damaging the enemy's morale. However, he was also almost exhausted. His brows were tightly furrowed. Was my Drawn Reins village going to fall here? At this moment, a voice came from the sky. It was as relaxed as if someone was taking a stroll after dinner, greeting a neighbor. Hunter Huang, long time no see. Huang Bingu was currently extremely nervous. Upon hearing this, he shot an arrow without saying anything. Only then did he realize that the voice was somewhat familiar. At this moment, the battlefield quieted down. The people inside and outside the village all raised their heads in a daze. All they saw was a white cloud descending from the sky. Li Qingshan returned to his human form. Of course, he had also put on his clothes. He easily brushed aside the incoming arrow and lowered the cloud until it was parallel to the sentry tower. He smiled at the dumbfounded Huang Bingu. "Is this how you welcome an old friend?" This was a remote place. It was not like the Clear River Prefecture, where they had seen many cultivators. In the eyes of the people, cultivators were no different from immortals. Li Qingshan's current behavior only confirmed their suspicions. "Why, you're Qingshan. Your support on this site is my greatest motivation." Chapter 364. Li Qingshan smiled. "What? It's only been a few years, and you don't recognize me anymore?" Huang Bingu really did find it very difficult to connect this immortal, who rode on clouds with that farmer's boy. He was more knowledgeable than regular people, but he had never seen someone who could fly like this. It had only been 2 or 3 years since they last met, but his originally tall frame had already completely unfolded. His shoulders were broad and his arms long, and his body was imposing. Just sitting on the cloud gave off an invisible pressure. Although the outline of his face had not changed much, his entire bearing was like a completely different person. Outside the village, many soldiers threw down their weapons and bowed to him. Although most of the hunters in the village could recognize Li Qingshan, they still struggled to believe their eyes. Li Qingshan glanced at the stunned masters outside the village and asked, "What's going on?" Huang Bingu smiled bitterly and put down his bow. He told him the whole story. As it turned out, a new district magistrate had been sent over soon after Yi Dachuan had left. This time, he was not someone with connections like Yi Dachuan, but a scholar from the academy. In just a short year or two, he managed the Qingyang district into a solid block, becoming the local tyrant. The Drawn Reins village was a stubborn force from the old era, as well as a flashy name that challenged the authority of the district government, so they became a holdout that was heavily regulated. Huang Bingu saw how Li Qingshan did not put on the airs of a cultivator and knew that his intentions had not changed, so he pleaded, "Qingshan, you have to help me this time. You're half a member of the Drawn Reins village." Only then did Li Qingshan remember this. He smiled. "Back then, when I entered the Drawn Reins village, It was like entering a tiger's den. You can be considered a first-rate master now, so why are you still in this village? I remember when you said you wanted to wander around again. Although Huang Bingu was still called Sickly Tiger right now, his face was rosy. He was in high spirit. Clearly, the ginseng alcohol had played a significant role. He cultivated his inner force diligently and had already reached the level of a first-rate master. Huang Bingu glanced back at the village. The new district magistrate is overbearing. How can I just leave like that? Li Qingshan patted him on the shoulder. Do you have any wine? Huang Bingu's face lit up, and he turned to the manor and shouted, Bring the wine. Jars of wine were served, and the two of them drank on the watchtower. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the new county magistrate received the news and rushed over. He didn't ride a horse or sit in a sedan chair, but used his lightness skill to float over. In this day and age, being a scholar was not synonymous with being weak. Inner force and swordsmanship were compulsory subjects. The new county magistrate was also young. As soon as he saw Li Qingshan, his expression changed, even though he was also a first-rate master. But his knowledge was a level higher than Huang Bingu's. His heart shuddered, high-level qi practitioner. His attitude immediately became extremely polite. After hearing about his identity as a Hawkwolf guard, he became even more careful. Li Qingshan also did not side with Huang Bingu. He invited the county magistrate over and mediated between the two of them. He got the county magistrate to stop using weapons and got Huang Bingu to change the name of Drawn Rain's village, a tall tree that attracted the wind, so as to avoid senseless killings. How could the two of them refuse the mediation? They immediately shook hands and made up. After drinking, Li Qingshan patted Huang Bingu's shoulder. How can I allow someone to sleep by my bedside? Old brother Huang, you better find another way to survive. He shoved a pill into his hand. Huang Bingu glanced at it and blurted out, An innate pill. Before he could even thank him, the cloud had already passed over the mountain and vanished. When spring arrived, Little and stood up in the cave and made her way towards the sunlight. She allowed the whistling lightning to tear at her clothes and strip away her flesh. Her blood immediately boiled. Most of her beautiful body had already been charred, before turning into ash. In the end, only a set of white bones remained. She walked very slowly, but she did not stop at all. Even the terrifying heavenly tribulation was unable to make her waver. That was because he was waiting for her outside. She could not be left behind by him. She wanted to be with him forever. With this stubbornness, she finally made her way out of the cave. Li Qingshan currently stood on the surface of the water, raising his head to observe the shape of a cloud. He turned around and smiled. He placed a wild flower he had plucked from somewhere into her hand that had already withered to bones. He smiled. Let's go. The flower withered and the smile blossomed. After over 2 years of development, the Green Vine Mountain had finally recovered some of its former glory. In the particularly gloomy hall at the top of the Green Vine Mountain, the 3 elders sat before one another. The Green Vine elder's eyebrows and beard became even more disheveled, tangled together like a mess. His wise eyes were filled with worry. The Lone Grave elder's pale white face was slightly green. The Golden Pheasant elder was still dressed in luxurious robes, but he no longer possessed the high-spirited bearing of a rooster. It was rare for the 3 of them to gather together, as they had all felt uneasy recently. Although they did not know divination, all Foundation establishment cultivators could communicate with the spiritual qi of the world. And, with their age, who knew how many storms they had experienced, they believed this uneasiness was definitely not a coincidence. After quite a while of silence, the Green Vine elder said, I'm just afraid it's revenge from underground? I've already contacted the Demon Slayer. The Golden Pheasant elder said, What? The 3 of us are already so old, Yet we have to ask the Demon Slayer for reinforcements just because we don't feel right. If this gets out, we'll probably become a laughing stock." "For once," the lone grave elder said. "Fair enough." With that, even the golden pheasant elder shut up. A while later, he asked, "Did you really sense something?" The lone grave elder said, "Death." The hall became even more terrifyingly quiet. The green vine elder said, "Don't worry. I've already cast down numerous formations throughout the green vine mountain. Even a fly can't fly in." His expression suddenly changed. "What's wrong?" Someone touched the formations and was stopped. After a moment of silence, the green vine elder let out a sigh of relief. They seemed to have retreated. Before he had even finished speaking, the golden pheasant elder listened closely. "Is there a sound?" The green vine elder focused, and sure enough, he heard a gentle sound. It was not the cry of a bird, nor was it the cry of an insect. The three of them sensed the surroundings, but they were unable to find the origin of the sound. However, the sound was clearly growing louder and louder. The dust on the ground leapt up in joy, and the dark green tea in the teacups rippled gently. "It's below." The three of them leapt up and looked down. The green vine elder said, "That's impossible. There are formations below as well, and the rock is as tough as metal. It's impossible for someone to pass through." Under the doubtful and worried gazes of the other two elders, he added, "Not even demons." The tremors grew louder and louder, growing closer and closer. A hole suddenly appeared in a certain part of the ground. The earth twisted in the surroundings as if an invisible force had pushed it away. A huge, pink millipede crawled out of the hole, making crackling sounds as it circled around the hole. It seemed like it was waiting, but also like it was urging them on. Sensing the auras of the three elders, it directly curled up into a ball. The nightmare of the past seemed to come back to life all of a sudden. The golden pheasant elder cried out, "It's still alive." The green vine elder's expression was ugly as well. That's right. It was much smaller, but it was definitely the demon general they had set up a trap against in the past. Chapter 365. What's there to be afraid of? "It's just a measly demonic beast right now," said the golden pheasant elder, but his voice was rather unsteady. The lone grave elder did not relax his vigilance. Instead, it grew heavier. It was impossible for a demonic beast to make its way here. Powerful demon chi surged out of the cave. The golden pheasant elder's face changed. "Demon General! Why are you running so quickly?" A clear voice rang out from the black cave. It was clear and resonant, echoing through the spacious hall. Millipede unfurled his body, shaking his head and wagging his tail. The lone grave elder shut his mouth, and corpse chi surged from him. The green vine elder said, "They've come with ill intentions. Be prepared." A handsome man emerged from the cave. His red hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes shone brightly, like charcoal burning in the darkness. He shifted his gaze and looked at the three elders. "Your land is so tough." There was nothing Li Qingshan could do about the layers of formations, so he forcefully carved out a path in the center of the mountain and made his way to the top. However, this was not a new innate ability. Instead, it was a different use of his old abilities. After becoming a demon general, his three innate abilities had all become much stronger. The spirit turtle's profound shell had obviously become tougher, and the ox demon tramples had gone from roughness to finesse. He could control the direction and range of the shockwaves more effectively. The three elders all experienced a strange and absurd feeling. In the middle of the night, a naked man had made his way to the main hall of the Green Vine Mountain from the most unlikely of places. The Green Vine Mountain was the foundation of all formations, so there was a hole at the very bottom that the formations could not reach. However, the earth there was even tougher than steel. Li Qingshan said loudly, I've come for revenge today. Prepare to die, you 3 old coots. The Green Vine Elder asked, Just you? Are you blind? Doesn't this count? Do you still remember this guy? Li Qingshan kicked Millipede under his feet. Millipede climbed onto Li Qingshan's body happily, draping it around his shoulders like a great pink scarf. Li Qingshan rubbed his forehead. Sigh, let's go. You act like you don't matter at all. You've made me lose all interest in revenge. Millipede crawled back into the hole with a series of clattering sounds. The 3 elders exchanged glances. Then they laughed together. So this was the uneasiness they felt? Although the demonic chi he emitted was very powerful, it was only relative to ordinary demons. One look was enough to tell that he had not been a demon general for long. What they feared the most was the demon commander underground taking action, or a large-scale attack and revenge. Was a mere demon general bold enough to make trouble for them on the Green Vine Mountain? A monster core that was delivered to his doorstep. How could he not accept it? Do you know who I am? Li Qingshan asked boldly. He was not a person who liked to talk nonsense. Villains who talked nonsense did not have a good ending. But when it came to revenge, he had to clearly tell the other party who he was. Why did I come here? Otherwise, even if I killed my enemy, it would be as tasteless as wearing silk clothes at night. What answered him was the green vines that rapidly extended beneath his feet, bursting out eagerly from the ground one by one. Li Qingshan leapt up, but he heard the cry of a golden pheasant from above. The golden pheasant elder flapped his wings and slapped him to the ground. The vines immediately wrapped around him. What a wretched name! It'll only stain my ears. Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's profound shell to block the vines. In the blink of an eye, he was wrapped up into a ball of vines, immobilized. The 3 elders immediately recalled what had happened during the herb-gathering ceremony. The humanoid, black demon had left an extremely deep impression on them. Today was basically a repeat of what had happened back then. So it's you. The Green Vine Elder smiled. Originally, he was still rather worried. He felt like he had won a little too easily, but now, the final sliver of doubt had vanished. This demon had become arrogant right after undergoing the heavenly tribulation. He felt like he was omnipotent and wanted revenge, but he did not understand the difference between them. Even the weakest among the 3 of them was mid-foundation establishment. It was impossible for them to lose in a one-on-one battle. At this moment, the lone grave elder had not even done anything. He just watched on coldly from one side. Li Qingshan cried out, That's impossible! How can I lose to you humans? I'm going to blow up my demon core and drag you down with me. The 3 elders immediately became nervous. The power of Millipede blowing up his demon core was still fresh in their minds. The golden pheasant elder could not help but back away, but the lone grave elder summoned the ancient bronze corpse general to block him. Li Qingshan seemed like a bomb that could explode at any time. Hold on. If you hand over your demon core, we'll spare your life, the Green Vine Elder said in a hurry. That's impossible. Humans are all crafty liars. I'll never believe you. Li Qingshan released powerful demon chi as if he was about to blow up his demon core at any time. The Green Vine Elder could tell that he was wavering slightly. He said patiently, We won't lie to you. How about this? I'll disperse the vines first to show my sincerity and let you return to the cave. At the same time, he exchanged glances with the lone grave elder and the golden pheasant elder. As long as this stupid demon gave off the slightest opening, they would strike together and kill him. If they reported this to the demon slayer, they would probably be rewarded separately. The densely packed vines receded from the spirit turtle's profound shell. To the 3 elders' surprise, Li Qingshan turned around and charged out of the hall. Stop him! The Green Vine Elder took out a cane made of green vines and pointed it at Li Qingshan. Vines burst out of the ground, swaying and twisting like a demon. Li Qingshan came to a halt and leapt over gently, brushing past a vine that had almost wrapped around his ankle. Then he turned around rapidly, constantly changing directions without any pattern, leaving behind a path of vines behind him. The entrance was right in front of him. The ancient bronze corpse general descended from above with surging corpse chi. With a boom, it struck the entrance and spread its arms as it lunged towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan wanted to retreat, but he was already surrounded by vines. Looking up, the golden pheasant's claws swiped down. "You still want to leave?" The lone grave elder extended a finger and shot out a pitch-black streak of light. It passed through the gaps in the vines and struck Li Qingshan accurately. Li Qingshan's body weakened. The golden pheasant's claws had already pressed him down. Resplendent, golden light illuminated the gloomy hall. He squinted his eyes, and all he saw was the sharp beak pecking over viciously. Just when the green vine elder let out a smile of relief, the sense of danger he had been sensing for the past few days suddenly rose to the limit. Silently, a long, narrow blade of ice pierced through his body from behind. Humans are all crafty liars. Li Qingshan smiled as he gripped the hilt of his blade, revealing his sharp teeth. Even a lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit. With Li Qingshan's personality, how could he become careless just because he had undergone the heavenly tribulation and looked down on 3 foundation establishment cultivators? Right from the beginning, he had planned on launching a sneak attack. Originally, he wanted to kill the 3 elders one by one, but he never expected them to be gathered together. Moreover, due to the formations, the sneak attack failed. If there was no opportunity, then he would create an opportunity. Li Qingshan first used his mirror image to disturb the enemies before suddenly launching a sneak attack to kill the most troublesome person, the Green Vine Elder. The Green Vine Elder lowered his head and looked at the blade before turning around to look at Li Qingshan. Disbelief filled his face. Just when he tried to circulate his spiritual qi, the blade twisted and swung behind Li Qingshan. It left behind a streak of light in the air, piercing the eyes of the lone grave elder and the golden pheasant elder. Green Vine. The long, narrow blade kicked up a fierce gust of wind, sweeping through the surroundings. A streak of light was caught in it. Whether it was the huge pillars that supported the hall or the countless spreading vines, they were all cut through in a single stroke. The Green Vine Elder's body had already been split in half, falling to the ground. "How dare you!" The lone grave old man's dead face also revealed an expression of shock. However, before he could finish his words, the devilishly handsome face appeared right in front of him and interrupted him with a smile. "How dare I?" The lone grave elder's heart sank to rock bottom. The smile was filled with a familiar smell of death. Although their appearances were exactly the same, their strength was worlds apart. The person before him was startlingly powerful. He did not possess the strength that a demon general who had just undergone the heavenly tribulation should possess. The blade of ice did not stop at all. With Li Qingshan's right hand as the center, it formed a beautiful semicircle. Corpse chi erupted. The lone grave elder roared out madly. Black corpse chi gushed out from his sleeves as he retreated to the edge of the hall. He lowered his head in shock and looked at the wound on his chest. The blade had sliced through his protective corpse chi easily. If it were not for the force from the eruption of corpse chi, he would have followed in the Green Vine Elder's footsteps already. A clump of corpse chi that was as black as swamp did not disperse. When it came in contact with one of the pillars, it was like an invisible beast had taken a bite out of it. A gap immediately appeared. With a great rumble, the upper half of the pillar fell down with a piece of the roof. Before it had even reached the ground, it had been melted away by the corpse chi. Even inanimate objects were like that. If living beings came in contact with it, they would probably be reduced to a puddle in the blink of an eye. With a cry, the golden pheasant unfurled its wings and shot out several hundred feathers, which turned into several hundred streaks of golden light that stabbed into the corpse chi. There was a flash of snow-white light, and the corpse chi was split into two. Li Qingshan emerged with his ice blade and smiled at the lone grave elder. Nice reaction. A streak of moonlight poured down on him, gilding him with a silvery blue sheen. His handsome face and perfect body seemed even less like a living being, more like the statue of a legendary god. From beginning to end, he did not give off any demon chi at all. Lanterns lit up the green vine mountain. Many disciples emerged from their residences and gazed at the hall at the top of the mountain. What's happened? Let's go take a look. Yu Shuquang yawned. It's already so late. What's the matter now? Several hundred streaks of golden light shot out from the ground, stabbing towards Li Qingshan. The golden pheasant swooped down. Lone Grave, why don't you work with me and kill this demon? With a series of rapid, sharp sounds, Li Qingshan swung his ice blade, creating a wheel of blades that landed on every single feather with great precision. The feathers flew out even faster than when they had come. The accompanying wind was like countless huge blades and axes, swinging through the hall viciously, destroying everything in the way. Li Qingshan raised his head and looked at the claws of the chicken. He did not dodge, nor did he block. He only threw a punch. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain saw several hundred streaks of golden light shoot out of the hall in a straight line. A golden pheasant smashed through the roof and was sent flying. Its golden light had dimmed, and it was in a horrible shape. The Legends of the Great Sage. Welcome all readers. Read the full text. Chapter 366. It's the Golden Pheasant Elder. Just what has happened in the hall? The golden light illuminated the shocked and terrified faces of every single disciple of the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Shuquang felt his sleepiness vanish. He could not help but stagger backwards. An enemy that could send the Golden Pheasant Elder flying was not someone a measly chi practitioner like him could deal with. Looking around, the other disciples of the Green Vine Mountain reacted the same way. The Green Vine Mountain was not as important as their lives. A while ago, moonlight seeped through every crevice of the damaged hall like water. Silver blue light crisscrossed, turning the dignified hall into a strange world. However, it was immediately purged by the golden light. The golden pheasant that descended from above was like a golden sun, dazzling and resplendent. Compared to it, Li Qingshan's tall figure seemed so insignificant. Within the scorching light, he seemed like a silhouette, let alone the fact that his swinging arm was like a slender piece of firewood that could be set alight at any time. In that moment, the fist collided with the sun. The two powers collided. Streaks of light and waves of air flickered and surged. Not a single intact pillar remained in the majestic hall. It tottered about in the intense wind, but in that moment it was forcefully propped up by the air currents, which suddenly swelled outwards. Li Qingshan's feet sank into the ground, but an endless power surged out from the lofty Green Vine Mountain, from the vast earth. It surged into his body, into his fist, and was released endlessly towards the golden pheasant. The confident smile on the Golden Pheasant Elder's face vanished. In the next moment, the fist sent the sun flying. Li Qingshan pulled back his fist and smiled. When I'm standing on the ground, it's best if you don't compete with me in strength. The strength of the earth. This was a brand new innate ability that originated from the ox demon. As long as he stood on the ground, he would receive the assistance of an endless supply of divine strength. Originally, Li Qingshan found it to be rather useless. Looking at it now, the effects were quite impressive. His scarlet eyes swiveled and landed on the lone grave elder. A clear expression of shock appeared on his pale white, dead face, but it was not just because Li Qingshan had sent the Golden Pheasant Elder flying. just as the Golden Pheasant Elder called out for them to work together. He summoned the ancient Bronze Corpse General to attack Li Qingshan from below. However, no matter how hard he tried to activate the bronze bracelet on his wrist, the ancient Bronze Corpse General remained motionless. Suddenly, the connection with him was severed. He was scared out of his wits and rushed towards the ancient Bronze Corpse General without caring about anything else. The motionless ancient Bronze Corpse General suddenly raised its head. In that instant, the lone Grave Elder had the illusion that it was not an eyeball. Instead, they were two burning flames. It wasn't until he realized that it wasn't an illusion that the ancient Bronze Corpse General was pouncing towards its former master. It revealed a small skeleton holding a white bone sword in its hand. Since Li Qingshan said that he would use his full strength, then he would really use his full strength. Little N was his most important strength, 10 times more powerful than any innate divine ability. The lone Grave Elder was alarmed. He immediately decided to flee. If he continued fighting, he would definitely lose his life here. Black corpse chi surged and gathered beneath his feet, lifting him into the air. Like a rocket, he moved with startling speed, immediately trapping the rebellious ancient Bronze Corpse General beneath his feet. Just when he was about to break through the roof, 4 skulls the size of carriages blocked his way, spitting out surging blood flames of corpse incineration. The darkness and moonlight that had just descended on the hall was purged by the flames once again. The hall creaked and trembled like an old man in his twilight years. It could no longer endure its own weight and began to collapse. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. The movements of every single speck of dust was extremely clear in Li Qingshan's eyes. He did not assist little Anne. After undergoing the heavenly tribulation, her strength was no less than his. An ability like the Path of White Bone and Great Beauty allowed her to become more powerful than her peers with every step she took. He looked at the sky again. The Golden Pheasant Elder had been completely frightened by Li Qingshan's punch. He did not even dare to circle around. He unfurled his wings and took off into the clouds. Li Qingshan casually let go of the hilt and swung his hand. He exhaled gently and leaned his shoulder backwards. He extended his hand as hard as he could, like he was throwing a shot into the sky. His feet showed no intentions of leaving the ground. Instead, they sank even deeper. Compared to his movements, everything around him was so slow that it looked like a still picture. Surging demon chi surged into his arm. Something was released, and his slender arm suddenly turned the color of black metal. It rapidly expanded and extended. 3 meters, 15 meters, 30 meters. He extended his 5 fingers that were as thick as pillars and grabbed the fleeing golden pheasant in the sky. "Where do you think you're going?" The Golden Pheasant Elder's face was filled with fright. He felt a terrifying power tighten around him, almost suffocating him. He fell towards the hall once again. At that moment, the ratio between the two seemed to return to normal. The arrogant rooster had been grabbed by a human's hand and sent into the kitchen. All that was left was panic. All the disciples of the Green Vine Mountain widened their eyes. All of this was a sight that would only appear in nightmares. The huge, demonic claw was unimaginable. Just what kind of monster was hidden in the hall? The hall was large, but it was probably extremely restrictive to the monster. The golden pheasant was crushed by the huge claw in the air. Li Qingshan's hand returned to normal as well. He grabbed the Golden Pheasant Elder by the neck and smashed him into the ground heavily. Golden feathers drifted through the surroundings. Boom! The shockwave radiated out in all directions, speeding up the collapse of the hall. Rubble and beams fell down with a rumble. The Golden Pheasant Elder called out, "You can't kill me! That goes against the Treaty of Kings. It'll lead to war. You'll die a horrible death. Let me go. We don't have any grievances of life or death." Li Qingshan leaned over and whispered into his ear with a smile, "I have another name. I'm Niu Juxia." The golden pheasant elder's eyes suddenly widened. He opened his mouth in an attempt to say something, but he would forever lose the ability to do so. Li Qingshan had snapped his neck. Not only had his neck bone been broken, but his head had also been separated from his body. Blood flowed out. At the same time, Little Anne's bone sword had already pierced through the lone grave elder's forehead. The pale white face of a corpse was filled with fear, exactly the same as the faces of many corpses he had seen in the past. Having lost the ancient bronze corpse general, the lone grave elder was instead the weakest among the three of them. He could not even block a single strike from Little Anne. Flames surged out, burning him to a crisp in a single moment. Rumble! The hall completely collapsed. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain raised their heads. A blade-wielding man stood in the ruins, standing at the very top. His scarlet hair ruffled wildly in the mountain wind. The full moon hung behind him, blurring his appearance and casting a black silhouette. However, he seemed even more lofty and aloof than the Green Vine Mountain beneath him. The only thing clear was a pair of scorching, cold, scarlet eyes. He raised the ice blade high into the air. Moonlight flowed through the blade as his murderousness surged into the air, dyeing the moon bright red. P.S. Bow and thank the new Alliance leader of A Cripple. Congratulations to the new Alliance leader. He only felt power surge out from the computer, spreading through his entire body. I've received your encouragement and support. Legends of the Great Sage welcome readers to log in. Read the full text. Chapter 367. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain retreated in a panic. They all turned around and fled in all directions. Yu Shuquang was the first to flee. The Green Vine Mountain was already done for. He did not want to stay behind and die with them. However, he was filled with despair. Even the three elders could not stop him, so how long could they possibly flee for? Li Qingshan gazed down from above. No matter how fast they fled, no matter how far they fled, he only needed a single swing of his blade to kill them. He held the blade in his hand, but he did not swing it down, as he saw one or two familiar people among them. He smiled and lowered the blade. He's gone. Little Anne emerged from the rubble. Are you sure? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Little Anne nodded. Fuck. He still managed to flee after being cut in half. That old bastard must have been playing dead earlier. I'll definitely whip his corpse in the future. Li Qingshan cursed. As it turned out, the Green Vine Elder who should have been lying on the ground obediently had actually vanished after the intense battle. It went without saying that he must have used this opportunity to flee. Now that he thought about it, even mortals would roll around for a while after being cut in half, while the Green Vine Elder was like two pieces of wood. He was even better at playing dead than Millipede. Just who was the demon here? Li Qingshan had used the mirror image to divert the attention of the three elders, while the Green Vine Elder had used his two old friends to divert Li Qingshan's attention. Let's go hunt down that actor. Li Qingshan sniffed the air and dove into the hole. According to the smell of blood, the Green Vine Elder had fled through the hole he had created. It would be terrible if he ran into that idiot Millipede. Little and tilted his head in thought. What was an actor? In the pitch-black, cramped hole, the Green Vine Elder clutched his neatly gaping stomach as he lay on the enlarged green vine staff, fleeing along the way. The tremors above him gradually grew distant, but he did not ease up at all. The fear from the strike was still deeply embedded in his heart. He was still shaken. From the moment Li Qingshan stabbed the Green Vine Elder, the Green Vine Elder sensed it. It was impossible for him to win this battle, because he knew very well that he wasn't completely defenseless. It was just that the saber had come too fast and too ruthless. Unless he had cast a protective spell or summoned a protective spiritual weapon beforehand, he would not have been able to dodge it. It was impossible to block it, and dodging it was even more impossible. That unbelievable power and speed, coupled with extraordinary destructive power, was the bane of cultivators, so in that instant, he chose to fake his death without hesitation. Green vines wrapped around his waist, piecing together his body that had been split into two halves. Then, they emitted rings of green light in an attempt to heal his terrifying injuries. However, the remaining demonic chi on it prevented the effects of the green light. It took a long time for it to recover, but at least its life wasn't in danger. As the strongest among the three elders, the Green Vine Elder was not particularly skilled in battle. However, its ability to heal and recover was unparalleled. It grew and multiplied endlessly like a green vine. Millipede just happened to be strolling around in the cave. When he saw the Green Vine Elder, he immediately lunged over with his claws and fangs. It spat out a pink poisonous mist. The Green Vine Elder's eyes turned cold. He swung his cane. I can't deal with demon generals, and I can't kill a measly demonic beast like you? At this moment, his heart shuddered. The Golden Pheasant Elder and the Lone Grave Elder's presences had vanished. How could they be so fast? He believed that even if he could not defeat two mid-foundation establishment cultivators, they could still flee. At the very least, they could last for a while. The situation was even worse than he had anticipated. The red-haired demon general gave off no demon chi at all, and his movements were unpredictable. He was like an assassin hidden in the darkness, as if he could appear at any time and cut him down. The Green Vine Elder was overcome with fear. He raised his hand and sent Millipede flying before rushing past. Actually, Li Qingshan had yet to discover that he had vanished. Li Qingshan followed the scent and followed it all the way. He saw the curled-up Millipede and smiled. You sure are lucky. Arriving at the entrance to the cave at the foot of the mountain, he saw the beautiful scenery of the mountains and the moon. The intoxicating fragrance of flowers filled the air. Spring was the time when the flowers bloomed. Li Qingshan wrinkled his nose. The scent had become very faint. It was not just because of the fragrance of the flowers. The Green Vine Elder must have kept his wounds under control and used some other method to hide his scent. However, Li Qingshan still managed to find a special scent, the scent of humans. It was like a thin, clear trail that extended into the depths of the boundless mountains. Li Qingshan leapt up and arrived on a small mountain on the other side, but the scent stopped there. He could not help but frown. If he could see through things, he would be able to see a nervous old man hiding in an ancient cypress 100 paces away. The Green Vine Elder had used a technique of wood evasion and melded into the tree trunk. Although he had temporarily evaded Li Qingshan's detection, his nervousness and fear did not decrease at all. Instead, it spread even more. There was also an indescribable sense of pity. He was the mighty sect master of the Green Vine Mountain, yet he had actually been hunted down by a demon to such a state. Li Qingshan circled around in the gloomy forest a few times. Suddenly, he snorted coldly, I can see you. He had learned this from Han Qiongji, and sure enough, it scared the Green Vine Elder witless. He resisted the urge to run away. Li Qingshan casually swung his ice blade, kicking up a wild, sharp gust of wind. The towering trees were cut in half, rolling down the mountain with a rumble. Looking down from above, a large swathe of the forest had been obliterated in the blink of an eye. However, there was still no sign of the Green Vine Elder. Li Qingshan called out, Green Vine, no matter where you run off to, there will be a day when I kill you. Kill you, kill you, kill you. The sound of metal clanging echoed through the mountains again and again. It made the Green Vine Elder's heart tighten. He was currently curled up, rolling down the mountain with the severed tree. In the end, he collided with a boulder. Just now, he had stopped. He felt like his waist was about to snap again. The forest fell silent once more, but he dared not move at all. who knew whether Li Qingshan was currently hiding in the darkness, waiting for him to reveal himself so that he could kill him. Even when the sun had risen, he still did not move at all. It was said that people were more afraid of death as they grew older. He had basically used his actions to prove this truth. As long as there was even the slightest possibility of danger, he would continue to hide. Only 3 days later did he slowly emerge from the tree. Only after confirming that Li Qingshan was indeed gone did he let out a sigh of relief. Gazing at the smoke-shrouded green vine mountain in the distance, he suddenly burst into tears. If it were not for the fact that his would-escape technique had almost killed him, he obviously would not be bold enough to return to the Green Vine Mountain. Only by seeking the Demon Slayer's assistance could he have a chance at revenge. Actually, after Li Qingshan had said that, he had directly left. If he could not kill him today, he could just kill him in the future. Why would he have the patience and obsession to squat in the forest and waste time? After this battle, he felt like he was showing signs of breaking through to the 3rd layer of the Tiger Demon. He was just about to go make trouble for a few more fellows and fight them again. Li Qingshan, Little Anne, and Millipede. The 3 demons moved through the darkness underground. The familiar environment made Millipede extremely excited. He moved his 1,000 feet eagerly, rushing towards his bed. Li Qingshan sat on the huge skull transformed from the skull prayer beads. He wore a scarlet robe and a scarlet belt around his waist, casually covering his vital parts. The ice blade hung from his waist. He seemed to be in high spirits, and in high spirits. He had conjured the robe from his hair. To demon generals, this was a small trick. He did not feel any discomfort wearing it. He had finally escaped from the state of running around naked. The 100 treasures pouches of the Lone Grave Elder and the Golden Pheasant Elder were stuffed into his clothes. He did not have the time to check them. If he wanted to see the spoils of war, he obviously had to take them out and admire them one by one in peace. Only then would he feel especially happy. After walking for a few hours, they had already penetrated deep underground. Home was no longer far away. Little Anne sat in Li Qingshan's lap as she refined the corpses of the Lone Grave Elder and the Golden Pheasant Elder. The bodies of Foundation establishment cultivators were only around 50 kilograms in weight, but the life force they contained was not comparable to even 10,000 people. It was like the difference between chi-gathering pills and virtue accumulation pills. This was a difference in quality. The reason why Little Anne was able to undergo the heavenly tribulation so quickly was closely related to Wei Zhongyuan's corp. She refined it very quickly and felt that her cultivation had improved once again. Li Qingshan rubbed her head. You don't have to do anything this time. Just as the cave was right in front of them, there was a sudden tremor. A huge object burst out of the earth and opened its mouth, biting towards Millipede. Its 4 fangs were even longer than swords. Li Qingshan was not surprised at all. How could such an obvious demon chi escape his notice even if it was hidden in the earth? He flew up and pressed his hand against the demon's head. What he touched was tough rock. Li Qingshan smiled. I was wondering why this demon chi was so familiar. So it was this. The huge object turned out to be a huge snake head, but it was the color of lime. It seemed like a stone statue at first glance. The Boulder Viper was one of the most powerful demon soldiers under Li Qingshan's command in the past. He had only managed to subdue it after using Millipede as his shield. However, it had never been completely convinced by Li Qingshan as the leader of the demon soldiers. But now, the thing that Li Qingshan was least afraid of was rocks. He casually sent out a shockwave. The Boulder Viper felt a shockwave travel from its head to the tip of its tail. Cracks immediately appeared on its indestructible rock armor. The world spun around it, and its entire body went numb. It was pulled out of the earth without any resistance. It was greatly shocked. Li Qingshan said, "Boulder Viper, do you still recognize me?" The Boulder Viper shook its head and recovered from its dizziness. It raised its head and saw a pair of familiar scarlet eyes. It then looked at the horns and the scarlet hair. "You're the leader." Li Qingshan smiled and patted its head. "Demons have good taste after all." "Vice leader." The Boulder Viper then looked at little Anne and finally at Millipede. King Millipede. It had been attracted by this demon chi, which was why it had broken out of the earth and launched a sneak attack. It had not sensed the presence of Li Qingshan and little Anne at all. You're back." After 2 years, they had once again returned to the underground world to take back everything that belonged to them. Li Qingshan asked curiously, "Why did you attack us?" P.S. New book, new atmosphere, all kinds of tickets requested. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 368. The Boulder Viper looked at Li Qingshan in awe. Although it was the strongest among the demons, the difference between it and a demon general was not small. What Li Qingshan had done earlier had made it lose all interest in resisting. It answered obediently. It answered honestly, "I am responsible for guarding the cave for King Yiliosu. I will not let anyone disturb the king's rest. Otherwise, I will be punished." The Boulder Viper helplessly curled its huge body. It missed the era when Millipede was the leader. Back then, he was unrestrained and did not need to listen to anyone's orders. King Yiliosu? This demon has good taste in naming things. Li Qingshan muttered to himself, "Then do you know what kind of demon he is? What magical powers does he have? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated." Li Qingshan would never underestimate his enemies. This, I don't know either. Also, King Yiliosu is not a demon. Not demons. Li Qingshan raised his voice. Don't tell me humans can carve out territory underground too? No, he's not a human either. If he's not a human or a demon, then what is he? The Boulder Viper described it, but unfortunately, as a powerful demon that lived underground, it was very lacking when it came to adjectives, which confused Li Qingshan even more. All he knew was that King Yiliosu did not come from the other demon generals in the surroundings. Instead, she came from underground. If he couldn't figure it out, then he would go and see for himself. Although Li Qingshan was cautious, he was not afraid. He had the Boulder Viper move to the side and strode into the depths of the cave. "Leader, King Yiliosu comes and goes without a trace. He's very powerful." The Boulder Viper reminded Li Qingshan from behind. Li Qingshan had clearly become a demon general not long ago. He might not be a match for King Yiliosu. He hurriedly burrowed into the soil. If King Yiliosu discovered him, he would be the one who let them in. That would be terrible. In the darkness, there was suddenly a bit of light. Suddenly, a spot of light appeared. A blue butterfly flower was emitting a faint blue light in the darkness. Its 2 butterfly wings were fluttering lightly. However, it was clear that it had not yet matured and was unable to break free from the restraints of the branches and fly into the sky. Millipede swam over with a clattering sound. Li Qingshan grabbed its leg and told it to find a place to hide, so that it wouldn't be noticed by King Yiliosu. Li Qingshan told little Anne to wait at the cave entrance as he walked forward alone. Finally, he saw the sea of blue butterfly flowers again. Blue butterfly flowers were quietly blooming, but there were only 1 or 2 of them dancing in the air. Before every blue butterfly flower bloomed, it was like a flower. This time, Li Qingshan had taken away who knew how many years of accumulation from this place. Apart from the sea of flowers, Li Qingshan couldn't find the slightest bit of familiarity. A crude rock cave. It had undergone meticulous carvings, totems, and patterns. They covered the rock walls. Specks of light flickered on the domed ceiling. Countless pearls and gems of various sizes were embedded into the ceiling, making it look like a starry sky. It was beautiful, like a black palace filled with dreamy colors and exotic charm. At the center of the palace, Milliped's large spirit stone bed had been replaced by an exquisite wooden couch. Layers of curtains hung down, making it impossible to see what was inside. Just from this decoration alone, Li Qingshan was certain that King Yi Liusu was not a monster. No monster would waste time on something like this. The aura coming from behind the curtains seemed to prove this point. It wasn't demonic aura, but it didn't seem like spiritual aura either. It was something in between, something that seemed right but wasn't. He could vaguely guess what it was. But when he walked forward and lifted the heavy curtains, he couldn't help but reveal an expression of shock. The two pointy ears indicated that it wasn't human. Its smooth skin seemed to be shrouded in a layer of night. It was the color of the midsummer sky. The mixture of black and blue further proved this point. It was not human, nor was it a demon, but other folk. Li Qingshan could even tell its race with a single glance: night roamers. This was all thanks to the countless dates he had with Han Qiongji. When the two of them chatted about everything, Li Qingshan was the one listening most of the time. Han Qiongji had mentioned the existence of this race in the past. Their ink-blue skin was their most prominent characteristic. They were the complete opposite of humans who moved around during the day and rested at night. They were nocturnal. They could see through the deepest darkness, but they were blind during the day. After the human race prospered, they were exiled to remote, savage lands just like other folk, becoming a legend. He never thought he would actually meet them underground. If this was not enough to leave Li Qingshan so surprised, then the fact that King Yi Liusu, who sat with her legs crossed in the heavy curtains, was actually a woman was enough. Strands of her ink-blue hair draped over her perfect oval face. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her eyelashes were long. Her nose was tall, and her facial features were exquisite. She only wore simple, black armor, which only wrapped around the most important parts. Beautiful patterns that resembled flowering branches extended across her exposed skin. They were of the same style as the surrounding murals, but they seemed more like natural tattoos than tattoos. They were also the only adornment on her body. If he could ignore the color of her skin, she was without a doubt a supreme beauty. Or in other words, it was her skin that was like the night sky that filled her with a mysterious, exotic charm. Li Qingshan saw her frown slightly. Clearly, she had sensed his existence, but she remained motionless. She had probably reached a critical juncture in her cultivation. Li Qingshan was rather disappointed. He just climbed onto the stone bed and sat down in front of her, admiring her hot figure as he waited for her to wake up. It was not that he did not want to take advantage of her, nor was it because his legs had softened at the sight of a woman. On the contrary, certain parts of his body had silently hardened. He began to reminisce about the good times he had spent with Han Qiongji. He wondered if she had emerged from seclusion yet. When the time came, all he needed to do was to successfully kiss her. Li Qingshan's goal, in coming here, had never been to kill. Demons could not kill each other. This could be considered the first law of the demi-human world. Although this Yi Liusu was a mutant, she had definitely obtained the permission of the demon commander to govern this territory. She could be considered a member of the demi-human race. Killing her would be easy, but he would not need to continue living underground. He would use the method of demons to directly defeat her and take back the territory that had once belonged to Millipede. A drop of sweat seeped out from the tip of Yi Liusu's nose. She was extremely nervous. This was a critical juncture in cultivating the Night Demon Sutra, so she had given the order to seal off all the paths leading to this place. The fact that the intruder had been able to pass through the pass and reach this place proved that he possessed extraordinary strength. Right now, she was unable to move. Otherwise, not only would she fail at the last step, she would also suffer a backlash and be heavily injured. At this moment, she suddenly felt his hand reach out towards her. Her body immediately tensed up, but that hand only waved in front of her. Li Qingshan was bored from waiting. He yawned and changed to lying on his side. Suddenly, he saw a sheathed dagger hanging behind her waist. It was curved like a crescent moon, so he reached out to take it. Yi Liusu suddenly opened her eyes, which were as brilliant as the stars in the night sky. P.S. Please guarantee your monthly ticket, my dears. Legends of the Great Sage welcome readers to log in. Read the full text. Chapter 370. At the same time, a blade of light that resembled a crescent moon swept towards Li Qingshan's throat. Little and stood guard at the entrance of the cave. All he saw was Li Qingshan enter the curtains, but he did not say anything, nor did he fight. Who knew what he was doing? Just as he was bored, there was a long whistle, and the wind blew up the curtains in the surroundings. The sharp sound echoed through the spacious cave, growing louder and louder. Yi Liusu went from sitting with her legs crossed to a half-kneeling position. She leaned forward and poured all of her strength into the curved blade in her hand. The blade was less than an inch away from Li Qingshan's throat, but it could not advance any further. It had been cut in half by a long, narrow blade of ice. Li Qingshan remained in a half-crouching position. He gripped the ice blade in a reverse grip with his left hand, easily receiving all of her strength with a single hand. He admired her delicate face from top to bottom. The addition of the two eyes that resembled stars was like a finishing touch, making her come alive immediately. He smiled. You may have undergone the first heavenly tribulation, but it's impossible for you to win against me in a contest of strength. Little and sat down with his legs crossed. They had finally begun fighting. At this moment, he suddenly heard a noise from the depths of the cave. What are you doing? Yi Liusu said coldly. Her voice was as clear as the flash of a blade. The intruder's appearance left her slightly amazed. What a handsome man, no, a demon. Although night roamers were known for their good looks, where both men and women were extremely beautiful, there was not a single face that could surpass the one before her. His smile was even more enchanting, but there was no gentleness in it at all. Instead, it seemed more like a brazen provocation. Coupled with the movement of his right hand, the killing intent in her heart became even colder. I want to see your blade. Only when Li Qingshan said that did he discover that her blade was already in her hand, while his hand was on her bottom. It's not like it's my fault. Who told you to change positions? He withdrew his hand with such a matter-of-fact thought. Do you see it? Yi Liusu said coldly. I see it. Li Qingshan glanced down. The short curved blade flashed with the brightest white light. It flashed with the brightest white light, and it really looked like a crescent moon. He suddenly understood why. It was like a human assassin painting his weapon black. In the underground world, only light could blind people. Then his gaze uncontrollably landed on the cleavage of her chest. In this world, it was rare to see a woman who dressed so boldly. Then die. Yi Liusu reprimanded. She turned the blade in her hand and slashed it down. The blade light cut through the darkness. It was faster and more ruthless than the one she had used just now. As a strength-type monster general, his reaction and speed must be a bit slower. How dare he get so close to me? This is the biggest miscalculation you've made today. However, he had never heard of Spider Queen having such a demon general under her command. He was probably sent by another demon commander. If he killed him and was found out, that would be troublesome. The other party didn't seem to have any killing intent, so it was better to hold back. Yi Liusu soon discovered that. Her worries were unnecessary. Li Qingshan flew into the air. His posture didn't change at all, as if he was still lying on the stone platform. He spun and brushed past the blade light with surprising dexterity. Yi Liusu's eyes flashed. The curved blade was like a swallow gliding over the water. With an unbelievably beautiful posture, it changed from a downward slash to an upward slash. In the narrow space above, it turned into a series of broken shadows, covering every vital part of Li Qingshan's body. Li Qingshan smiled and reached out his hand. He accurately caught her right hand that was holding the blade. Yiliosu immediately let go. She grabbed his arm and pulled it down. At the same time, she caught the curved blade with her left hand and slit his throat. She was like an antelope hanging its horn, untraceable. Her killing intent was hidden in it. Li Qingshan also felt a hint of danger. He tilted his head slightly. A chill passed through his throat, leaving a thin trace of blood. The smile on his face didn't change. Taking advantage of the weakness of his attack, he grabbed her left hand again and pressed her heavily on the stone platform. Yiliosu struggled for a while. Naturally, it was useless under the suppression of Li Qingshan's strength. She raised her long leg in black boots and kicked at the back of his head. Li Qingshan leaned down and avoided the kick. He said, "Before you make a move, you'd better listen to what he's here for." Their eyes met. The tips of their noses almost touched. They could clearly feel each other's breath. It was ambiguous and charming. Yiliosu stared at Li Qingshan's eyes without showing any weakness. The light in her eyes dimmed a little, showing the original dark blue color of her eyes, like ice in the night. "Who are you?" Li Qingshan was taken aback. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. He raised his eyebrows. Good question. He currently didn't have a proper name. Xianyue had once called him Big Black. This was clearly a terrible name. He had once called himself the Old Demon of Black Mountain, but this was even worse. Was he afraid that others wouldn't be able to contact Li Qingshan? Li Qingshan instantly fell into distress. He had never been good at coming up with names. He had almost forgotten that there was a peerless beauty pressing down on him. Yiliosu used this chance to keenly observe her enemy. She suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something engraved on the two sharp and proud horns on his head. She murmured, "North Moon." Li Qingshan's eyes instantly lit up. "Right, that's it." He retraced his memories to a few years ago. In the depths of the boundless mountains, the naughty and adorable cat demon had forcefully engraved this promise on his horns, leaving it in the depths of his memory. Even the heavenly tribulation could not erase it. On Ice Sword Cliff, he had roared at the sky as loudly as he could, swearing that he would obtain the power to send her to the Dragon Province. No, how was he now? Yiliosu squinted her eyes and suddenly raised her head. She sneered and sighed. "Hasn't anyone ever told you not to be distracted when you're fighting?" With a thump, Yiliosu lay back down on the stone bed. She gasped in pain. "So hard." Li Qingshan returned to his senses and smiled. "Just call me North Moon." How's your head?" A huge bump had appeared on Yiliosu's smooth forehead. Little and crouched at the entrance of the cave. His teeth chattered as he let out a chuckle. "I'm going to kill you!" Yiliosu squeezed out the words from between her teeth. Li Qingshan said, "I'll give you that chance later. Let me finish first. Where should I start?" "Oh right, you know the previous demon general of this territory, right? I think it was an idiot called Millipede. A human lured him out and killed him. Don't tell me that's you." Yiliosu's face was filled with ridicule. "Of course not. He might be a little stupid, but I won't allow you to talk about my friend like that. Anyway, this territory originally belonged to him, and it also belonged to me. In other words, you're living in my home right now. Lie on my bed. I want you to piss off." Li Qingshan himself found this to be extremely interesting. It was like something someone would say to his ex-wife after a divorce. He tilted his head slightly. "Do you agree or not?" "So what if I agree? So what if I don't?" Only then did Yiliosu understand that this guy was a demon soldier under Millipede's command. He wanted to take back his territory after going through the heavenly tribulation. An even greater question arose in her heart. How could a demon that had just gone through the heavenly tribulation be so strong? He could completely suppress her in terms of physical strength. If you agree, then that's for the best. If you don't, I'll beat you until you agree. Li Qingshan's smile was very sincere. Beating up a beauty like this should be a different kind of flavor. Then let's try it, Yi Liusu said coldly. The curved blade began to spin. She spun her scimitar and turned it into a circular wheel, slicing towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan leaned back and dodged it, cursing inwardly. A gust of wind came from the back of his head. He grabbed her round and powerful thigh with a backhand. Yi Liusu used the force to bounce up. She grabbed the hilt of her scimitar and stabbed towards Li Qingshan's right eye. Li Qingshan wanted to use the same trick again. He tried to grab her hand, but he only caught air. It was just a feint. On the narrow stone platform, Yi Liusu turned into a shadow, flying up and down around Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan did not move from his spot. He only danced the ice blade into a wheel, blocking her every stab. At such a close distance, the flash of the blade filled every gap between the two of them, but there was not a single sound of collision. Yi Liusu displayed her dexterous and mysterious blade technique to the extreme. Her blade never left Li Qingshan's vitals. Suddenly, the scimitar spat out an arc of light, bypassing the ice blade's obstruction. It drew a strange arc, circling behind him, and hooked towards his back. Soul hook. Just like its name, this technique had helped her take the lives of countless people. Even those with similar strength could not escape death. With a long clang, the ice blade was slanted behind Li Qingshan, blocking the tip of the scimitar. This proved that the two's strength was not similar. Yi Liusu slid to the edge of the large bed like a ghost. She panted slightly, staring at Li Qingshan. Too strong. Not only was his strength overwhelming, but his reaction was also faster than hers. Was this really a demon general who had just passed the heavenly tribulation? That was close. Li Qingshan saw a small crack on the ice blade. He wiped it with his hand, and the ice blade returned to its original state. This battle was not for killing or revenge, so he was not in a hurry to kill with one strike. Yi Liusu's martial arts were extraordinary, and she could help him break through the third layer of the tiger demon in battle. The scimitar in Yi Liusu's hand suddenly lit up, and she swung it. Moonbreaker! Li Qingshan suddenly leaned back, and a cold crescent of light slid past his face by a hair's breadth. He saw a blue butterfly flower fluttering in the path of the crescent of light. It was easy to imagine its fate when it was cut in half. He immediately soared into the sky and caught up to the crescent arc of light, destroying it with his saber. This is my flower. You'd better be careful. Li Qingshan stood above the sea of flowers. The blue butterfly flower was completely unaware of the danger it was in just now and flew over his head. The flower was not a flower, and the butterfly was not a butterfly. It was a true spirit pill that could fly. It's mine. Moonbreaker! Yi Liusu swung out an even bigger crescent of light. Li Qingshan dodged to the side. With a boom, the crescent of light landed on the rock wall behind him, leaving behind a huge mark on the exquisite mural. Li Qingshan glanced backwards and said with ease, "Fortunately, the mural isn't mine." Yi Liusu was furious, but she really did not dare to swing her blade carelessly anymore. Every single mural here was the result of her painstaking efforts. Repairing them would be extremely troublesome, and this guy could not be dealt with something like that. At this moment, demon chi and the dark aura unique to night roamers surged over from all directions. P.S. Thank you for your encouragement. My monthly votes have never been so impressive. I'm actually ranked 12th. Of course, I know this is because the gods haven't done anything yet, waiting for the double at the end of the month. However, I'm still very happy inside. Temporary happiness is still happiness. I don't have a great writing speed. To be honest, I don't pursue this either. Coming up with new and interesting content and carving it out bit by bit is where my interest in writing novels lies. How do I put it? Although I'm the only one in the room right now, I was in the gloomy underground earlier, watching the battle between Li Qingshan and Yi Liusu with great interest. It was too greedy to pursue joy all the time. If reading these words can make you feel like your usual loneliness is easier to endure and that you can look forward to tomorrow, that will be my greatest honor. Oh right, it's snowing today. It's beautiful. Chapter 371. Li Qingshan began to admire Yi Liusu a little. The sight of reinforcements coming from all directions proved that Yi Liusu's control over this territory could not be compared to that idiot millipede. Demons that Li Qingshan was extremely familiar with appeared at the entrance of the cave one by one. There were figures everywhere, as well as a group of night roamer guards. There were both men and women, and their appearances were all rather delicate. They wore simple armor and wielded bows, arrows, and spears. Leader? The demons sighed in amazement. Although Li Qingshan's appearance had changed drastically, they could still recognize him with a single glance through his special features. King Yi Liusu. The guards eyed him covetously. They drew their bows to the limit and raised their spears, waiting for Yi Liusu's orders. Yi Liusu did not ease up at all. If he were a regular demon general, she might have been able to control or weaken them with numbers, but the one before her was clearly not one of them. If they fought, it would only increase their casualties. She swung her curved blade and ordered loudly, "Don't interfere. This is our battle." The demons immediately let out a sigh of relief. None of them wanted to become enemies with a demon general. Although demons were forbidden from killing one another, it would not be fun if they were provoked. King. The captain of the guards, Yi Liubu, was confused. Did she have to fight alone against an enemy? The bow in her hand had already been drawn to the limit. The triangular arrowhead flickered with a dark green light, clearly smeared with poison. It was directly aimed at Li Qingshan's back. At such a close distance, even a demon general could not dodge a volley of arrows. At this moment, she saw the enemy turn around, ignoring her hostility. He smiled faintly at her. His handsome face and dazzling smile caused her heart to flutter. His hand remained firmly on the bowstring. In the past, he would have been an excellent partner in bed. But now they were irreconcilable enemies. Li Qingshan studied the night roamers curiously. He felt slightly excited inside. This was not a sight that could be seen easily. Sure enough, it was just like the legends. Most night roamers were beautiful. Any single one of these night roamer guards could be described as a handsome man or a beautiful woman if they were placed on the surface. Especially the young girl at the front. She had a delicate face that was somewhat similar to Yi Liusu's, and her appearance was even more outstanding. She was only slightly inferior to Yi Liusu. Especially when she pulled the bow, the waves on her chest were even more turbulent. "Put down your weapons. This is an order," Yi Liusu said coldly. Only then did Yi Liubu put down her bow unwillingly. She thought to herself, "Sister Lu Su, could it be that you have taken a fancy to this demon general? Wasn't she never attracted to men?" It seemed that she had been enlightened after seeing this rarely seen handsome man among demons. If that was the case, it would be a good thing. He wondered how many days he could borrow it from her. Will she agree? What's this? Yi Liubu suddenly saw little and crouching in a corner. Because he gave off no aura at all, he seemed like an inanimate object at first glance. However, she clearly saw the skeleton move earlier. The skull turned towards her. Flames surged within its skull. Vice leader. The demons were surprised again. Yi Liubu waved her hand and pointed at little Anne. He's also an accomplice of the enemy. We'll deal with him, and we'll leave the great king to deal with him. Once we're done, let's have some fun with our sisters. She glanced at Yi Liusu from the corner of her eye, testing her reaction. The red-haired demon general was truly tempting to her. Seeing how Yi Liusu had no intentions of objecting, she beamed inside. The night roamer guards answered loudly. In particular, the female guards all stared at Li Qingshan with shining eyes. Their gazes were like a group of bandits staring at a rare, noble beauty. Their gazes easily pierced through his robes. It made Li Qingshan feel rather uneasy. Suddenly, he remembered what Han Qiongji had once said, "There's a very bad evaluation of night roamers, which is that men and women can get together at will. They have no concept of chastity like humans." There was once a person who got lost and came across a village of night roamers. Due to his handsomeness, many night roamer women fought over him. He stayed at their homes for the night, and when he returned, he relished it when he returned. Li Qingshan even sighed. Why does such a great place disappear? In the end, he was pinched viciously by Han Qiongji. She continued, "That's just a misunderstanding among mortals, as night roamers are a race where women are superior to men. Women are not bound by any etiquette. They toy with men just like how human men toy with women. It's only natural. If you like it, I'll go find a few male pets to keep you company." Li Qingshan immediately became excited. "Heaven did exist," he said loudly. "Even if it doesn't work out, I'll still let the sisters have some fun." Yi Liubo burst into laughter. "You sure are interesting. I just wonder how you're like in bed. Great King, don't hurt him, especially down there." It led to a roar of laughter. Li Qingshan turned around and said to Yi Liusu, "Looks like your clansmen are very confident in you." Yi Liusu said, "Aren't you worried about your companions at all?" "I forgot. Do demons have feelings like that?" Li Qingshan said without even looking back, "Little Nan, don't hurt them." Little An gazed at the night roamers who lunged over innocently. He was taken aback when he heard the two words, Little Nan, but he immediately understood what it meant. The two words, North Moon, came from the scholar wood tablet engraved with the two words, Southan, on Little An. In the world of demons, he obviously could not use his original title. Yi Liubo did not use a weapon. She directly extended her hand towards Little An. She did not take the little skeleton seriously at all. It did not seem like something powerful no matter how she looked at it. It was probably something like a servant or puppet. However, she could not hurt it either, or she would make the red-haired beauty unhappy, and she would not be able to work hard in bed later. Little An did not move at all. He did not attack, dodge, or flee. He allowed Yi Liubo's hand to grab him. Before Yi Liubo could even understand what was happening, she collapsed on the ground. Her consciousness was extremely clear, and she did not feel like she was injured at all. However, she just happened to be unable to move a single finger. Her body seemed to have become someone else's. When Little An first practiced the path of white bone and great beauty, she already possessed the ability to control flesh and blood. She had even opened Li Qingshan's Fengqi acupoint at the most crucial moment. Ever since then, she rarely used this ability. After undergoing the heavenly tribulation, this ability had become several times more powerful. She had already shown mercy by not killing those who touched her with their flesh and blood. The night roamer guards immediately fell into a panic. Yi Liubo was the strongest among them. She was close to undergoing the heavenly tribulation too, yet she had actually collapsed on the ground before she could even use a single move. Captain, has she been poisoned? Don't touch that skeleton! Liubo! Yi Liusu called out loudly, but she received no response. She was surprised too. She stared at Li Qingshan. What did you do? Li Qingshan shrugged as if he was saying, I'll tell you. Don't worry, she won't die. You better get your people to watch the show obediently. What do you think? Will you reconsider my suggestion? Yi Liusu said, If you win, I'll return the territory to you. Li Qingshan added, If I lose, I'll let my sisters have some fun. Oh right, that includes you, right? Don't even think about it. I'll show you the true strength of night roamers right now. Ieyasu wielded her curved blade, and made her way towards Li Qingshan slowly. However, her figure gradually vanished. She was like a piece of paper that had been dipped into ink. First, the ink dyed the edges before completely turning her pitch black, merging with the omnipresent darkness underground. Even with Li Qingshan's extraordinary senses, he completely lost track of her. He sighed in amazement inside. This is the true strength of night roamers. Han Qiongji had once explained to the doubtful Li Qingshan, "Do you know why night roamers treat women as superior to men? That's because women are far stronger than men. Only when they're strong will they receive respect. They're actually no different from us. This strength isn't your physical strength, but your special ability. It's just like how giant lumberfolk can plant their feet underground to absorb energy, allowing them to constantly grow like trees. Night roamers also have their own innate ability. They can absorb energy from the darkness and merge their bodies with the darkness. By other folk, they don't just refer to other folk. It also includes the meaning of people with extraordinary talent. It's said that a very, very long time ago the world was ruled by them. Regular people worshipped them like gods. Only Li Qingshan remained in the sea of flowers. He paid close attention to the movements of the wind and grass in the surroundings. He suddenly took a step back, but it was already too late. The gleaming blade swept past his cheek, leaving behind a thin, bloody mark before vanishing into the darkness again. A strand of red hair drifted down. He had no idea what the curved blade was. Even the ox demon forges its hide was unable to block it completely. Ieyasu was even more surprised inside. Her hook blade of Wu was extremely sharp. Combined with the night demon blade technique of disaster from the night demon scripture, it was unstoppable and unstoppable. However, when it landed on this guy's face, it actually felt like it could not penetrate any deeper. The female guards all sighed, as if they were watching a perfect creation being damaged, which made Ieyasu furious. Just whose side were these people who could not move when they saw a man on? The main reason was because the guards completely trusted Ieyasu's strength, but she just happened to lack the confidence. This demon general called North Moon was just too powerful. Even until now, he seemed to only be playing around. He had yet to unleash his full strength. And the skeleton called Lil Nan managed to subdue Lu Bo without moving at all. He had probably undergone the heavenly tribulation already. This was the greatest danger she had ever faced since she became king, but she had to overcome this danger. Only then could she revive the night roamers. Another blade swept towards Li Qingshan's fragile throat. He raised his hand in an attempt to catch the blade, but all he caught was a patch of scattered light. It also left behind a bloody mark on his palm. In the blink of an eye, a few more wounds appeared on Li Qingshan's body. Ieyasu was dragged out of Little Anne's range of control by her companions. She finally regained control over her body. Before she could even glare at Little Anne, she propped herself up with one hand and extended her other hand in Li Qingshan's direction, calling out loudly, "Great King, don't hurt him down there. Your support on this site is my greatest motivation." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.